How to Stroke Your Stray. A June Nash Mystery. Book 4. Written by Melissa Bonzak. Narrated by Cassandra Medcalf. For the real Enzo, the real Ms. Bird, Virginia, who came up with the title, and my wonderful reader who suggested a unicorn. Their email is not in the folder it's supposed to be in, and I can't remember their name. I feel like a failure. Horns aloft! Horns aloft! Unicorn Protector League, horns aloft! 1. I was trapped under a greyhound. Mom hovered over me, hands on her hips, and a "what am I going to do with you" look on her face. Behind her, I could see a guy in a dark blue pilot's uniform, I'd already forgotten his name, and next to him, in the open door of the private jet, stood Sheriff Warren Mitchell, an overnight bag in each hand. At the moment, Mom's coffee buddy was playing civilian, and he certainly looked the part. Sea green board shorts, brown sandals, thank heavens no socks, a red and yellow flowered shirt, and a cream-colored straw hat. The ensemble screamed exotic isle more than smoke-filled Las Vegas gambling halls, and I was pretty sure he hadn't dressed himself. A clicking noise brought my attention back to Mom. She tapped a nail on her watch one last time and rolled her eyes. Well? Uh-oh. She'd asked me something. I tried to sit up, but the bony greyhound wasn't ready to relinquish her squishy mattress. Her body went slack, and she suddenly gained 10,000 pounds. When we'd boarded the jet, I'd called dibs on the couch. Cyrano had sprawled out in the aisle, and Mom and Warren had retreated to a table in the back to play cribbage. I'd fallen asleep and become victim to the hound, who, at some point, had decided I'd be more comfortable than the floor. I patted the thin, soft fur on her side, and she lifted her muzzle toward my face. Her jaw dropped open, her bottom lip began to quiver, and a stinky "roo" escaped from between her stubby brown teeth. I pressed her face back down against my chest. This was normally the point where I'd pass her to Morgan, her human, my brother's best friend, and my sometimes arch-nemesis. But today, he wasn't around. The boys were somewhere between Laughlin and Vegas, on a dusty, deserted stretch of highway looking for creepy crawlies. That meant a lot of slow driving, and slamming of brakes, and leaping excitedly from the rental car to look at a snake they'd spotted in the middle of the road that was going to turn out to be a stick. Some things never changed. Their 90-mile trip was bound to take 5 hours. The starts and stops would make a normal person seasick, and it would still have been preferable to being trapped in a plane with my mother for 40 minutes. Unfortunately, I'd been disinvited from Dewey and Morgan's snake-hunting trips back in high school when I'd puked on a few of their friends after an all-night adventure, and despite my pleas that I'd changed, they'd left without me, forcing me to board the jet. Mom's foot began to tap. "Are you going to say goodbye or not? Ryan can't wait around all day for you to decide. He has places to go." Ryan. That was the pilot's name. Ryan. Ryan. "Mom, why didn't you wake me up when we landed?" She threw up her hands. "Honestly, June, I tried. You said you didn't want anything from room service." I had no clue why I would have said that. I was definitely hungry. Maybe I could get a bite in one of the airport restaurants. I looked out my window at the barren, sun-scorched landscape. Why are we in the middle of nowhere? "You seem to have forgotten Warren's reunion." Oh, yeah. That's why she wanted to say goodbye. They were getting dropped off first in some little offshoot of Vegas, where they were meeting up with a bunch of people from his police academy class. When I'd compared the idea of being someone's +1 at a reunion to having a root canal without anesthesia, she'd gotten all pissy. I leaned in to whisper, "Not too late to bow out." The possibility of her admitting she was wrong would have been worth having to put up with her for 2 additional days. "Honestly, June," she tapped her watch one more time, "stand up and give me a proper goodbye. Sorta trapped here. We're late for drinks." I imagined she'd need a few doubles to enjoy the evening. "While you're on the ground, you should take Morgan's dog out to go potty." Cyrano's head snapped up. She wiggled herself off my lap, landed on her feet, and took off at full speed. Racing up the aisle, she zipped around Warren and leaped out the plane's door. He lifted the suitcases. "Sorry, my hands were full." I scrambled to the front, in time to see the hound disappear into a field of tall grass that ran alongside the airstrip. "Mom, why did you use the P word? This is my fault? You should have been holding her leash. I was asleep. Looks like you need me to help you catch her." She leaned out the open door as the hound raced out of the grass. "You get up here now, Cyrano!" Morgan's dog was a lot smarter than she let on, and did what any sensible soul would. She turned on her heels and disappeared back into the safety of the grass. "Give me the leash, Mom, and stop helping me." "Fine, I'll help Warren instead." She took her purse from around his neck and started down the stairs. I went back to my seat for my own purse and dug out a squished bee's bunce, the little snack cake with the creamy sriracha kick. The hound and I had gotten addicted to them in Florida, while Dewey had been up in the International Space Station teaching the world about brown anoles in space. Ones that he'd brought with him, of course, not rogue lizards wandering the stars. I'd actually had to explain the difference to more than a few doozers because the superfans of his TV show Gone Herpin' are idiots. Back at the stairs, I tore open the cellophane on the little cake and held it high over my head as I descended to the blacktop. "Here, girl, come get your favorite snack." The tall grass parted, and Cyrano stuck out her head. The black ball on the end of her long muzzle wiggled. "Yeah, that's right. You're smelling a bee's bunce." The hound took a cautious step out of the grass, and I casually tugged at the leash around my neck. Just a few steps, and I'd be able to grab her, as long as she didn't move. 1, 2... I dove for her collar as a taxi roared up. The hound zigged, I zagged, and I missed by a mile. I almost threw her leash into the field as she disappeared back into the grass. Mom patted my shoulder. "I'm coming over to say goodbye, dear, not help you. I'm sure you'll prevail." Her eyes drifted up to the mess I had to call my hair. "Warren and I will see you in a couple of days. We'll all do breakfast before Dewey's signing." I got another pat, and they were gone. My blood pressure dropped about 20 points as their taxi zoomed out of sight. The pilot leaned out the open jet door. "Need help with Cyrano?" I showed him the squished snack cake. "No thanks, dude." I'd already forgotten his name. Again. I squished some of the cake between my fingers, releasing more of the peppery cream filling. "Cyrano!" The hound raced out of the grass, but this time she was followed by a little silver and black something or other. What was that? A rabbit? Uh-oh. Greyhounds liked rabbits. They chased pretend ones at the track when they raced. This could be bad. I had no idea what she might do with a real one if she caught it. "Cyrano, leave that thing alone!" Maybe it had rabies. Morgan's hound paused mid-step, looked back at me, and barked. Something she rarely did. The little thing she was chasing barked too. I did a quick scan of the area. There weren't any houses in sight, or cars belonging to someone who might have taken their dog for a walk at the little landing strip. Great. Now I had 2 mutts to catch. "Please come here, girl. Don't make me chase you." The hound let out a roo and followed the little dog back into the field. I was going to have to chase them. I pushed the tall grass aside, took 2 steps in, caught my foot on something, and tripped. I went down hard, landing on an uneven patch of ground before rolling onto my shoulder. Ow! I rocked myself up into a sitting position. I was in a little pocket of crushed grass, and I wasn't alone. There was a woman lying beside me. Her feet were bare, and she was squished into a shiny black bodysuit that started mid-thigh and ended just below her neck. Her skin was a pasty white, and she was staring up at the sky with a vacant expression. I don't know why I asked the question, but I did. "You're dead, aren't you?" 2. The pilot must have been psychic. Somehow, he knew I was in trouble without me uttering a single word. It was amazing. He found me in the grass, got me to the table at the back of the plane, and set me up with a double shot of my favorite rum in the whole wide world, Zacapa. Though I don't know why he thought I needed it. I was surprisingly calm for someone who just tripped over a dead body. This was definitely a new me. The pilot disappeared for a moment and came back with a bottle of spring water that he set next to my lowball glass. Your throat must be really sore. You screamed a lot. So much for the new me, and for having a psychic friend. I drained the water and went back to the rum. Is there any hand sanitizer? He found me a little bottle of the stuff. Will you be all right here for a bit? I'm going to see if I can catch the dogs before the cops get here. I shook away an image of the dead woman's face, all pasty and pale, and squeezed a blob of the sticky sanitizer into my palm, and shivered. Why was I cold? It was probably 100 degrees out. A low whistle made me shift in my seat until I could see out the window. The pilot was at the edge of the grassy field, holding the leash. What was his name again? Ricky? Robbie? Riley? He was never going to catch Morgan's hound without putting any effort into it. A second whistle brought Cyrano out of the grass. She rushed over to lean against the guy's thigh as he clipped on her leash. He looked back at the jet and gave me a thumbs up. Easy, he shouted. Of course it was. I'd already exhausted her. Another whistle brought the little dog out of the grass, and he scooped it up and shouted something else that was drowned out by a siren. One of those tiny death trap cars, with a single flashy thingy on top, pulled up alongside the plane, and two people got out. A bald black man in a tan suit was the driver. A white woman in a gray suit was the passenger. They both stepped over to the pilot. He pointed at the grass, and then over at the plane. The woman gathered her blonde hair into a ponytail as she headed for the body. The man jogged over to the plane and climbed the stairs. Despite the lack of hair, he was probably in his 30s. Good afternoon, Miss Nash. I'm Detective Scudder, he said, as he strode up the aisle to hand over a business card. I set it down next to my Zacapa. Okay. The no-nonsense expression on his face was a bit intense, but if he'd smiled, I'd have probably put him on this side of handsome. You found the body? The pilot had already ratted me out, so there was no point in denying it. I did. The detective got out a little notebook, flipped it open, and poised a pen over the page. Did you notice anything unusual about the woman? She was dead. He glanced up from his pad and tipped his head. How about unusual injuries? I didn't take that good a look. He continued to scribble. Do you recognize the woman? No. Tell me about how you found her. I tripped. Can you elaborate? I tripped over her? I left out the part about screaming hysterically. Miss Nash, can I ask why you were in the grass? I was trying to catch Cyrano. The detective scribbled something in his book. I see. And when the plane landed, were there any cars or people in the area? I didn't notice any. Me being asleep would have interfered with that. He held up a finger and checked his phone. Did you see a cat out here? No. All right. When you found the poodle, was he on a leash? I shook my head. No. Did you touch the victim? Ew. Why would I touch a dead body? I shivered again, as the woman's blank expression tried to creep back into my brain. I squeezed another blob of hand sanitizer out into my palm. Of course not. Had I touched the dead woman, though? Probably not. I rubbed my hands together vigorously, making sure to get some of the cootie killer up under my nails, just in case. No, detective, I did not touch the dead body. You don't sound so sure. There was no touching. The pen paused, and he looked up from his pad. You did not touch her. Got it. He dropped his eyes back to the pad. What are you doing in the Las Vegas area, Miss Nash? My brother Dewey's signing his new book at the convention. We're on a 28-city tour. He glanced around us. Really? Is he with you? Ah, he was a doozer. Maybe that could get me out of here quicker. Dewey drove, but he might already be at the hotel. I could introduce you. The detective nodded and went back to scribbling on his pad. And does he have the same last name as you? Okay. Maybe not a doozer after all. The detective snapped his notebook shut.
We might have more questions for you later. How long will you be in town?
One of the cops over in the grass shouted something, and the detective held out a hand, palm up.
Hold that thought.
He jogged back up the aisle and down the steps, and the pilot took his place in the open door. He still had the little dog, only now he was wearing it in some sort of front-facing baby carrier. Cyrano bounced around them, and the pilot wiggled one of the little dog's paws.
Isn't he adorable?
I drained my glass and went up for a look. The pup wasn't all that much bigger than a large rabbit. Silver legs, black head, soft, curly fur. I scratched him behind an ear, and Cyrano smacked my thigh with her muzzle. Yes, girl, he's adorable. The baby carrier was weird, though. Where'd you get that?
From the cargo hold. My brother's wife just had a baby, and I thought this would be a great present.
Not anymore.
I have 3 little ones at home, and this is a great way to carry them around for their first year. It really helps you bond with your kids.
And lost little dogs, apparently.
This guy,
he continued, tapping a tag on the collar,
is named Enzo. They think he belongs to that poor lady out there.
We both pivoted to look out at the cops in the tall grass. They'd been joined by more cops, who were setting up a canopy over the area with the body. They seemed to have forgotten all about us. I cupped a hand to my mouth and shouted, "Can we go now?" Everybody turned my way, and the detective said something to his partner before he jogged over and climbed halfway up the stairs.
I just need to see those flight logs before you go.
The pilot ushered him into the cockpit, and the detective pulled the door shut behind them. Cyrano lifted her nose to the ceiling to rue her displeasure at being separated from her new best friend. Don't worry, sweetie. Enzo will be back. At least to say goodbye. I rubbed her neck and dug another semi-squished bee's bunce from my purse. Her nose wiggled, and I was able to keep her distracted until the 2 men re-emerged. The detective shook the pilot's hand and gave me a nod.
Thanks so much. We'll be in touch.
And he left, without taking Enzo. Are you keeping him? I asked the pilot.
I wish, but my wife would kill me.
What are they going to do with him? I tried not to picture little Enzo getting tossed into a cage at the pound.
The police tracked down the poor lady's business partner, and I'm told she can take him.
I wiggled one of Enzo's furry legs. That's great.
And she's at a hotel not too far from the Venetian.
That wasn't. This is going to involve me, isn't it? He grinned, and before I knew what was happening, I was wearing Enzo, and Cyrano was in heaven. The pilot held out another copy of Detective Scudder's business card and motioned for me to flip it over. Something was written on the back. Loretta Stiles, Gilded Eagle Casino. And she's expecting me?
She must be. Go have a seat, and let's get you 3 to Vegas.
An hour later, I steered Cyrano and my carry-on suitcase into the Gilded Eagle Casino and Convention Center. Like its name implied, the interior was drowning in eagle-themed art, and about 1,001 dogs of all shapes and sizes. Everybody seemed to have at least one. Mutts strained at their leashes as they dragged owners here and there, and the line along the velvet rope that led to the check-in desk was packed with pooches who'd never learned the basic commands. Sit, stay, keep your nose to yourself. Thanks to the chorus of yips, snarls, and howls, I missed most of the comments from the line as I cut off a redhead and her bulldog on the way to the counter. I just have a quick question for the clerk. The clerk looked up from her computer. Welcome to the Gilded... Her mouth froze, and her words morphed into a squeal. You're June Nash! Uh-oh. This one was definitely a doozer. I gave her a little wave. Alejandro is a huge fan. He's going to be so excited that you're staying here. I'm not. I slid the card from the detective across the counter. I'm working with the police. It was sorta true. Loretta Stiles should be expecting me. The clerk giggled and held up a finger. Wait here. Maybe Loretta was an employee, and I'd be able to hand the little dog over right here and now. Cyrano smacked my thigh with her muzzle. Sorry, girl, we can't keep him. The clerk came back, followed by a dark-haired man in a black suit. Despite his age, somewhere in the midlife crisis range,
He was bouncing and giggling just as much as the woman had been. He almost skipped to the counter before sticking out his hand. "I am Alejandro." His voice was gentle and flavored with a soft, romantic accent. "I am the manager, and I can't believe you are in my hotel, Miss Nash." He glanced to my left, my right, around the lobby, and then back to me with a disappointed frown. A typical reaction whenever doozers realized I was alone. "Sorry, Dewey isn't with me." The man's smile returned. "Who is that? A new member of the team? Is Morgan with you?" "He's on his way. He drove. Do you know him?" "Not personally, but I follow the blog religiously." His giggle returned, and he rushed back into an office. The clerk grinned at me. "He'll be right back." And he was, with a laptop. He set it on the counter and swiveled it my way before capping off the moment with a ta-da wave. The computer was open to a web page featuring side-by-side photos of me and Morgan. His digital portrait oozed confidence. In mine, I looked angry and a little out of focus. Above us, a banner announced the Durgan and Nash Detective Agency. Oh, I was so going to kill Morgan. 3. "Now, how can we help you, detective?" I shook away the vision of me straddling Morgan's mangled body and looked up at Alejandro. "It's just June. Is Loretta Stiles here?" The clerk slid the detective's business card over. "Miss Nash is working with the police." Alejandro pressed a hand to his tie. "Is Loretta in trouble?" "I just need to give her this dog." "That's Enzo." "It is." "He belongs to Claire Winthrop. She never goes anywhere without him. Is she all right?" "I can't really say." I didn't want to be the one to give him the bad news. If I had to describe how I'd found her, there'd be crying, and my face was already puffy enough. Alejandro laid a finger against his nose. "Discretion. Don't say anything. I don't want to violate your oath." "There's no oath." He gave me a single nod and leaned an arm around the desk clerk's chair. "Emily, would you dial Miss Stiles' room?" She tapped away at her computer, and Alejandro snatched up the desk phone. There was a long pause before he hung up the receiver. "She doesn't seem to be in." Of course she wasn't. I should have let the cops take the dog to the pound. That silly pilot was not getting a 5-star review for this trip. "Is there a place I can leave, Enzo? It's been a long day. I just want to get to my hotel." "You're not staying here?" "No. The sooner I got rid of Enzo, the sooner I could catch a cab and get to my room. I needed a hot, soapy shower. And Zacapa. Or maybe some black coffee. No, decaf coffee. Wait, maybe just tea. The black kind, not the green kind. And certainly not that chamomile stuff that Mom had started pounding after our trip to Key West. "You're so stressed, June. Drink this tea, June. Feel it cleanse your soul, June." Yeah, well, you try keeping it together with just chamomile tea next time you trip over a dead body, Mom. Alejandro was staring at me. Had I said all that out loud? "How about it, Miss Nash?" Blast. He'd asked me a question. If I said yes, I was probably agreeing to something. Like autographs from Morgan, my partner. Huh, that was a joke. I was no detective, but neither was he. I'd solved his first case all by myself. Sort of. Better to ignore whatever the manager had said. The sooner I speak with Loretta, the better. "Which is why you should say yes and stay here tonight, just in case she returns to the hotel at an inconvenient hour." He leaned closer to whisper. "I have it on good authority that she was busy with the slots until quite late last night." And then he straightened up. "It will be easier to save your questions for the morning." "I'm just giving her the dog. I don't plan on asking her anything." He nodded. "Ah, I understand. Morgan handles that. Emily, check Miss Nash into one of our suites. I believe the Golden Eagle is available." That sounded expensive. I have people expecting me elsewhere. "The suite comes with a personal chef for breakfast." That was definitely expensive. My room at the Venetian was being covered by Dewey's publisher. "Courtesy of the hotel." Maybe just for one night. There was really no point in rushing across town. Mom and Warren were at his reunion, and Dewey and Morgan wouldn't finish up their Herpin road trip till the wee hours. I'd end up hanging out all night alone. Might as well partake in a nice room and some good food. On the way up in the elevator, I dug my cell phone out of a pocket. I needed to call Morgan and get my name off his stupid detective website. The line rang once, and I was informed that the mailbox was full, probably with calls from dissatisfied customers. I scrolled over to messages and sent one to Dewey. "Call me when you get to town. I'm over at the Gilded Eagle Casino for the night. There's a dog and a lady. I'll explain tomorrow." He didn't reply, but that didn't mean anything. Chances were good they were in a dead zone halfway between Laughlin and Las Vegas, parked in the middle of the road, looking at a stick. Even with what had happened in that field, things could have been worse. I could have been looking at the stick, too. When we got to the room, I unclipped Cyrano's leash, knelt to slip the baby carrier off my shoulders, and Enzo wiggled himself free. Morgan's hound chased the little poodle into a sitting area, and round an easy chair they went. The suite was huge. A full kitchen, living room, office, guest bathroom, and a long hall that led to 2 bedrooms, complete with their own garden tubs. Out on the roomy balcony, which was screened in, 2 ceramic doggy bowls were set beside a section of fake grass, alongside a fake fire hydrant. There was even a doggy door, so I wouldn't have to take the kids on an evening potty stroll. Enzo and the hound made good use of their facilities, while I hit the shower. After I'd scrubbed, rinsed, toweled, and robed, I took a deep dive into the room service menu. The hot water had done its job, and I finally felt like I could eat. After agonizing over the many choices, I ordered the pot roast with crusty rolls, sweet potatoes, plus all the trimmings, and 2 pieces of New York-style cheesecake with raspberries. And for breakfast? I dove back into the menu. How about the country buffet? The description said it fed 2 to 3, but who knew what they considered a serving? And when would you like the chef? I spent a few moments agonizing over what time I needed to get up in the morning, and finally settled on 8 for my personal chef. 10 would have been better, but Dewey and Morgan were bound to bang on the door and wake me up before then. And if they were around when my breakfast arrived, I'd have to share. I thanked the nice lady on the phone and headed for the first bedroom, where I'd dumped my suitcase and purse. I needed to set an alarm on my phone. The dogs beat me there. Leaping up onto the bed, Cyrano rolled onto her back to wiggle around with her legs up in the air, and the little dog ran his nose the length of the spread, his butt raised high in the air. I shrieked and grabbed him before he could reverse direction. He tried to stick his tongue up my nose, and I gagged and held him out at arm's length. Now that we'd had some time apart and I'd showered, my nose had reset, and I could smell all his doggy goodness. Except it wasn't all that good. I carried him back to the living room and dialed the front desk. Alejandro answered on the first ring. "Hi, this is June. Ms. Nash, how can I help you?" He sounded positively delighted. Enzo is pretty messy. I was hoping there was a way to get him a bath. "Someone will be right up." Wow, he was going to send up a groomer. That was some excellent hotel management. When the doorbell to the suite chimed, the dogs made such a ruckus that I couldn't understand a single word the concierge was saying. While I worked to keep Enzo and the hound from escaping, she set a cloth bag labeled Stray just inside the door and gave me a quick wave before hurrying away. I took the bag to the kitchen and dumped it out on the counter. There was a lot of stuff related to dogs. Flyers for businesses, samples of treats, little brushes, and tiny bottles of shampoo safe for little doggy eyes. Despite Alejandro's love for Morgan, I was on my own. I filled the tub with warm water, set one of the shampoos in an empty plastic cup for rinses within easy reach, laid 2 towels out on the floor, and set 2 more to the side of where I'd be sitting, and went in search of Enzo. An hour later, it was done. And I'd survived 100 or so escape attempts, 3 leaps into the tub by the greyhound, followed by excessive shake-offs and the agonizing wails of a little dog who wanted the world to know I was trying to take his life. By the end, every spot in the room, including me, was covered in soapy water. I drained the tub, dumped all the towels on the floor, took one more shower, and went to bed. I was too exhausted to wait around for a call from Loretta. I woke up with a Cyrano elbow in my back. I was on my side, at the edge of the mattress, because greyhounds require endless amounts of surface space for their beauty sleep. I rolled off to the floor and stretched. It was a fresh, new day, and I felt good. Enzo was going to his guardian, Morgan would arrive to collect his dog and my resignation, and a personal chef would soon be stuffing me full of my favorite breakfast foods. Nothing could screw up today. I reached into my suitcase for a t-shirt, and my clothes licked my hand. I shrieked, and Enzo leaped out of my case and raced from the room, followed by Cyrano, who rued a reply to every little dog woof. I willed my racing heart to slow down and took a good look at my clothes. The little pooch had been wet when he'd chosen his spot for the night, and he'd nested. Everything in my suitcase was either damp or stiff and wrinkled in a backyard clothesline kind of way. All of it smelled like wet dog. A melodic chime drifted in from the hall. Breakfast was early. I herded the dogs back into the bedroom, jogged to the front door, and flung it wide enough to accommodate a food trolley. But there was no chef waiting to feed me, just a guy with a goofy grin on his face. My stomach let out a disappointed rumble. "Hi, Morgan." I went over to the little table by the door and picked up Cyrano's leash, and held it out. I'd set him straight about the whole PI business later. "She's in the back bedroom." He ignored the leash and pulled me into a bear hug. "You're my most favorite person in the whole wide world." 4. I tried to wiggle out of his grasp. While it was nice to be somebody's favorite, it would have been better if the person on the other end of the hug was anyone but Morgan, especially when I had plans to break his heart by stomping all over his dreams of us being PIs together. "Dude, I can't breathe." He let go and wheeled his suitcase deeper into the suite. "This place is huge. Where's my room?" "Over at the Venetian." A shrill squeak sent shivers down my spine, and a bellman pushed a giant whiteboard through the open door. "What's that?" The guy glanced over his shoulder as the squeaks led him down the hall, and I got a "you're not all that swift" look. "It's a whiteboard." Dewey pushed the door back open as I tried to close it. "What are you doing here?" "Protector cons at this hotel. What are the odds?" I had no idea what that meant. He yawned and bumped my shoulder on his way in. "You know, I'm really surprised you said yes." Leather Girl, aka Lolly Stober, was next. "I'm not. June likes solving puzzles." I really didn't. Dewey never mentioned that you were driving up with them. My brother and the deputy sheriff had gotten pretty chummy since they'd met about a year ago, which I guess was okay. We hadn't talked much since she'd tried to drown me a while back, but I didn't not like her. If she kept dating my brother, I'd make more of an effort. She gave me a full-on hug. It was a last-minute thing. The door clicked shut behind me, and Mom strolled past, closing out the parade. "Good morning, June." "Bored at the reunion already?" I glanced at my wrist, where a watch would have been, if I owned one. "You didn't even last 24 hours. "I was having a lovely time at the reunion. Your brother was kind enough to pick me up because I need an alteration to the dress I'm wearing tomorrow night." Right. Getting her to admit she'd been wrong was going to be a challenge. "Ryan tells me that you two discovered a dead woman out at the airfield after we left." We too. The only thing the pilot had done was pour me a drink. "That must have been very disturbing." She wrapped me in a hug. Wow. Motherly concern. And then pushed me to arm's length to frown and pat a bit of the volume out of my hair. "I'm just surprised." And we were back to our usual dynamic. About what? "You offering to solve that poor woman's murder. That lovely man at the front desk told us all about it." That's what Alejandro had been going on about after he'd shown me Morgan's website. Blast. I should have known a free suite was an over-the-top gesture for dog-sitting. Mom gave me a shake. "You still with us, June? Or are you realizing that it was all a misunderstanding and you accidentally volunteered to solve a murder because you weren't paying attention? Touché. She was going to try to turn the tables on me. If you want to get back to the reunion, I can run your dress out there as soon as it's finished. You're so sweet. She set her purse on the coffee table. Can you fix me a mimosa while I freshen up? I'm so anxious to hear about how you plan on tackling your big case. I would have thrown out a clever retort, something related to all the big fun she was missing in Bilton, but she'd already disappeared down the hall to the guest bathroom. Dewey was helping me pop the cork on the champagne when she came back and crooked a finger at me. What? Come. She led the way back to the hall bathroom and then over to the tub where I'd bathed the dogs. There was a black ring around the edge, and the drain looked like it had grown a beard. What is this mess? I gave the dogs a bath last night. Housekeepers work very hard, June. The least you can do is help out and not leave a disgusting mess like that in the tub for them to clean up. Isn't it their job to clean up disgusting messes? In the light of day, it looked pretty bad, and I did feel a little ashamed. No way I was going to admit it to her, though. Honestly, June. She snatched a tissue from the dispenser on the counter and held it out. Fine. I gripped the side of the tub, dropped to my knees, and worked a bit of the furry mess out of the drain. Most of it was still wet, but a few long strands were light brown, and definitely not from Enzo. He was silver and black. Or from Morgan's hound. Her fur was too short to be mistaken for anything other than fuzz. Half this stuff is from somebody else's dog. Mom raised an eyebrow. That's no reason for you to be a slob, too. Under her watchful eye, I dug out as much of the mess as I could, tossed it all in the trash, washed my hands twice, and followed her back to the couch. Well, this has been fun, but I'm sure you'll want to go grab a coffee before you pick up your dress. There's an excellent place for that downstairs. I didn't know that for sure, but if she went in search, at least she wouldn't still be here. Her left eyebrow rose a fraction of an inch. Thank you, but my dress won't be ready for hours. Lolly and I are going to do a little shopping while I wait. Shopping? Sounds fun. I crossed my arms and waited for Mom to offer an invitation. Not that I'd say yes, but it was only polite. I was her daughter, after all, not just her son's girlfriend. She only stared at me. I glanced over to Leather Girl, who avoided eye contact by bouncing up from her spot on the sofa. Hang on, Cyrano. She disappeared out the slider to the screened-in porch, where Morgan's hound was flopped on her side, snoozing. My brother was quick to follow. Chickens. No thanks, Mom. I really don't want to tag along. I'm sorry. But she clearly wasn't. I thought you'd be too busy assisting Morgan with your investigation. She threw a little gotcha-now smile at me before pouring a generous amount of champagne into a glass and topping it off with a tiny splash of orange juice. And I was mistakenly under the impression that you didn't want to be a detective. It's all you've complained about since that thing in New York. You mean when the ninja tried to kill me? She stirred her drink with a finger and gave it a test taste. Hyperbole never looks good on you. The woman was a wrestler who dressed as a ninja and tried to kill me. I clapped my hands together. Well, this has been fun, but I'm sure you two need to hit those stores before the crowds turn out. Mom dropped down onto the couch and stretched her legs out on the ottoman. I know you have plenty of downtime working for your brother, but I'm surprised that you've decided to moonlight as a detective. There is no downtime in my job as Dewey's assistant, and why do you say detective like it's a bad thing? Just because I didn't want to be a PI didn't mean I couldn't be one. It takes focus to solve crimes, June. I know that from watching Warren all these years. A detective has to be detail-oriented and observant. Frankly, I'm not sure. She let her words trail off, but the raised eyebrows told me I was sorely lacking in both departments. Mom, I handle details all day long working for Dewey, thank you very much, and I'm very observant. Really? What color is the horse on your brother's t-shirt? He was wearing a t-shirt? With a horse? I let my eyes drift over her head toward the patio. Sit. No peeking. I dropped down onto the cushion beside her. Brown. Most horses were brown, right? I repeated brown with an air of confidence. The corners of her mouth curled into an I told you so grin. It's white, and the animal is a unicorn. That was a trick question, which an observant soul would have known. Another arched brow warned me that I was about to be treated to a drawn-out anecdote meant to put me in my place, all the while confusing me about its relevance to my situation. A shrill squeak cut off the perfect retort that was rolling around on my tongue, and Morgan wheeled the whiteboard into the living room. Across the top, he'd written, "Who killed Claire Winthrop?" The rest of it was empty, except for a photo of the dead woman. She didn't look much different alive than she had in that field. Pasty, pale, and bored with the world. I shook away the image with a trip to the wet bar. Dewey had run off before he'd finished making drinks. Mom wiggled her arms, and Morgan went over for a kiss on the cheek. "You're all ready to start your investigation, dear, unless June has something she'd like to say." And give her the satisfaction? I sipped the OJ and filled my glass with champagne. The bar was sorely lacking in rum. "I think you should put everyone in 2 columns. People who are part of her dog group on the left, and people who aren't on the right." He waved an orange marker at me. "Excellent idea. We'll start with Claire's business partner." He wrote the first name on the top left. Loretta Stiles. I knew her. She's the one expecting the dog. Morgan pointed the marker at me again. "Another excellent idea of yours. Keeping Enzo so we'd have an excuse to see her." Mom scoffed into her champagne, and Morgan threw her a bless you before motioning to my brother out on the patio. Dewey stuck his head in, working to keep Cyrano out where she was. "What you need?" "June and I are going to take Enzo back to his guardian." We were? I set down my glass. I need to eat first, which meant that everybody needed to leave. My private chef was due any minute. If they were still here, I'd have to share, and there wouldn't be enough. There had to be a way to get rid of everyone. A melodic chime told me I was too late. The dogs got past Dewey and went wild, barking and evading capture. Morgan grabbed one side of his board to keep it from falling over, and Mom leaped to her feet. "You get them. I'll get the door." The chef wheeled the trolley inside. "Where would you like me to serve?" Mom ran her eyes over my breakfast. "The table, of course. This looks delicious." And it did. Half the trolley was covered with pastries, and the other with everything you'd need to whip up a variety of egg and griddle items. It was the perfect combination of food that would be ruined by having my mother at the table. Of course, she quickly solved my dilemma by handing me a croissant. "I know you'll want to get right to it, unless there's something you need to discuss with Morgan before you go." I took the pastry. There was no way I was giving her the satisfaction. "Thanks for your support, Mom. I'm going to go get dressed." I got halfway down the hall before I remembered why I was in a robe. Blast. My clothes were covered in dog. I tiptoed into the room that Morgan thought was his, I'd have to fix that later, and found his suitcase. I'd already made peace with how well his clothes fit me. I slipped on a pair of jean shorts, found a belt to keep them up, and was trying to decide between 2 polos when both were ripped from my hands. "What are you doing?" Morgan had snuck in the room behind me. "Enzo got all my stuff wet. I need something to wear." "I have just enough shirts for the next few days, and I don't want to do laundry until we get to Seattle." I tightened the belt on my robe, just in case he tried to take back the shorts. I guess the investigation will have to wait while I do laundry. I made it 2 steps before a Doozer t-shirt hit me in the back. "You got anything else?" "Nope." I changed in my room. I didn't grab my purse. I wasn't leaving the hotel, but I did pick up my phone. It was about to die. I'd forgotten to plug it in after Enzo's bath. As I connected the charger, a message flashed on the screen. Sarah Sunshine was texting me. "Junie, it's Sarah, Dewey's book agent. I was wondering if you had time to go over the email I sent you." There was an email, too? Geez. She'd already gone over the schedule in excruciating detail before we left Horseshoe Bend. I didn't have time to deal with her. I left my cell on the nightstand and grabbed one of the burners I carry. For some reason, I lost a lot of cell phones, and you never know when you'd need to call for a cab. By the time I was ready to go, Mom, Dewey, Leather Girl, and the dogs were being served my breakfast. Even Morgan, who was hovering near the table, had gotten in a few bites. I stole Dewey's ball cap, just in case there were any doozers at the hotel. You never knew where those jokers were going to turn up. Liberated a handful of bacon from the table, clipped the hound's leash to Enzo before scooping him up, and smacked Morgan on the back of the head. Let's go! I was prepared for roos of longing from the hound, but all was quiet as we headed to the elevator. Either the rooms had great insulation, or the hound was too busy eating my lobster eggs Benedict to notice her missing friend. While we waited for the car to arrive, Morgan dug a little notebook out of a pocket and began to thumb through it. I'm really excited about this case. I was really excited that Enzo was the perfect size to cover up the doozer shirt I'd been forced to wear. What are your thoughts? It's weird walking around with my brother's face on my chest. Morgan's eyes dropped to Enzo, and I clutched the little dog a bit tighter. Don't look at my chest. You brought it up. Well, don't look. Fine. What are your thoughts on the case? Something about the expectant look in his eye kept me from shouting, I don't want to be a detective. That, and Mom's smug look as we were leaving. Maybe there was a way I could get out of this without actually uttering those words. What if I'm not any good at this? What do you mean? You were awesome in New York. I mean, what if that was a fluke? It wasn't. I kicked butt as a detective. I just didn't want to be one. If, for some reason, you decided to end our partnership, could you just make up some excuse without letting Mom know the real reason? I could say our love got in the way. He wiggled his brows at me, and I rolled my eyes. How about going with something like, it's too expensive having an employee? One thing that Mom sympathized with was money woes, especially when they were suffered by people she loved, like Morgan. But you're not going to fail, June. But if I do? He shrugged. Fine, I'll say it's financial. He looked down at the little notebook, and then back up at me. You do want to be a detective, right? Blast. The opening I needed. But if I said no right now, Mom would never let me hear the end of it. I needed Morgan to be the one to dissolve our partnership. I bounced Enzo in my arms. Course. Awesome. He flipped the pages in his notebook and began to read. Claire Winthrop, 52-year-old white female, divorced, 1 daughter, co-director of Stray. We'll start our interviews with Loretta Stiles, the business partner, room 217, 2nd floor. He looked up from the page. You know, if you hadn't tripped over her, she might not have been found for months. You're so lucky. Yay me. The elevator arrived, and the doors slid open, but we couldn't get inside. There was a white unicorn blocking the way. 5. Not a real unicorn. 2 people in a costume kind. And I seemed to be the only one who'd noticed. As it shifted to one side, Morgan strolled into the elevator without looking up from his notes, and the little dog was preoccupied with my bacon-flavored fingers. I gave the mythical white beast a nod. I got a golden horn wiggle in return, and held a finger up to the panel of buttons. The unicorn's destination, 16, was already lit. I hit 2 and edged closer to Morgan. Do you think this will take a while? I needed a real breakfast. It was 39 floors down to Loretta's room, so maybe 2 minutes, 5 minutes for the handoff, tears of sadness for the loss of her friend, and a gush of thanks for rescuing the dog, another 2 or 3 minutes for Morgan to ask about her relationship with the deceased or any known enemies, and maybe 5 to get back to the room. Would there still be food? There'd still be Mom, so maybe it was a better idea to shoot past my floor up to 42, add in another 2 minutes, and eat at the hotel's restaurant. I squinted at the words on the sign above Morgan's head. Visit the Eagle's Nest and immerse yourself in the gourmet stylings of Chef Miguel, all while enjoying a panoramic view of the exciting Las Vegas Strip. Open for an out-of-this-world breakfast buffet at 9 a.m. with a late supper seating until 2 a.m. That might be just about right. It was already 8:20. I tapped each finger against my thigh, trying to add up how long this handoff was going to take. 16 minutes. And then double that, because I was never right whenever I tried to guess how long something would take. I'd live for another 32 minutes, but that'd be pushing it.
You mind holding the door?
It was a man's voice.
We almost lost our tail last night.
Sure. The elevator slowed to a stop. I found the right button, and the unicorn ambled out. The braided white tail, decorated with plastic yellow daisies, swished from side to side as it turned around to lower its head. The voice shouted, "Horns aloft!" There was a loud pop, and a spray of blue glitter shot out of the horn as the elevator doors slid closed. I blinked and looked down at the little dog. He was covered in glitter, and so were my arms. I let him wiggle to the floor and stretched out my t-shirt. There was a glittery blue Enzo-shaped outline around Dewey's face.
Why are you all sparkly?
Morgan had finally looked up. We were attacked by that unicorn.
What unicorn?
The unicorn we just shared an elevator with. Morgan grinned at me and tucked his pencil behind an ear.
Just kidding. Guess I should have warned you that the League was here.
The what?
Unicorn Protector League. You know.
He hummed a tune, tilted his head from side to side, and began to sing.
Lena's come to save the day. Vivians are trying to take it all away. Earthing's in the balance, will the battle be won? Horns aloft! Horns aloft! You know this show. The bad robots are trying to wipe out the unicorns and the good robots. Dewey has the whole library, all 223 episodes. It's anime. You gotta remember it.
I don't. After a long day of taking care of stuff for Dewey, I was too wiped out to do more than nap on the couch. If my brother was binging cartoons, I'd thankfully missed them. Turn around.
What?
I'm flipping my shirt inside out. I drew a circle in the air with a finger. Turn around.
Sure.
He did a slow spin, and I got the shirt off and back on before he'd completed the circle.
Hey.
He pointed up.
You think the elevator has a camera?
What? I clutched my arms over my chest. That idiotic, lopsided grin returned.
Relax. They watch the money in Vegas, not the guests. Why are you undressing in public?
Because it's bad enough I've got to walk around with a shirt that screams, "Doozers, I'm right here." I don't need unicorn snot from the Unicorn League all over me. Morgan crossed his arms and actually huffed at me.
It's Unicorn Protector League, and we always watch some episodes when I'm over.
He was over a lot.
You sat between us last time. I brought sopapillas.
I flashed on a styrofoam container full of little deep-fried squares of perfection, topped with a generous helping of cinnamon sugar. Oh, yeah. They'd been on the dessert menu for years at my favorite dive, Millsy's, but I'd never gotten past his deep-fried tequila shooters, the only way I'll consume that type of alcohol. When Morgan had brought them over, they'd been so good, I'd gotten another batch the next day and scarfed them in my car out in the parking lot. Morgan brushed some glitter off my arm and patted it down the front of his shirt.
Now it looks right.
Hey, he had on the same shirt that Dewey had been wearing. How'd I missed that?
You like it? We got these down in the lobby before we came up.
And you didn't get me one?
You're messing with me, right?
I am.
Your loss. This is Rupert, the unicorn those guys were cosplaying.
Why did they yell "horns aloft" at us?
Oh, that's what they say. Like good adventures.
Ah, my brother's catchphrase. It's what I signed at the bottom of all his 8x10 glossies and how he closed every episode of his TV show. The doozers liked to randomly shout it at each other, which could be disconcerting if you were sitting in your car trying to eat sopapillas. Morgan bent down to rub glitter off Enzo.
Hopefully Loretta doesn't mind.
Well, she doesn't have a choice. I'm not giving him another bath. The car slowed, and I got a foot on the little dog's leash as the doors opened. Which way to 217? Loretta Stiles answered with the first rap of Morgan's knuckles. She was a tall, dark-skinned woman with corkscrew curls that had been dyed a light brown, and almost every piece of clothing she wore featured dogs or doggy paraphernalia. From the husky on her white t-shirt and the poodles on either side of the unbuttoned yellow cardigan, to her jeans dotted with paw prints and the hand-painted sneakers covered in the words woof and howl. Little pewter dogs dangled from the half-dozen chains around her neck, and the doggy-themed charms on her bracelet rounded out her ensemble. Morgan held out his hand, which she politely shook.
I'm Morgan Durkin. This is my partner, June Nash. We're private detectives looking into the matter involving Claire Winthrop.
Probably a good idea not to start with the word murder. I held out the leash, and her eyes trailed it to the floor like she wasn't sure what it could possibly be attached to. When her gaze reached the little dog, she looked back up with wide eyes. Why do you have Enzo? Uh-oh. Maybe the police hadn't talked to her. What if she didn't know that her friend was dead? Were we about to break the bad news? Was I going to have to hold her while she cried? Morgan sunk fingers into my arm.
Where are you going there, partner?
He dragged me back, took the leash from my hand, and held it out to Loretta. She ignored it.
The police did contact you about Claire, correct?
I thought maybe it was a prank. Our stray attendees like to try to outdo each other every year. Morgan gave me back the leash and flipped through the pages of his notebook.
I'm very sorry, but no, it's not a prank.
Loretta's eyes darted from me to him, and then, just for a moment, the corners of her mouth twitched, like she was about to smile. An odd reaction for someone whose friend had just been killed. Maybe she knew more than she was letting on. Blast. Morgan was starting to rub off on me. Who cared what the woman thought of Claire, long as she took the little dog? I scooped him up into my arms. I'm sorry for your loss. Thank you. But she didn't reach for Enzo, even as I held him out. Morgan retrieved the pencil from behind his ear and poised it over a page in his notebook.
Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
That was going to take a while. Maybe I could get the dog to go into Loretta's room on his own. I set him back down on the floor and gave him a little shove. Loretta leaned into the wall and let the open door swing until it rested against her shoulder, cutting off the little dog's chances. How did Claire die, if you don't mind me asking? Morgan flipped a few pages.
The coroner hasn't come back with their report yet.
I tried to see over his shoulder. How could he possibly know that? Loretta crossed her arms and leaned toward us. Was it a car accident? She kinda sounded excited about the idea. I heard someone got hit in a crosswalk right outside the hotel last night. Morgan shook his head.
She was found this morning at an airstrip in Bilton.
He checked his notes.
That's a little town out near.
I know it. His hand paused mid-page flip.
You've been there?
I come to Vegas a lot. I assume you'd like to know when I saw her last?
I would, if you don't mind.
That morning. We both had things to do, and then later she was going to join us for afternoon events, but she never showed. Morgan scribbled something in his book, and Loretta tapped her lips with a finger before pointing it at me. Do I know you? A doozer. It made sense, since she was probably a killer. I don't think so. This is only my second time in Las Vegas. She tapped her lips again. I'll remember in the middle of the night. She pushed back from the wall. Well, if you need anything else, you're welcome to attend the Stray keynote in the Eucalyptus Ballroom at 3. And then she slipped back into her room, and I caught the door with my foot. What about Enzo? She pursed her lips. He doesn't get along with my Betsy. You can keep him. I don't want a dog. I already had one. Cyrano spent more time with me than Morgan. I was practically her mother. Maybe you know someone. Don't you run a convention for dogs? We're just a social group. I don't arrange adoptions. Now, if you'll excuse me. Your group is called Stray. She used her foot to kick my sneaker out of the way. Ironic, huh? She called out as the door swung shut. I wasn't sure it was, but I had bigger problems. She didn't take Enzo. I scooped up the little dog. Morgan pocketed his notebook and started back toward the elevators.
We'll connect with her later. She probably knows someone who will take him. Right now, she needs time to grieve.
A heavy line of bass began to pound from inside the room, and I could hear someone singing along to the music, with an abundance of joy. Loretta was definitely the killer.
June?
Morgan came back down the hall and slipped an arm into mine.
I appreciate you trying to get clues, but let's regroup upstairs. There's probably food left.
Oh, yeah. It was safe to go back to the room now. We tried to hand over the dog. The killer didn't want him. There was nothing Mom could say to get under my skin. I followed Morgan into the elevator and pushed the button for 41. The car stopped at 8, and for a hot second, I was sure a unicorn was going to be standing there, ready to spit more glitter my way. But this time, instead of a mythical beast, there was a two-legged robot staring in at us. He was tall and gray, with mismatched pieces of silver cardboard and wires covering his human body. What the fun? I noticed the little girl in time to alter the rest of the word. She was clutching a stuffed unicorn and decked out in a tinfoil hat and a bright yellow t-shirt that declared her to be a general in the Unicorn Protector League. Behind them, more robots and unicorns milled about. Enzo backed into my leg, let out a shrill bark, and took off. "Grab him!" I shouted into the crowd. No one did. I veered left and chased after the leash that bounced along the floor behind the little mutt. He wove through unicorns and robots, danced around the occasional human, and zipped through a door, past a man in a dark red uniform. The guard held up a hand and tried to block my path. "You need a badge to—" I didn't hear the rest, as I pivoted around him and raced into a ballroom crammed with tables covered in merchandise. But instead of creepy crawlies and their assorted paraphernalia, like I was used to because of the snake shows that Dewey was always dragging me to, these tables were covered in comic books, stuffed unicorns, toy robots, and stinky candles. I lost track of Enzo in the crowd. I dropped to a knee to see the world from his point of view. There he was, darting through and around legs, his leash bouncing along the carpet as he ran. Then hands appeared on his sides, and he was gone. Somebody had picked him up. I pushed my way through the crowd to a door on the other side of the room and out into a wide hall lined with doors. There, next to a sign announcing a long list of panels for the Protector League, was a red-headed guy who was annoyingly familiar. A two-legged unicorn raced past us, followed by a ray gun-wielding robot, and Felix tucked Enzo under an arm to slap a hand against his cheek.
"June Nash! Good adventures! Dad is not going to believe this!"
And neither could I. It was Felix Brasino, the idiot who'd once bought me from a Mexican gangster because he and his dad, also a gangster, liked my brother's TV show. And, apparently, me. The only doozers in the world on my side, and they were criminals. I looked around for Morgan, but he was nowhere in sight. Chances were good he'd never followed me out of that elevator. I held out one hand, palm up. "Put the dog down and back away slowly."
"He's yours? Excellent."
He pulled me into a bear hug instead. Little Enzo stuck his tongue up my nose, and I took him before shoving Felix away. My rejection only energized him, and he started dancing around like he was on hot coals.
"Isaac is going to be so jealous. Hey, Archie, this is June."
Archie turned out to be the guard from the door.
"She's with you?" "This is June Nash. She's my guest." "Of course, Mr. Brasino."
The guy plopped his cap back on his head, gave me a two-finger salute that I knew would have been just one if I'd been alone, and headed back to his post. Gangster Jr. bounced over to the bank of elevators.
"Can you say hi to Dad? He's going to be so happy to see you."
"Tegu's here?" Despite having the reputation of a multiple murder suspect and being wanted by the feds, Tegu Brasino wasn't that bad a guy. He'd helped me out a couple of times in the past, and I kind of felt like I owed him at least a quick hello.
"He's on his way down."
The elevator dinged on cue, and the doors slid open to reveal a tall Hispanic man in a white linen suit. Felix helped me over.
"Look who I found!"
Tegu threw out his arms.
"Miss June Nash."
I got a hug, and Enzo got another nose to violate. Tegu only laughed and wiped his face on his sleeve.
"How is your brother? I hear he's in town to speak about his latest book."
"He is. He's good."
"And your mother?"
He raised a hand to his mouth and kissed the tips of his fingers. Ew. I'd forgotten about his crush. She's still dating Sheriff Warren Mitchell.
"That's a shame."
I bobbed my head in a "this has been fun, let's do it again" way, and took a step back. Great to see you, but Morgan's waiting for me.
Mr. Durgan is with you. How marvelous. Let's call him.
Tegu slipped an arm across my back and steered me into the open elevator.
I'll take you both to breakfast, and we'll celebrate our reunion with a shot of Zacapa.
He shook a finger at me.
I know that's your favorite.
That did sound good, and rum went so well with eggs.
Top floor, Felix. You got it, Dad.
His goofy kid danced over to the panel of buttons and hit 42. The doors began to close and then bounced back open to reveal a gray robot with a laser gun. No, wait. It wasn't a toy. It was the real thing. And out of the corner of my eye, I could see Tegu in the reflection of the elevator's wall. He had a gun of his own. The robot ripped the cardboard helmet from its head.
I've got you now.
It had been almost 2 years, but I'd know that smarmy expression anywhere. The Fed with no name. Crotch Guy. He'd been after Tegu for years, had even used me as bait in the past. And now they'd come face to face, and were going to take each other down, even if they had to go through me to do it. 6. Crotch Guy slashed the air with his free arm.
Move.
But Tegu caught my elbow.
Not before Miss Nash and I finish catching up. How are you, my dear?
Alive, but a little worried about my chances of keeping it that way. I let a long breath out through my clenched lips. Maybe Morgan was wrong, and there were cameras in the elevators. I could live with a little accidental flashing if it meant the security guard was paying enough attention to save me from this standoff. Enzo sensed my distress and stuck his tongue up my nose. A faraway voice rose out of Crotch Guy's chest.
Do you see him?
Hey, there was a tiny walkie-talkie tucked into the waistband of his robot suit. Tegu uttered a couple of uhs.
Please don't reply. We'll keep this between us. Sounds good, Bresino. Now, put your gun on the ground, and you and your kid are going to get on your stomachs with your hands on the back of your heads.
Tegu gave his head a little shake.
No.
Which didn't thrill Crotch Guy.
What do you mean, no? Do it. I'm the law. Excellent for you, my friend. I'm not your friend. No, I suppose you're not. Still, I can't comply with your request because I'm too busy having a lovely chat with Miss Nash, who is my friend.
I tried to laugh off his comment, but the back of my throat had gone dry. The sound that came out was more of a gagging cough. We're not that close. Crotch Guy shifted his weight, and a look of disgust settled on his face.
I knew tailing you would pay off.
You've been following me? Again? I flashed on Key West and how much trouble I'd gotten into thanks to him. Tegu clicked his tongue.
You seem to have an infatuation with Miss Nash.
Crotch Guy swiped at the air again.
Take that back. I completely understand. She comes from excellent lineage. The red hair on her mother's head,
The fingertips of his gunless hand got another kiss. Crotch Guy shifted his weight again.
Let me tell you how this is going to go down, Bresino. Please, enlighten me. I'm going to arrest you. Nash here is going to help me.
I shook my head. I don't think so.
First, she's going to put the cuffs on you.
He reached into the neck of his suit to retrieve a pair of handcuffs, which he threw my way. They hit me in the chest and dropped to the carpet. That look of disgust reappeared.
I forgot that you catch like a...
Every door around us swung open and a sea of bodies poured into the hall. Crotch Guy was swept away with the crowd, and I shifted to make room as the elevator filled with convention-goers, eventually ending up in the hall. Tegu and his son rode away without me, and a quick 360 didn't reveal Crotch Guy. I pushed Enzo's muzzle out of my face, wiped my wet nose on the back of my hand, and took the next elevator out of there. The suite was empty when I got back. The food trolley was long gone, along with any delicious smells it had produced, and even the dining room table had been cleared. I headed over to the wet bar for a tiny sip of Zacapa to clear my head. My nerves were shot, and then remembered there wasn't any. I did find a note from Morgan.
June, I took Cyrano down to a stray meet-and-greet event, going to feel out the crowd to see if Claire had any enemies. Turns out there are a few Gone Herpin fans in the bunch. Go figure. Do you mind just watching Enzo up in the room? We'll reconnect this afternoon. Morgan.
He didn't have to say it, but I knew the real reason he didn't want me down there. Doozers. I never thought I'd be so happy to be so hated. I did a little yay me dance, and Enzo raced around my feet, barking. You hungry, sweetie? Want some more bacon? No one looked at Enzo twice when we arrived at the restaurant upstairs and were led to a booth by the window. I tied the little dog's leash to one of the table legs and loaded up a plate for me and a bowl of diced carrots and water for him. Crotch Guy was waiting when I returned.
You're under arrest, Nash.
And my nerves were back. 7. I take it you didn't get him? Crotch Guy leaned back in his seat and smacked his lips with a loud pop.
Helping a known felon escape federal custody. That's a 5-year sentence, Nash.
No, it isn't, and I didn't help Tegu do anything. And you had a gun in my face. I yanked my burner cell out of a pocket. I should call Warren. I'm sure he knows how many laws you broke putting an innocent civilian in harm's way. He wouldn't know the sheriff's number wasn't in this phone. Crotch Guy leaned his elbows on the table and folded his fingers under his chin.
And I think your mother would be very interested to hear about your continued relationship with Tegu Bresino.
I set the burner down on the table, and we both leaned back in our seats. What do you want from me?
Did Bresino tell you why he's in town?
I think he and his kid are here for the unicorn thing.
That's all he said?
He asked how my family was. I left out the part about the offer for breakfast. Oh, and then you showed up and almost got me killed.
Does anything in your life not involve hyperbole?
Thanks, Mom. I picked up my fork. I'm going to ignore you now and start eating, because if I don't get food in my stomach soon, I'm going to die, and die again. Crotch Guy rolled his eyes and signaled the waitress.
Can I get some coffee?
I shoved a scoop of eggs into my mouth and waved my fork at him. Excellent. Take it to go. He didn't. He sat there staring at me as I finished the eggs.
My colleagues and I believe Bresino is in town to take over the West Coast distribution of methamphetamine.
I poured maple syrup over 3 slices of French toast covered in powdered sugar and slabs of melting butter. Then why are you sitting here harassing me? Go arrest him. Crotch Guy ran a hand over his chin and took in our view of the strip until his coffee arrived.
He got away back there because someone on the inside is helping him out.
I stabbed a chunk of egg-battered bread and jammed it into my mouth, leaving a trail of syrup running down my chin. Sliding my hands over the condensation gathering on my water glass, I washed the sticky mess off my face. It wasn't me.
Even the waitress knows it wasn't you. I'm talking about regular folks who work for a living. Someone in this hotel was bribed.
Hey, I work for a living. Crotch Guy took a sip of his coffee and reached for the sugar shaker.
You make what? 6 figures a year hanging out with your brother? Boo-hoo, princess.
Just because I make a good living doesn't mean I'm not busting my butt 80 hours a week dealing with all things Dewey related. I didn't mention that I hadn't cracked my computer since I'd tripped over the dead lady. Whatever work I had would wait until this mess was all sorted out. I broke a blueberry scone into smaller pieces and popped a chunk into my mouth. Crotch Guy shook some more sugar over his cup.
Try dealing with this scum of the city 24/7.
Boo-hoo, G-Man. Try dealing with a few thousand of Dewey's superfans. Do you know how I once spent an entire Saturday filling out a police report after a woman broke into our house and live-streamed herself while she tried on every pair of Dewey's underwear?
So, his fans are a little obsessed with him.
They're nuts! You saw how many showed up in the cemetery down in Key West. The jerk had used me as a distraction by letting the doozers think my brother was in town. Crotch Guy waved his empty cup at the waitress.
I do remember how much they hated you.
He was quiet while he waited for his refill, and I was able to finish up the rest of my French toast, a satisfying pile of extra crispy bacon, 3 little zucchini and cheese quiches, and the rest of the scone. I set my empty plate to one side and eyed the buffet. It was being replenished. Ooh, were those crab legs? The waitress arrived, temporarily blocking my view of the food as she refilled our coffee. There was a rapid tap-tap-tap on the table, and I twisted back around to glare at Crotch Guy as a few of my favorite words might have slipped out of my mouth. He was never going to leave. You keep talking a big game about catching Tegu, yet you're still sitting here, bothering me. He looked at me over the rim of his cup. I'm just wondering if you might know why he's visited the 9th floor of this hotel 7 times. No clue. I slid to the edge of the bench seat. There were definitely crab legs on the buffet, but they wouldn't last long. I got to my feet as a cold wave washed down my spine. Wait. I sat back down. How do you know what floor he keeps going to? Crotch Guy eyed me over the rim of his cup. Is your friend Morgan gay? Blast. There was video in the elevators, and he'd seen my boobs. 'Cause if I was in a small, confined space with a woman who was stripping, I certainly wouldn't turn my back. I wasn't stripping. I was turning my shirt inside out. It was covered in glitter. Crotch Guy made a point of looking at my chest. I see. I followed his line of sight, and despite my shirt being inside out, you could still see that I'd been glitter-bombed. Why hadn't I changed when I'd gone to the room? I'd hate for that video to fall into the wrong hands. Was he trying to play me? Maybe he'd only seen me go in and out of the elevator. There's no video. Crotch Guy fiddled with his cell phone and then held it up. This sure looks like that video. And it did. There I was, in the elevator, motioning for Morgan to turn around. 5 more seconds and I'd be topless. I threw up a hand to block the screen. How did you get that? He set his phone face down on the table. I'm the law. I bet that's something those doozers would love to see. You wouldn't. If IHateJuneNash.com got a hold of footage of me half naked in a sort of public place, my life as I knew it would be over. I'd have to find some deserted island and retire. Crotch Guy leaned back in his seat. Help me out, and that footage never sees the light of day. I want to know if Tegu contacts you again. Why would he? The guy's not stupid. He knows you're here. Crotch Guy got to his feet. Maybe. But either way, you're going to keep me informed. I want hourly updates. I want a week in Fiji with Vin Diesel. Can't always get our heart's desire. Hourly updates, Nash. He snatched up my phone. It's password protected. And tapped away at the screen. Apparently, it wasn't. A moment later, his own phone rang. Now you have my number, and I have yours. A simple yes I see him or no I don't, every hour, on the hour. After he left, I charged the bill to my suite, hit the restroom, and went back to the table for Enzo. I'd almost forgotten him. The little dog had been so quiet. There was an open elevator waiting for me as we left the restaurant, but as I hurried over, the doors slid closed. I punched the call button and waited. 3 of the 4 cars were going down, and then stopped and stayed on the first floor. The 4th car finally arrived, and the door popped open. Enzo and I got on, and I hit the button for 41. The doors slid shut, and the car descended, right past my floor. Hey! I pushed the button again as its light turned off. You're supposed to stop! The strip of numbers above the door lit up as we approached, and then past each floor. At least it was a controlled drop, and I probably wasn't going to die. I looked around for a camera as the car kept going down, but didn't see one. The elevator isn't working. Hello? Some help here, please. We finally slowed and stopped on the 27th floor. The doors slid open, and there was Tegu and his kid, smiling at me from the little elevator waiting area. Ms. Nash. I can't say I was that surprised to see him. Why are you still here? They boarded my car, and Tegu pushed G on the button panel. We didn't get to discuss our business before. We have business? You need to get out of here. That Fed is after you. He thinks you're in Las Vegas to take over some drug empire. Tegu held out a hand, palm up. I'm not. I swear on the life of my sweet mama. That Fed thinks you are. He accused me of helping you escape, and now I'm supposed to text him every hour and tell him if I've seen you or not. Tegu pressed a finger to his lips.
May I look at your phone?
There was no reason to hand it over, but I did. See, right there. That's his number, and I'm supposed to text him.
This isn't your regular phone, correct?
Of course he'd recognize a burner when he saw it. I forgot to charge mine. No reason to mention all the extras I carried for emergencies. He tossed my phone to his kid. Felix set one of those 1,000,000-ounce cups of soda by his feet and began tapping away at the screen. What are you doing?
Just setting up an automated response so you don't have to worry about it.
And then he plucked the lid off his drink and dropped my burner into the cup. That seems kind of extreme.
Now he can't track you either.
That did seem like a plus. Tegu clapped his hands together.
Now, where were we before we were so rudely interrupted?
I didn't get a chance to find out. The car slowed as we approached the 3rd floor. Had Crotch Guy found us? Would he race in, guns blazing? Would I be safer standing behind Tegu and Felix? We stopped, and the doors swooshed open to reveal my brother's smiling face. Or rather, a t-shirt of my brother's smiling face. The woman wearing it was a short brunette with a pink streak down one side of her head. She must have sensed the arrival of the elevator because she didn't lift her head from her phone. Going up? Tegu cleared his throat.
This elevator is going down.
She nodded her head and got on board anyway. 10, please. Tegu reached around me to hit the button.
Of course.
The doors slid shut once again, and we continued down to the garage. When the door opened again, a wave of hot air assaulted us. Everyone seemed to let out the same, "Oh my God, that's hot," sigh, and then Felix bounced around me and dove into the open door of the limo/getaway car parked a few feet away. Tegu started to follow, and then blocked the closing door with his shoulder.
It wasn't just a coincidence, us running into each other. I saw your lovely mother arrive this morning.
Ew. Was he going to start drooling all over her again?
And your brother. I noticed he was wearing one of the t-shirts for the convention.
Yeah, white unicorns. Not brown horses. The doozer finally looked up from her phone. Are you getting out? She tilted her head and gave me a once-over, pausing briefly on my glittery blue inside-out shirt. Tegu cleared his throat and tilted his head toward the limo.
Would you care to join me so we can continue our discussion?
I glanced back at the doozer. The hamster wheel was spinning behind her eyes, and I knew there wasn't a lot of time before the words "good adventures" spilled out of her mouth. It was either stay and be forced to listen to yet another sicko tell me why the Snake Man was so sexy, or go off willingly with a wanted criminal. I stepped out of the elevator. I'd love to join you. 8. Enzo peed on one of the limo's tires before Tegu and I got in. I started to ramble an apology, but he held up a hand and shrugged.
Easy rental.
The interior was plush and purple, with leather seating and crystal at the bar. Enzo joined Felix on the love seat at the back, and I took a spot on the sofa beside Tegu, where he offered me a narrow fluted glass filled with a golden bubbly liquid.
How are you, Miss Nash?
Peachy. I drained my champagne in one gulp, easy to do since there wasn't much in the glass, and pressed 2 fingers to my lips to contain the burp that followed. It's been an eventful 24 hours. Tegu leaned forward to squeeze my hand and refill my glass.
Do you enjoy seafood?
He pressed a button on the console beside him, and a drawer at the bar slid open. Hey, it was a refrigerator, full of peeled shrimp over a bed of ice. He pressed another button, and another drawer revealed a selection of utensils.
Chopsticks?
Because why not? Enzo darted up in the narrow aisle of the limo, followed by Felix, who dropped to his knees and went to town on the food, barely pausing to breathe as he chatted away.
What a trip! We get to see June, we're gonna see Dewey, the con is sold out. Yesterday my whole table cleared. I made full Colonel in the league and the auctions tomorrow night. I'm so gonna get that tail.
Ew. I didn't want to think about the kid trying to score. And how gross to talk about it in front of your dad. I gave him a "that's cool" grunt and tried to focus on getting my chopsticks to do their thing. After a couple of failed attempts, I managed to snag a shrimp between the thin pieces of wood for a fraction of a second before it took a dive and sacrificed itself to Enzo's stomach. I tried for another shrimp, this time successfully getting one all the way to my mouth. Enzo whined his displeasure at missing out, and Felix snatched him up for kisses before twisting around to face us.
You know, the only crap moment this week was that Trans Am last night.
Tegu didn't say anything, merely nodded and sipped his champagne. I wasn't sure I wanted more details, but it felt impolite not to ask. Were you in a car accident? Tegu gave me a "don't worry about it" shrug. Felix plucked up a shrimp with his fingers and gave it to Enzo.
We were almost roadkill last night trying to cross the stupid street.
I flashed on Loretta leaning in the door to her room and asking how Claire had died. A guy got hit in the crosswalk outside my hotel last night. Was that almost you? Tegu did another shrug with his shoulders.
I have the luck of the stars.
And the excellent shoving skills of his bodyguard, no doubt.
My associate, not so much.
You knew the guy? He sure didn't seem all that upset. Another shrug.
A former associate. Let me ask you a question, Miss Nash.
Ah, the reason he wanted to chat. I laid the chopsticks in my lap and settled back on the sofa with my leg tucked under my butt. Sure. Tegu selected a cigar from a built-in humidor and offered it to me. I shook my head and hoped my look of disgust didn't offend him.
An acquired taste. Now, Miss Nash,
he continued as he cut the tip from the cigar,
how do you feel about fandoms?
Like the people who chase Dewey around? Tegu smiled briefly and struck a match. He cupped the flame, despite a lack of wind in the limo, until he'd puffed enough to set the tip of the cigar on fire. The used match was discarded in a little silver ashtray, and he leaned back on the sofa and crossed his legs.
Yes, like that. Because of your brother's worldwide visibility, I'm sure you have to deal with his devoted followers on a regular basis.
I shrugged. Deal with, ignore, have arrested, sure. He rolled the cigar between his thumb and two fingers and laughed.
Ah ha ha ha, a good joke.
It wasn't, but I figured he'd have a low opinion of law enforcement, so I laughed along.
And tell me, Miss Nash, what do you think of art?
Like paintings?
Yes, like that.
I like 'em, I guess. I'd never spent much time thinking about what to put on the walls of the house Dewey and I lived in. He paid the bills, so I left the decorating to him.
My son,
Tegu made a slight motion with his glass, and we both looked down at Felix,
has become a fan of a program that has recently gained in popularity and spawned new groups of fans who congregate in cities around the world for fellowship.
Felix raised a fist and yelled, "Horns aloft!" I knew that phrase. It had been shouted at me in the elevator right before I'd been glitter-bombed. Is that the unicorn thing? Tegu smiled.
Yes, Unicorn Protector League.
That got another horns aloft from Felix.
What do you think of it? Do you watch?
Dewey does, but I don't really think about it one way or the other. It's a cartoon.
Yes, many of the fans are very enthusiastic. How do you feel about works of art created by fans?
It's great. It wasn't, but I had a feeling he wouldn't like the truth. Fan art was another reason I avoided the internet. Morgan had once let it slip that there was a whole mess of fans out there who drew graphic pictures depicting he and my brother as more than just friends. He thought it was funny. I didn't think there'd be enough therapy to fix me if I ever got a glimpse.
Perfect.
Tegu picked up the car phone and spoke into it.
We'll be going straight to the gallery.
He listened for a moment and then traded the phone for his cigar. The limo took the next turn and traffic slowed to a crawl. I could see a series of businesses on our right. A liquor store, a dance studio, a gallery. Oh, I knew that place. Dewey had dragged me to a reception there. He'd met the gallery owner at a bar we'd ducked into during a rainstorm after his book signing last year, and she'd invited us to an opening the next night. The art had been weird and 3D, but the food had elevated my soul to another level. And I'd spent the night chatting up the caterer. And eating as much of her food as I could. Turns out, she was the owner's sister. She'd been feeding reception attendees for a few years while she saved her pennies hoping to buy a food truck. Over champagne later in the evening, she'd confessed that thanks to a little problem with the slots, she'd never gotten more than 3 figures in her savings account at any one time. When I'd seen her last, she'd been thinking about spending a little time on a shrink's couch. Maybe that hadn't worked out, and she was still at the gallery. My stomach warbled in anticipation.
I'm very happy to hear how excited you are, Miss Nash.
I wiped the drool off my bottom lip and focused my eyes on Tegu's face. Had I said any of that out loud? He took another puff of his cigar and blew the smoke over his shoulder.
You know, Miss Nash, I was skeptical when Felix first approached me to finance this little venture.
I'd be skeptical about anything that Felix approached me with. Why? Tegu swirled the champagne in his glass.
For you to fully understand and appreciate what I am proposing, we need to start with his gallery.
I looked down at his kid. You're the artist? I couldn't imagine him sitting still long enough to make anything someone would call art. The light ahead turned green, and the limo took off. We zipped past the gallery and took the next right. I looked back over my shoulder, and for a hot minute I swear I caught sight of the chef's sister in the front window. And she'd been pushing a trolley of covered dishes filled with all my favorite foods. I thought we were going to look at art?
We are. It's the first step in the proposal I'd like to discuss. Then, afterwards, I shall take you to my favorite restaurant in Las Vegas. It's run by world-renowned chef Cecil V. Have you heard of him?
I actually had. Last year, the guy had done an event for Roar and Soar, the network that owns Dewey's show. The whole thing had been an elevated take on mushrooms. Most of the dishes had involved some sort of foam. It had been disgusting. I smiled at Tegu. He's fantastic. Chances were good that he'd expanded his repertoire for the tourist trade. The average Jane Q public liked her burgers medium rare with cheese fries on the side.
Wonderful, Miss Nash. I shall have him hold the chef's table for us.
He picked up the car phone again and rattled off a lot of hushed Spanish. As the limo cruised away from the hubbub of Las Vegas, Felix turned on the stereo, and hip-hop narrated our descent from neon flash to the dull browns of the Southwest desert. I pressed my face against the window. Where exactly is this gallery?
Not far. It's in a very quaint little town called Bilton. Do you know it, Miss Nash?
It sounds familiar. No need to mention Warren and all the cops he was hanging out with at this very moment. What were the chances that we'd run into them?
More champagne?
He lifted the bottle. Huh. I was empty again. The alcohol had done its job. The whole I'm going to die today panic had been warmed to a soft, I'm probably going to live buzz. Any more booze, and I'd be no good to anyone else for the rest of the day. Maybe just half a glass. I woke up to Enzo's tongue up my nose. The limo had stopped, and we were both alone. I stretched and caught a look at the little clock on the wet bar. 1:37. Tegu wandered into view, followed by the driver who'd taken off his official limo guy jacket, and I could see the gun holstered at his shoulder. Which made sense. In the past, Tegu's drivers had doubled as bodyguards, though this one hadn't done too good a job today. He'd let Crotch Guy almost take down his boss. Unless Tegu had sent him ahead to position the getaway car, which would have been smart. I waited for a break in their conversation and popped open the door. I was hit with a wave of dry heat, flavored with dust, dirt, and despair, thanks to the condition of the building behind them. It looked more like a factory long past its glory days than an art gallery. A sign over the front doors had lost most of its letters, leaving just a V, R, and O, askew and dangling. Every visible window was broken, and the roof looked like a dozen or so tiny tornadoes had eaten their fill here and there. Tegu clapped his hands together and leaned in to look at me.
You're awake, Miss Nash. Wonderful. Can you meet us inside?
I left Enzo in the air-conditioned limo. Taking a high-energy dog into an abandoned building didn't seem like a good idea, and headed for the ramp that Tegu and his bodyguard had used to get inside, bypassing a set of stairs with a grimy Swiss cheese consistency. I didn't want to know the kind of people who would willingly come to a gallery housed here. I hung Morgan's sunglasses on the front of my shirt, yanked open the door, and coughed out a mouthful of mold, dust, and whatever little bits of old factory disease I'd just inhaled. It was funhouse creepy inside. Thin streaks of sunlight rained down from the patchy roof above, highlighting torn carpet samples dropped here and there, as if someone had thrown them over a shoulder as they'd run screaming from the building. Probably because of the rodent-sized squeaks coming at me from somewhere down the hall. A gazillion layers of graffiti were splashed across the walls, and a bookcase had been thrown through the office window on my right. To my left, a metal railing led down a set of stairs that disappeared into darkness. I took off my hat and waved away tiny flakes of dust that were drifting in and out of the sunbeam in front of my mouth, and shouted, "Hello?" The sooner I got this whole gallery thing over, the sooner we'd get to our chef's table. From somewhere below me, Tegu's voice drifted up.
"Miss Nash, stay there until we get the generator started. I don't want you to fall on the stairs."
There was no way I was hanging around with the rats. I held onto the railing that led down to some sort of factory floor. At the bottom, my heel splashed in a puddle, and I did a little two-step thing trying to keep my other foot dry. I backed into a stack of wobbly crates, stumbled away, and then righted myself as I landed in that same puddle with both feet. Blast. This day just couldn't get any... I sensed motion and whirled as a bear leaped from the junk above. I screamed as it took me down and we fell to the floor. I was about to get eaten alive. 9. My fingers wrapped around something solid, and I was swinging and connecting, knocking the beast away, scrambling free, swinging again as a harsh beam of light revealed my enemy sprawled out on its back, and my terror fizzled into a hiccup. Instead of blood, there was stuffing everywhere. I'd been attacked by a giant teddy bear. I heard someone tisk-tisk, and Tegu was beside me, shaking his head and playing the flashlight over my handiwork. He started it. I let go of the stick of wood clutched in my fist. "Where are we, Tegu?"
"The factory floor of the Voss Teddy Bear Company."
He waved the light over the labyrinth of disaster boxing us in. Rusted sewing machines, collapsed conveyor belts, dust-covered tools, stacks of wooden crates, and piles of tattered teddy bear skins scattered here and there.
"This is Xavier, the teddy that took down an empire. The founder's granddaughter felt the same way as you, except she took her frustration out on her grandfather."
Not a fan of stuffed animals?
"At first, she was. Voss was the number 3 teddy bear company in the world, until their founder decided to put everything behind Xavier, forsaking their tiny Trudy Teddy line, which was their real moneymaker. In less than a year, Voss was bankrupt."
That led to another tisk-tisk.
"With the founder dead and the granddaughter in jail, no one was left to run the company, and it fell into ruin."
Somewhere close by, the soft hum of a generator kicked in, and he shut off his flashlight. "Let me guess, you bought the place for a bargain."
"You have a good head for business, Miss Nash. This factory will be ideal for our uses, and in a delightful coincidence, happens to be incredibly close to one of our suppliers. Felix has been able to take Myrtle over for pickups."
Whoever that was.
"Come, I have something for your hand."
I checked out my fingers. Hey, they were covered in splinters. And hurried to catch up as he wove his way through the mess to a makeshift room squared off with long, thick sheets of plastic. Just beyond that, an open door gave me a view of the limo parked outside in the bright sunshine. "I thought you were taking me to a gallery."
"I did. Hijo?"
One of the walls fluttered, and Felix stuck out his head. He held open a panel, and I peeked in. The plastic room was filled with renditions of the unicorn that had glitter-bombed me back at the hotel. Childlike drawings were clipped to a half-dozen easels with a rolling cart parked beside each, topped with jars of paint, brushes soaking in water, and long, thin tubes that couldn't contain all their glittery glitter. Over on a couple of folding tables, 40 or 50 dried paintings had been tucked into simple acrylic frames and stacked in piles. Everything in sight was dotted with a rainbow of paint splatters. And glitter. Lots and lots of glitter. Tegu slid an arm across my lower back and guided me over the threshold to the nearest easel. He plucked a roll of packaging tape from a lower shelf on the cart, tore off a piece of tape, and went to work on my splinters. Felix danced over to us, steering a rack of t-shirts and sweatpants glittered in unicorn splendor.
What do you think?
He selected a shirt and held it out for my inspection. The same scene from one of the easels had been rendered in puffy paint. The design was simple. A unicorn floated over a field of wavy purple grass as a burst of blue glitter flowed from the horn. Above it, a red-faced, three-armed sun smiled. It was what I'd expect from a toddler, not a grown man. I surprised myself by saying, "That's Rupert." How had I remembered that? Felix pumped a fist in the air.
Yes! Told you she'd know who it is!
He went back to bouncing on his toes.
I followed the themes of the show. You see, the unicorns have almost all died out, so they are unhappy, but...
He waved his hand over the air in front of the smiling sun.
One faction of robots is battling another to save the unicorns in the lucid forest.
Ah, not a sun, just a grinning robot head with arms floating in the sky. How terrifying. So what do you do with these? Maybe Tegu had a really big refrigerator.
Sell 'em.
Oh, did you want me to buy one? For once, I was happy I didn't have my purse.
I need all these for my table.
What table?
Artist Alley. You know, at the con. I sold out yesterday. That's why you didn't see any at my booth.
Ah, the tables I'd run past chasing Enzo. If Felix's stuff was best-selling, I didn't want to see the things people couldn't move. Tegu folded up the splinter-covered piece of tape and dropped it onto the cart before tearing off a new strip and continuing.
My son sees great potential for tapping into the fandom of the Unicorn Protector League show, which is why I wanted to bring you here.
He finished up his work on my thumb, running his fingers over the skin.
I think I got it all. Next time, I recommend a metal bat.
I'll start carrying one. He tossed the roll of tape back onto the cart.
Iho, why don't you take this supply of merchandise out to the limo?
Felix gave us a thumbs up and bounced over to a stack of canvas bags. He filled one with half the framed drawings and skipped off. When his son was gone, Tegu began to pace between the easels.
We talked about fandoms, Miss Nash.
We did. Hopefully, we were about to leave for lunch.
You know, there is much crossover between those that adore your brother and those that adore this unicorn and his world of winged friends.
Dewey has a t-shirt. Tegu smiled.
Yes, but it's much more than just a children's television show. In recent years, the popularity of the program has increased tenfold. What was once an obscure cartoon on a network that no longer exists has found a new life thanks to the World Wide Web.
My true arch-nemesis. The internet made it easy for Dewey's fans to collectively hate me. Tegu motioned for me to follow him out of the plastic room to where another industrial sewing machine had been set up. This one didn't look like it belonged in a war zone. It was shiny and new. Beside it, the top shelf of another rolling cart was covered with spools of thread from every color of the rainbow. The lower shelf was filled with stuffed Ruperts. They looked about as well put together as the paintings.
What do you think?
They're really soft.
I feel the time is right to bring Unicorn Protector League back to the world with new episodes.
And all new merchandise? What does this have to do with my brother?
He would be the new voice of Rupert, of course.
Of course. Tegu stopped to wave a hand across the air as if he were unveiling a banner.
Unicorn Protector League returns to television screens worldwide with the amazing Dewey Nash. Think of the power of these two fandoms combined.
You want to go into business together? The idea was nuts. Me and Dewey and an international murder suspect who was, technically, still on the run and being pursued by a crazy cop. Or the FBI. Or whatever the heck crotch guy was. That was the last thing I needed in my life. An image of my mother hearing the news flashed through my brain. She'd have a conniption fit. So, tell me a little bit about how that would work. He grinned and held the unicorn up next to his face. I knew I liked you the minute I... There was a loud pop, and one of Rupert's glass eyes exploded. 10. Tegu grabbed a fistful of my shirt and yanked me off my feet. I threw my arms over my head as chunks of the sewing machine rained down on us. I felt him press his face against my hair, and he whispered, You take Myrtle. I'll distract him. We'll talk contracts later. And then he was gone. What? Who was Myrtle? I flung curls out of my eyes and caught sight of his shoes as he crawled away at a pretty fast clip. Like he'd done that sort of thing in the past. A lot. Where are you going? He jerked his head to the path on his right, but went left, vanishing into the labyrinth. Wait for me! I crawled after him, weaving through stacks of junk until I saw daylight. The door! And there was Tegu, leaping into the back of the limo as it peeled out, kicking up gravel in its wake and disappearing from view. He was leaving me. Again! Just like Key West and New York. The guy was completely unreliable, which was totally expected. He was a wanted criminal. The limo zoomed back into view a moment later, racing off in the opposite direction, a Trans Am hot on its tail. Chances were good I could stand up now. I didn't. What if they'd left a killer behind to take out Tegu's accomplices? Was I an accomplice? I was an idiot. But would they know that? Maybe. I was pretty sure I looked like an idiot. Doozers told me that all the time. Well, this idiot was done with Tegu. I was never going to get into another car with him ever again. I sat back on my heels and stayed where I was until I couldn't hear the chase anymore, and then gave it another slow count to 60. Climbing to my feet, I shook chunks of metal and glass off my clothes and out of my hair before I slapped a hand against my back pocket, which was empty. Oh, yeah. Felix had dropped my phone into his soda back at the hotel. New rule, I was never going purseless anywhere ever again. Even to the bathroom. What good were all those extra cell phones if I didn't carry them with me everywhere all the time? I worked my way outside and did a slow 360. Tegu was long gone, and the area had an end of the world, nothing to see here feel to it. No houses, no businesses, no nothing. Just a wall of shade trees on the other side of the factory. Wait. Tegu had said something important when I'd first arrived. I'd gone down the stairs, been attacked by the bear. If I ever told anyone the story, that sucker was going to be alive. Tegu had shared what led to the factory's ruin, and then he'd been delighted about a coincidence. Oh, yeah. There was a supplier nearby, which meant a business. With a phone I could use. But if I was about to knock on someone's door, I needed to be somewhat presentable. Right now, I looked like a disaster. I was covered head to toe in oily water, mud, blue glitter, and splatters of paint. I headed back inside, took a quick detour to find Morgan's sunglasses and my hat, both back at the scene of my Xavier teddy bear massacre, and then wove my way over to the plastic room and the rack of unicorn crap. I found a t-shirt that fit well enough, and scissors converted a pair of sweatpants into cutoffs. I was out of luck in the footwear department. A long walk in flip-flops was a bad idea. I'd have to stick with my wet sneakers, which would dry fast in the hot sun. I chugged the last can of soda from a small fridge and headed outside. Which way to go? I did a quick eeny-meeny, turned my back to the big orange ball in the sky, and stepped out onto the road as a wavy mirage on the horizon morphed into the Trans Am. They'd finished off Tegu, and they were coming for me. Wait, had they even known about me? The Trans Am zoomed closer, and I caught sight of a crunch in the front right bumper. It had to be the same car that had taken out a pedestrian in the crosswalk outside my hotel. Then it passed me. I was safe. Tires squealed, and the stench of burning rubber told me I was an idiot who needed to run. I veered off the road and raced back into the grass alongside the factory. I'd be safe in the trees, and maybe the killers in the Trans Am wouldn't follow. I saw the fence at the last second. Chest high, metal, small squares maybe big enough for... I leaped, caught my sneakers here and there, right foot, left, up and over, landing in the grass on the other side, heading for the trees, shrieking as the llama appeared at my side, humming away as it matched my pace. Behind us, there was a scream, and I glanced back. There were 2 guys at the fence. One on the wrong side, writhing about, his t-shirt half over his head, a chunk stuck in the mouth of another llama bent on getting the whole thing. The other guy trying to help his friend, not sure what to do. Definitely not chasing me anymore, but I needed to get out of sight. I kicked up my speed, lost my llama friend at the tree line, and altered my course when I spotted the barn. I fumbled with a latch, got safely inside, and rested my forehead against the closed door. I was safe. Best to look for a back way out, just in case the guys had gotten around the llama and were still after me. I spun around and shrieked at the new llama blocking my path. It flattened its ears, raised its chin, and spit a wad of green gunk in my face. 11. Gunk was in my eyes, my hair, my mouth. I doubled over, gagged, felt something furry against my neck, spun around ready to defend myself against another attack, and ran smack into a face full of barn door. I stumbled, clutching my wet, stinky face, and felt human hands grip my sides. Something soft swept across my face. A towel! I was saved! You've got some nerve. Or not. I flipped off my ball cap and wiped wet hair out of my eyes. A short, white woman with cropped black hair appeared to be pretty pissed with me. Behind her, a llama with shaggy brown fur danced around like he was ready for round 2. The woman used an arm to keep him back while shaking a long-handled wire brush at me, and then at my shirt. Yesterday was a crappy day, and the last thing I need today is another one of you fools trying to see the tail. She thought I was one of them, a Felix. And why wouldn't she? My outfit screamed this loser is a massive Unicorn Protector League fan. Which I wasn't. I was just an ordinary run-of-the-mill loser. Her mouth stretched into a thin line. Viewing begins 1 hour before the auction and not a moment sooner. Viewing? I had no clue. It probably had something to do with the weird unicorn people. I stretched out the t-shirt, wishing I could peel it off. Oh, I'm not... The brush inched closer to my face. Get off my property, or I will not only ban you from every auction for the next 10 years, but you'll have to make your own tails. And if you want fiber from me, I'll charge you... She muttered to herself, tapping fingers against the brush before blurting out, triple! And then she poked my shoulder. You look familiar. Did I ban you already? I raised my hands. I swear, I don't know anything about an auction or fiber or anything. I am not one of those... I jabbed a finger at the unicorn on my chest. Them. I had to put this stuff on because I didn't have anything else to wear. She shifted her weight and tapped the brush against her chin. You're not here to spy on the tail before the auction? I have no clue what that means. Who are you? Her demeanor changed from, I don't care if you live or die, to, I'm kind of interested in this weirdo standing in my barn. I'm June Nash. My brother Dewey is famous. Best to mention that. Famous people got a lot of leeway in the world. He has a TV show. She snapped her fingers and tugged a cell phone from a pocket. She fiddled with the screen and then turned it my way with a bit of awe. Dewey smiled at me from a candid shot on the screen. He's the guy from Gone Herpin'? Yes! I love that show. Of course she loved it. All the crazies did. She scrolled through the page. These people really don't like you. Wait, is that IHateJuneNash.com? Don't listen to them. It's all lies. She probably wouldn't believe me. No one ever did. With my luck, this was going to end up on the site titled, "The Day June Tried to Kill My Favorite Llama." Your brother's fans bother you? Torment is more like it. They all want a piece of him, and I'm not sharing, and they hate me. And they use that horrible website to make up stories about me, and everyone thinks I'm some evil person, and I'm really nice when you get to know me. The woman tucked her phone back into a pocket, threw out her arms, and pulled me into a hug. Not the reaction I was used to. She finally let go and stepped back. You understand what it's like to protect something you love. I get that. I really do. She stuck out a hand. I'm Ruby Bird. June Nash. Sorry about Lord Langcroft. She dug an odd-looking cookie from a pocket, stuck it in her mouth, and then leaned toward the llama. He wrapped his lips around the treat, and it promptly disappeared. Ruby patted his side as he munched away. He's been kinda jumpy all day. I have a sink back there if you want to clean up while I take him back to his paddock. Thanks. For a gorgeous guy, he's got stinky spit. Oh, llama spit isn't really spit. It's more of a snack. You see, they regurgitate— Say no more, please. By the time she joined me at the barn's sink, I'd washed off most of the green-tinted gunk. She helped clean up a few bits that had sunk into my hair, and then found me a towel from one of the cupboards. So, what are you doing in my barn, June Nash? I'm sorry about just coming in here. There were these guys, and I was just trying to hide. Your brother's fans were chasing you? Yeah. The Trans Am killers could have been doozers. I was with some friends. We got out of the car to stretch our legs. Those guys showed up. I got separated from everybody else, and they sort of drove off without me. No need to mention the gun battle back at the factory. She'd likely call the police, and they'd likely ask who was doing the shooting or the chasing. And if I mentioned Tegu, Crotch Guy would show up, and I just didn't have the energy for that. Or the lecture from Mom that would follow. Your friends aren't very good friends. They really aren't. If you're not a UPLer, why are you dressed like one? She waved a finger at my shirt. I got unicorn glitter bombed this morning, and thanks to this dog, I had nothing else clean to wear, and a friend had these. She scrunched up her face and spit into the sink. I hate dogs. Want some coffee? I'd love some. We can figure out who's worse, your brother's fans or the unicorn groupies. I was sure I'd win. I followed her out a side door in the barn, up a path made of tiny rocks that crunched under my shoes, and into the kitchen of a ranch-style house. Bathroom's just up the hall if you need it. I did. The shower looked inviting, but I stuck with the basics and found Ruby in the kitchen after. She'd made coffee and cinnamon rolls. Now it was my turn to hug her. I was starving. We drank, ate, and commiserated about the fans we each had to deal with. She showed me photos of her llamas. Tobuscus, cheesecake, and sprinkles seemed to be her favorites, and I offered to send her a glossy 8x10 of Dewey, actually signed by my brother himself. Not something I did for most people. She flipped to the last page of her photo album, and I recognized the llama who'd stolen the t-shirt from the Trans Am guy. This is my champion, Percival Frederickstein von Musel-Klukowski de Royo III, but I call him Fred for short. He's sweet, but he does have a bit of a diva attitude. Especially when you tried to jump his fence. I felt like I should have mentioned something about that, but I didn't want to ruin our new friendship. I couldn't remember the last time I'd met someone who had so much in common with me. When she got up, I figured she was making more coffee, but she crooked a finger. Follow me. I want to show you something. She took me down a hall and stopped outside a door locked with a number pad. She half-turned, and I looked away. No sense in making my new friend mad by scoping out her passcode. When I looked back, she was flipping on a light. The room reminded me a bit of the factory, but without the mess. A spinning wheel, 2 sewing machines, a rather obsessive amount of yarn tucked into floor-to-ceiling cubbies, and a rectangular work table covered in her tools of the trade. She lifted the lid of a wide wooden box. This is the tale. It was a long braid, rosy in color, thick. Maybe 3 feet long with tiny golden flowers woven in here and there, and it reminded me of the tail on the stupid unicorn who'd glitter-bombed me. Except this one was high-end luxe, not something your average person could afford. Which explained the auction. and Felix's interest. Ruby laid the braid across one hand and let it dangle toward the floor. I nodded and gave it my best oohs and ahs. "You want to touch it?" I really didn't, but she acted like that was a big deal, so I tapped a finger to a spot without flowers. It was silky soft, and I fought an urge to rub my face in it. It was supposed to be 3 inches longer, but there was an issue. She fluffed the ends with her palm before laying the braid back into the velvet-lined box. "This has been so much fun, but I have to leave in a bit. I'm making a delivery. Do you need a ride someplace?" Ruby and I spent the drive comparing more horror stories. UPLers for her, doozers for me. I was taking her through me almost being buried alive in a cemetery in Key West when we pulled up to the hotel valet. "You should come by the auction tonight. Give me someone sane to talk to. I can put your name on the list." "That sounds fun." The words rolled out of my mouth before I knew what I was saying. It shouldn't have sounded fun, being around a whole lot of unicorn glitter bombers, but it actually did when I added Ruby to the mix. "Thanks, I'll try to make it." In the lobby, I headed straight for the hotel's boutique. I had to get out of these clothes before someone saw me. I grabbed lightweight slacks, a t-shirt advertising the Gilded Eagle Casino, and a cardigan with an eagle's face on the back. They'd do until I could wash my clothes. At the register, I charged it all to the suite and asked for the closest restroom. I needed to lose my unicorn affiliation.
"Go out through the lobby and turn left. You can't miss it."
I waved to Alejandro, but got inside the bathroom before he could catch up. He'd want an update, and as far as I knew, there weren't any. That, and I didn't want anyone I knew seeing me in this outfit. The first stall was empty. I changed into my new clothes, dumped the unicorn stuff in the trash, checked to see if Alejandro was in sight. He wasn't, and headed for the elevators. I was more than ready to order some Zacapa from room service and put my feet up. The car arrived with a ding, the door opened, and my heart skipped a beat.
"Junie!"
The car was filled with a half-dozen women in combat gear. The one in the middle was holding out her arms and flashing 24 pearly whites my way.
"It's Sarah, Dewey's book agent."
So it was, deploying her usual, not-so-subtle jab at my inability to remember people's names. Normally, the woman would be outfitted in some sort of pastel-flavored dress that clung to her shapely form. Today, she looked like she was about to invade a small country.
"Did you read my email?"
Blast, I'd only read her text, which had asked me to read her email. Sure. From the looks of everybody's outfits, Sarah wanted to talk over new security measures for Dewey's lectures. The women with her were probably a special squad. Maybe they were going to follow us from city to city.
"I love the outfits, Sarah."
They'd be perfect for reminding the doozers that they needed to keep their hands to themselves when it came to my brother. Sarah flashed me another tooth-filled smile.
"So you're on board?"
Sure. I was always down for looking over the escape routes for my brother's lectures. Too many doozers meant too little space to hide out in if things got out of control, which they usually did. Sarah's mouth formed a little O.
"I have extra rifles in the trunk of my car. I knew I should have brought them in."
That seemed extreme, but I was always down with a little doozer intimidation. One of the women threw up an arm. "Our ride's here!" Everybody charged forward, dragging me along through the lobby. Sarah leaned in close for a selfie with me. Wait, it wasn't a picture. It was a video, and there were little red hearts popping up all over the screen.
"We're back on the live, ready to head to the venue. And guess what? June is playing too. You excited, June?"
The screen came in closer, and for some reason, my reflection was wearing a mustache and glasses. What the? Sarah pulled me in closer.
"Say hi. They can hear you."
Hear me? Wait, had she said live? Was someone watching us?
"Good adventures!"
she screamed into the phone. Uh-oh. That phrase meant only one thing.
"So happy to see all 622,000 of you. This is the day you've all been waiting for. The first annual Good Adventures Paintball Competition. 2 hours, 16 teams, 1 winning squad. Get your checkbooks ready.
Everything we raise today goes to the Grand Scheme Rescue Center, and I'm so happy that June will be with us to kick it all off." And that explained the crowd. Blast. I was on my way to play paintball with doozers. This was not going to end well. 12. We piled into 2 taxis. Me, Sarah, and the cell phone recording my anguish in one, and the rest of the squad in another. On the way, Sarah chatted up her event, while I tried to figure out how to escape without coming off as the jerk the doozers knew I was. Every now and then, I made the mistake of reading the comments on the little screen. Most were decorated with little pictures of tanks and the words, "pew pew." Is June really playing? Bring this to our town. Will there be playback? Drinking game idea! I need to start practicing for next time. Sarah blocked her mouth to whisper, "Look how happy they are with our choice of charity." Yeah, that's what they're excited about. When we parked in front of the Condor Hills Casino and Resort, she leaped out and handed off the phone to one of her squad. They all posed for the camera and leaned into the front of the cab. "How much do you want to just drive away and pretend you thought I was already out of the cab?" I didn't get a response, because one of the squad was distracting the driver with cash, and Sarah was holding my door for me. "Your gear's inside. I had some loaners sent over from the local paintball group." What if nothing fits? Which was the hope. "I asked your mom for your measurements." Of course she had. "Does it hurt when you get shot?" "Not that much. Just a little sting." That would be enough. "You know, Mom loves paintball. We should get her to play next time." Sarah flashed a few dozen teeth. "Great idea. We'll do a whole family thing." And Dewey's new girlfriend, who could have invited me to join her and Mom for their shopping trip. Not that I would have gone. Look at you, Junie, coming up with great ideas. It's a shame Dewey already had plans. What about us, Sarah? Are we playing together? We are. Well, probably not a good idea to shoot someone on my own team. We joined up with the others, and I followed them into a long side hall that led to a dark and dreary locker room. The place was stuffed with more ladies getting ready for the games. Way too many of them looked way too happy to see me. Sarah did a round of hugs and swung back by to drop off a duffel bag. There was still the hope that Mom was wrong and nothing would fit. Of course, it was like the uniform had been made just for me. I was trying to figure out what all the pockets in the vest were for when Sarah returned. She'd changed out of her camo. Now she was wearing jeans and a long black and white striped shirt with the letters REF on the front. "You're not playing anymore?" "I don't usually ref, but the girl who does really wanted to play when she heard you'd be here. You're bringing so much joy to this fundraiser." "I do what I can." "You look great in camo, Junie." Something I thought no one would ever say to me. "Did you read over the rules I emailed?" I hadn't read the email. "Remind me, real quick?" "Well, the game is pretty straightforward. Biggest thing is, don't shoot the ref." She tugged on her jersey and chuckled. That one would be hard. She was the reason I was in this mess. "If you get hit, raise your hands in the air and you'll be able to walk safely to the sidelines." From the looks of my teammates, I wasn't sure that would be true. "If someone yells, 'Paint check,' stop firing and freeze until I restart play. If you get shot, hold your gun over your head and yell, 'Out!' In the arena, you'll see netting around the edges. That's out of bounds. Don't go in that area during gameplay or you're out." Excellent. Once they yelled go, that would be my new home. "And don't shoot someone who's closer to you than 10 feet. Right. They all know that, right? The grins on the closest women told me they did. And they didn't care. One even held up her fingers like a gun and fired a shot. Blast. I was going to die. Sarah used my shoulder to boost herself up onto the bench and clapped her hands. "Ladies, is everyone ready?" A whole lot of cheering said they were. "Avery has your weapons and ammunition in the party area, along with lots of snacks. See you out there, and everybody have a good adventure!" Everyone screamed Dewey's catchphrase back at her, and I leaned in close to Sarah's ear. Just out of curiosity, how long does this take? She guided me away from all the noise as the women spilled out of the locker room. Our session is set for 2 hours, but we'll break into small groups, and each game lasts 10 minutes. You ready, Junie? Not even a little. You're so funny. At the end of the hall, I followed Sarah Sunshine through a set of double doors. This is where we hang out while we wait for our turn. The room was filled with tables for lounging and housed a buffet setup with drinks and finger foods. Vending machines added additional options, and long, low windows offered glimpses of a paint-splattered junkyard, the playing field. Beat-up cars and haphazard stacks of tires were arranged across the ground floor. Sets of cement steps led to a second and third level, with metal partitions offering shelter here and there. Panels of orange mesh protected a circular ramp that rose from the ground all the way up to a treehouse-like structure that towered above everything else. I felt fingers around my arm, and Sarah was guiding me over to a bin of weapons. The setup is super easy. The compressed air canister screws in here. This is the hopper. She continued to rattle off parts, pointing them out with a manicured nail, and finally she tugged a little hat over the end of the rifle. When you're not in play, always keep the barrel cover on, just in case you forget to hit the safety, so you don't accidentally shoot someone. Now, when you're finished playing... Over her shoulder, the same woman who'd shot me with her finger gun back in the locker room used 2 fingers to point to her own eyes, and then at me. Yep, I was going to die. 13. Sarah, are you sure I'm not taking someone's spot? I don't want to keep one of Dewey's fans from having all this fun. Not at all. Now, you have all the rules down? Sure. There was no way I'd remember anything she'd just told me, and in the grand scheme of things, it didn't matter. The minute play started, I was heading straight for the boundary. Wonderful! I put up with a last hug, and she waved an arm over her head. Ladies, I'm going to be coming around putting a strip of tape on your arm. Red, green, yellow, blue, orange, purple, white, and black. 2 stripes mean you play after the break. She stuck a piece of yellow tape around my upper arm and wandered off. I found a spot at the back wall as the players got ready for their game. Finger Gun Lady made a point to swing past me. I switched so we could be on opposite teams. She pointed to the blue tape on her arm. Great. She wandered off, and I accidentally made eye contact with another player. She gave me the same finger gun salute. From now on, anytime Sarah sent me a message, I was going to read each and every word, as soon as it hit my inbox. When the game started, everyone lost interest in me as they crowded around the windows to watch. I stayed where I was. The only thing I cared about was the boundary line, my salvation once the whistle blew. I found a seat at a table in the back and set my helmet in the spot I usually reserved for a shot of Zacapa. The visor was shiny and reflected my curls back at me, and that was going to be a problem. We might have all been dressed the same, but everyone knew what my hair looked like, and if it all didn't fit up under my helmet, I was going to get shot. A lot. Even as I ran for the exit. I leaned over and gathered my hair into a ball, dropped it into the helmet, and then straightened up to shove the whole thing down on my head. It fit. Barely. And it smelled. Kinda like Morgan's hound had peed in it. I flipped the visor up for a breath of fresh air. A few doozers were watching me, like they knew something I didn't. Would a doozer stoop that low? I tugged the helmet back off and set it in my lap until all eyes were back on the windows. Then I tiptoed over to another table and did a quick switch. The helmets all looked alike. No one would know the difference. The new one didn't smell, but for some reason, my hair wouldn't fit up inside. After a third attempt, I gave up and started tucking the curls down my shirt. At least they'd be somewhat hidden. The first game ended, and there was a change of players. Paint-covered women poured into the room, hugged, did selfies, and I got more finger gun salutes as new players headed out to the junkyard. When the game started and the crowd hit the windows to watch, I ventured over. Maybe it would be a good idea to get a look at the playing field before I went out there. My group was next, and I wanted to get a visual on how far it would be to the boundary net. I found a spot at the window, and a player inside the arena noticed me. They raised their gun and fired a shot, blocking my view through the window with a splatter of green. So much for that. When the next paint-splattered group came in, I joined my team, who looked more than a little disappointed they wouldn't be able to shoot me, and we made our way out to the junkyard. It was cold, like they had the air conditioning on frigid. I probably could have seen my breath if I hadn't been wearing a helmet. Half the women with us jogged across the playing field, and one of my teammates got the rest of us behind a partition and started rattling off commands that included words like flank, jam puff, and thumping, all while waving her hands around in the air. "Everybody square on our objective!" I wasn't, but it didn't matter. I just needed to be on the other side of the boundary netting once that whistle blew. Wait, would there be a whistle? Had we already started? How would we know? A shrill blast from Sarah sent everyone scrambling, dragging me along with the mess, depositing me behind a washing machine. One step, and I'd have been out, away from the doozers, done, free to go. But now, I was stuck. Unless I accidentally put myself in someone's line of sight, I'd have to act bummed about getting shot. A little sting wouldn't be all that bad. A voice shouted, "Hit!" and the whistle blew. I peeked around the barrier at a woman, one hand in the air, heading for the exit, hobbling like she was in pain. Okay, maybe getting shot wasn't such a good plan after all. When the whistle blew again, I clutched my rifle to my chest. Maybe I could just stay here until it was all over. 10 minutes. That's all I needed. More like 9 now. Or 8. A splatter of blue hit the floor by my rifle, and I scrambled to my feet and ran. Keeping low, I hit a ramp and kept going, feeling the strain in my calves as the floor arched upward, and I was on the second level, miles away from my objective. I dropped into a protected corner as rounds of blue paint slammed into the wall behind me. Okay, I'd stay here until the game was... A figure appeared, in a low run, coming straight at me, their gun aimed low. I shrieked and threw up my hands, and put a big yellow splotch in the center of their chest. I'd forgotten that I was still carrying the rifle. The player shouted, "Hit!" stood up, and the whistle blew. "Sorry about that," I said. The woman flipped up the visor on her helmet. It was Finger Gun Lady. "Someone else will get you. My team is ready. We're still going to win, and there'll be nothing you can do about it." Ha! I did my best to shrug. Okay. Like I cared. Then she spun on her heels and shouted up at the ceiling. "Yep! Hit by June Nash!" Now, the other team knew where I was, and they'd be coming for me. No point in trying to hide anymore. I rose up enough to get a good look at the floor below. A VW, a school bus, the boundary. When the whistle blew again, I went for it. I raced down the ramp, keeping low, hearing thwacks all around as balls of paint hit everything but me, ducked at the rifle rising up over the hood of the car, cut around the picnic tables, I hadn't seen that, got behind the bus, and ran straight into the net, pawing at it, searching for the opening. I needed to get through. I pulled myself along, not finding it anywhere, and a cold blast of air made me turn. I wasn't behind the bus anymore. I was in plain sight of a bunch of blue-taped players. The enemy. For a moment, we simply stared at each other. Then, it was like someone had let loose 1,000,000 bees, and I was stung at every point on my body all at once. The impacts threw me into and then through the netting. I was free. I started running and didn't stop until I was back in the locker room. I stripped off my paint-covered outfit, leaving it on a bench near the door, and hit the first exit I could find. It led me back to that long, dark hall, and eventually out to the taxi stand. There was a long line. Not that I had any money, but that didn't matter. I could see the Gilded Eagle Casino and Convention Center in the not-so-distant distance. My hotel. For the moment, anyway. Eventually, I'd need to move down to the Venetian with everyone else. Unless Alejandro let me stay where I was. He'd never really said how long I could have the suite. Or had he? I needed to ask. Or wait for him to bring it up. which seemed like the better idea. Until I heard differently, the Gilded Eagle was home. I crossed at the corner, wove through a crowd of people going the other way, and tugged my ball cap down to my eyebrows, just in case any doozers were out and about. By now, word would have spread about how I'd ruined a delightful game of paintball, even though I'd been the one covered in blue. I just didn't have the energy to deal with wannabe contributors to IHateJuneNash.com. When I stepped through the front doors of the Gilded Eagle Casino and Convention Center, I headed over to the check-in desk for a new room key, just in case Morgan was out detecting. Alejandro was nowhere in sight, which was good. I wasn't ready for the whole, "when do you want the room back" conversation, and the clerk who helped me didn't bring it up. There were a pair of two-legged unicorns waiting for the elevator, so I headed up the side hall. I'd use the ones at the back of the hotel. On the way, I passed the boutique, a small business center, a hair salon, a sign pointing the way to the ProtectorCon convention rooms, and arrived at a bank of elevators bookended with mirrors. Blast. My curls were dotted with blue splotches, and the paint had dried in the afternoon sun. I should have paid better attention when Sarah was explaining everything. She might have mentioned cleanup. Would I need special shampoo? Would this stuff be easy to wash out? Would Mom be back from shopping? I could picture her upstairs, right now, waiting for me to return, already alerted to the paintball fiasco. I didn't feel like being subjected to her gleeful exuberance at my pain, so I backtracked to the salon, did a quick scan for doozers, and went inside. The woman at reception eyed my hair. "I love your blue. How fun. What can I help you with today?" I shook a chunk of my hair. "This is from paintball. Can you wash it out?" She let out a dramatic sigh and laid manicured fingers against her cheek. "Oh, thank goodness. I was going to suggest suing if you'd told me a stylist had done that to you. Come, I think Gregor is available." He was. I got a wash, said no to both a cut and blowout, and joined the line at reception to pay. It went fast with most people charging things to their room, until they came to the last person in front of me. She was taking forever, paying more attention to her cell phone than the woman trying to get her money. Probably a doozer. Though she was wearing stuff relating to dogs and not... Hang on. That wasn't one of Dewey's people. It was one of Morgan's. It was Loretta Stiles, the woman who'd stuck me with the little dog. She handed her credit card to the receptionist, who ran it through her little machine. While it processed, she leaned an elbow on the counter and continued yakking into her phone. "Yeah, that'll be much easier with her gone." She laughed, and I could hear someone on the other end of the line joining in. They had to be talking about Claire. I knew she'd been happy about the woman's death. Maybe she knew more about it than she'd let on. Maybe the person on the other end of her phone conversation did too. Not that I cared. I wasn't a detective. It wasn't my job to figure out the why. The police would do that. But it couldn't hurt to go the same way that she did. Try to listen in, just in case she made a confession. And, despite Morgan not realizing it, she'd been celebrating in her room after he'd told her about Claire's death. If I heard her confess, I'd figure out a way to have Morgan figure it out on his own. Following her couldn't hurt, right? Loretta was disappearing into an elevator by the time I caught up, and I distinctly heard her say, "Thanks again for your help." Was someone in the car with her? Or had she just praised Claire's killer for a job well done? I couldn't get close enough before the doors slid shut. As it rose, I kept an eye on the panel above it, watching the numbers light up as the car passed each floor until it stopped on 43. One past the restaurant buffet. What was up there? Turns out, it was a rooftop patio. A sheltered bar with couches and stools along the railing for that must-see view of the Las Vegas Strip, along with a portion of the floor set aside for dancing, with glass walls containing it all. It had everything you'd want in a bar, except for customers. Loretta was nowhere in sight. Learn anything from following me? Because she was leaning against the wall beside the elevator. Yeah, I suck at stealth mode. 14. You're the one who tripped over Claire's body, right? That's me. And you're a private detective. What are the odds? They were pretty low, since I really wasn't one. What was your name again? June Nash. And you're following me because you want to know if I killed Claire. Asking a killer to confess while standing in an empty rooftop bar seemed like a bad idea. Did you? How about a drink? I'll tell you everything you need to know. I should call my partner. Bringing Morgan a suspect's confession wasn't the best way to get myself kicked out of the agency. I'm buying. Or I could stick with the whole help him figure it out on his own later idea. Lead the way. I followed her over to the bar, where the overhang wasn't enough to keep the majority of the seats in the shade. She picked a spot. Is this okay? A little sun won't kill me. That's what I always told Claire. She was way too obsessed with her looks. Always worried about wrinkles and age spots. Her mouth curled into a smile. How was she when you found her? Had the vultures discovered her body yet? No. I didn't want to think about the dead woman, which was going to make it hard to listen to her killer's confession. Loretta smacked her lips. Too bad. The bartender set down his book.
What can I get you, ladies?
I ordered a shot of Zacapa, neat. Loretta asked for a spicy Bloody Mary, and shrugged at my look. You know, several people claim to have invented the drink, and it might not have anything at all to do with Bloody Mary the First of England. I nodded. Zacapa is a town in Guatemala, and that's all the drink-related trivia that I know. Right, we should get to it. She twirled her seat to face the strip. Claire, what can I tell you about that woman? How you killed her would be a good start. The bartender raised an eyebrow as he worked on our drinks. At least I'd have a witness, in case she realized confessing was a bad idea and decided to throw me off the roof. Loretta leaned back on her elbows. Claire was the kind of person that when somebody met her for the first time, they thought she was this amazing, sweet, loving individual. But when you gave her enough time, she'd eventually show her true colors and turn on you. You have somebody like that in your life? A certain red-headed mother came to mind. I do. So you know. The bartender brought us our drinks. Shout if you need me. He went back to his chair, and for half a second, I was worried that Loretta might end up threatening me and no one would hear. And then I saw that his book was upside down, and felt better. I still had a witness, just in case. Loretta used the pickle in her drink to stir the red liquid, and took a generous gulp. Ah, good stuff. I was tempted to do my Zacapa as a shot, but I preferred savoring the smoky taste. I took a small sip and set the glass back down. You were about to confess? I was about to tell you about Claire. In the beginning, it was just me and her, vacationing in Montana with our rescue dogs. Took lots of pictures and video. Had such a good time that the next year, friends joined us. And the year after that, those friends brought their friends. 10 years later, here we are, with over 300 dogs and their owners participating in lectures and events all weekend long. We got so big that a network approached Claire about broadcasting our event. She told them no. She told them yes. And it was perfect timing. Stray is about to run out of money. A TV deal will keep us going for 5, maybe 10 years. That sounds good. I thought so too, until my bank warned me that she was trying to get my name removed from the Stray business account. I think that as soon as that TV money was deposited, she was going to empty our accounts and disappear. That sucks. What happens to the deal now? It's still on, but with Claire gone, it's all safe. I've already spoken to her daughter. She'll be taking over her mother's position on the board. That's actually who I was on the phone with down in the salon. She didn't sound all that upset about her mother. I could hear her laughing. She knew her mother well. I tipped my glass against hers. I get it. I have one of my own. She reached for a cocktail napkin and wiggled her fingers at the bartender. Can I borrow your pen? He slid one her way, and she flipped the napkin over to the blank side and began to write. I, Loretta Stiles, took a small group on a tour of the local animal shelters before an early dinner and a club crawl. Back at the hotel, I got lucky on a slot machine until 3 a.m. Many people saw me. She capped the pen and gave me the napkin. For your partner." Then she tilted her head and shook a finger at my face. "That's it! That's how I know you! You're on a nature show with your brother! Good adventures!" She must have been a casual viewer. It's Gone Herpin', and I'm not in it. My brother Dewey's the one on camera. I'm behind the scenes. I handle things for him. I picked up my glass for another sip of sweet, smoky Zacapa. I've never seen the show. I've only played the machine. What machine? Good Adventures. Maybe she wasn't as smart as I'd thought. That's the catchphrase for my brother's show, Gone Herpin'. Yeah, that's what the machine says if you get 5 Deweys and the bonus round kicks in. This is a slot machine? The fingers of my free hand curled into a fist. Yeah, in the casino downstairs. There's a whole bank of them. She twisted in her seat, closed her eyes, and then pointed to her left. Over near the windows, across from the blackjack tables. And I'm on this machine? I downed the rest of my drink in one gulp and let out a raspy breath as the liquid clawed its way down my throat. The bartender had been paying attention and had a fresh drink ready. Loretta dug the pickle out of her glass and took a generous bite. Yeah, in the bonus round, players click on different pillowcases to see if there are snakes inside. Different snakes have different values. If your face pops up instead, the game is over, and the player loses whatever bonus money they had built up. It's kind of funny. It kinda wasn't. I needed to call my mom's friend Harrison Kim. I had some suing to do. If this was news to me, it was news to Dewey. Loretta drained her glass and stood up. So, you can see, I didn't kill Claire. Who cared? I needed to get photographic evidence of that slot machine for my lawsuit. Cyrano met me inside the door of my suite, and Morgan was in the kitchen with a bowl of guacamole, a bag of chips, and a beer. He blocked the path to my bedroom. There you are. Where's Enzo? Oh, blast. I'd forgotten all about the little dog. 15. I found him a good home. No point in mentioning Felix or Tegu. That would only lead to some sort of lecture from Morgan about how it was a bad idea to hang out with a wanted criminal and his kid. Who took him? A friend. You have friends? What a sweet thing to say. I meant here, in Las Vegas. I have friends all over. I headed down the hall, and he followed. Where are you going? I want to show you the board. I need my phone. If I hurried, I could get the photos of the slot machine to Harrison Kim before he left the office for the day. What time is it in Arizona? We didn't observe daylight savings time, so when Dewey and I traveled, I never knew what time it was back home. I don't know. Come see the board. I've narrowed down the suspects. Good job. In the bedroom, I unplugged my cell from the charger and scrolled through my contacts. Blast. Mom's lawyer wasn't listed. I followed Morgan back up the hall, Googling Harrison Kim, lawyer, Horseshoe Bend, Arizona, as I went, half listening to him list the people he thought had the most to gain from Claire's death. Back on the sofa, I created a new contact for Harrison with his office number, personal cell, which he stupidly listed, email, and URL for his website. You have any thoughts? Morgan asked. Yeah, I'd never list my cell phone on a public site. I mean, thoughts about our suspects. I looked up, and then past him. You've been unicorned. The board looked like it had spent time in Felix's plastic room. It was covered in all the colors of the rainbow. What? Your list. I got up and moved closer. The streaks of bright color turned out to be individual names, written in teeny tiny letters. Even Claire's photo had been removed to make space, which made me happy. I was tired of flashing on her pale white face, staring up at the sky with empty eyes. I shook away the image and went back to my seat. Is there anyone out there who isn't a suspect? She didn't have a lot of friends. You can cross off Loretta Stiles. I patted my pockets for her alibi, and came up empty. I must have left her alibi up the bar. He spun a marker between his fingers. Oh man, you went solo. What did you find out? That Claire was a jerk? I wandered over to the kitchen for Morgan's snack, still on the counter. I tucked the bag of chips under one arm and carried the bowl of guacamole to the sofa. Morgan reached for a handful of chips and sat on the arm of the chair. Tell me something I don't know. The average stray con-goer thought she was great, but anyone who'd spent more than a few hours with her was not a fan.
People actually started listing ways they would have killed her, given the chance. Tell me about Loretta.
I closed my eyes, trying to remember what she'd written down. She had a great motive. Claire was about to run off with the money for a TV deal. I filled a chip with guacamole and stuffed it in my mouth.
But she's got an alibi?
I wiggled my fingers, and he handed over his beer. I washed down the chip. She was with people for a tour, bar hopping, and then gambling till 3. I handed back the beer. Which reminds me, there's a Gone Herpin slot machine down in the casino. Morgan reached for the dip.
What's that got to do with Loretta?
Nothing. I held up my cell phone. I need to go down there and get photos to send to Harrison Kim. Dewey and I need to sue whatever company is making them.
Why?
Because they don't have permission to make me the laughingstock of the Las Vegas Strip.
They have those machines in Laughlin, too.
Another lawsuit. What hotel?
Pretty much all of them.
The nerve! I got up and brushed chip crumbs off my shirt. You want to help me get the photos?
You and Dewey signed a contract for those machines last year.
What? No. Dewey would never have done anything to make me look foolish. And I knew there was no way I'd have done that to myself.
I was there, June.
Was I?
Yes. We met up with the distributor. They had some ideas, everyone added their thoughts, you signed on the dotted line.
I had no clue what he was talking about. Where did this alleged meeting occur?
At the lawyer's office, right after the Gary Gladstone concert.
Oh. I dropped back onto the sofa.
Coming back to you now?
It was. Gary Gladstone was a huge pop star who'd lived in Horseshoe Bend, our hometown, for about 5 minutes while he'd recorded one of his albums. He and Dewey had gotten chummy. When we'd stopped in Las Vegas for last year's book signing, Gary had gotten in touch and offered passes for one of his shows. And there'd been a really good party after. A lot of musicians, lots of Zacapa, lots of laughs. I flashed on a handful of musicians dragging us down the strip to a bar where we'd all sung karaoke. It had been a fun night, but I couldn't remember talking to a lawyer at any point. This was after the party?
At the lawyer's office. The guy who pitched it was at the party with us. You loved the idea so much, you woke up the lawyer in the middle of the night and we met up at her office.
And I signed my likeness away willingly?
You did.
You know what happens in the bonus round of that stupid machine? People pick pillowcases with different snakes in them, and if I show up instead, the game ends and they lose everything.
That's the part you said you loved the most. I don't remember your exact words, but the gist was something like, "Screw you, doozers, it's all mine."
That sounded like me.
I can go down to the casino with you if you want to get a selfie.
I don't want a selfie. I want the machines gone. How long do casinos keep them?
Until people stop playing them. And that one might be here to stay. I was going to play it, but there was quite a long line of people waiting.
I had to have been drunk when I signed that contract. There's gotta be a way to void it. I'm calling Harrison Kim. Morgan popped open another beer.
It's the weekend. You'll never get him. Just forget about it for now. And let's get back to Loretta's alibi. Did you try to catch her in a lie?
I made a note in my phone to call Harrison on Monday and tossed it on the cushion beside me. Why would she voluntarily tell me her alibi if it was fake?
People lie. It's what they do when they're guilty. And for the moment, we have to consider everyone a suspect. What time did she meet up with her alleged friends?
He said it with air quotes. I filled another chip with guac. Lunchtime?
11, 12, 1?
She only said lunchtime. What time did Claire die?
I'm still waiting to hear.
He went to his board, searched it for a moment, and then pointed out a tiny smear of yellow.
The last person to see her so far is one Jasmine Fredericks. 2 days ago, she was in line behind Claire at the Frugal Bean next door at just a bit before 10 a.m. She was making a scene, yelling at the staff, which tells us...
He dipped his head in my direction, and I ran my hands over my face. I don't know.
Think about it. Picture Claire.
I didn't want to. I dug my fingers into my eyes, hoping to keep the image from appearing. It crept into my head anyway. Claire. Her eyes staring up at the sky. Vacant. Her skin. Pasty white and cool to the touch. Wait, Had I touched her face? Ew. I stood up. I didn't want to remember touching her face. Why had I touched a dead woman's pasty white... Hang on. Morgan was staring at me.
It tells us that we need to talk to the people down at the coffee shop. What?
Claire was pasty white. Loretta said she hated the sun.
Yeah, I have her photo right here.
He went over to the wet bar where he'd set it down. No, it was sunny 2 days ago when she was left in that field, and her skin did not have a burn. Morgan's mouth dropped open.
Which means she was either killed or dumped right before your plane landed.
He threw up an arm, palm out. I am not high-fiving you. He tapped his palm against my forehead instead.
And you were worried you'd make a bad detective.
Blast. I really sucked at trying to suck. 16. I stretched my arms over my head and winced. I could feel little paintball-sized bruises forming all over my body. I need a shower. Can we pick this back up over dinner?
We should keep going. You're on a roll.
I'm not rolling. There's no roll. That's all I got. I headed back to my bedroom where I shut the door in his face. I stripped down, stuffed my hair into the bathing cap I carried everywhere I went because the cheap plastic ones in hotels were never enough for my locks, and jumped into a steamy shower. I could see little round bruises on my legs, arms, and stomach, and I knew there'd be just as many marks on my back. The doozers had done quite a number on me. I didn't even want to think about what sort of videos had been uploaded to IHateJuneNash.com, or the stories that would accompany them. The only consolation was that the games had raised money for something near and dear to my brother's heart: animals. One day, he'd decide he was too old for the field and start volunteering at rescues. Or maybe he'd start his own. By that time, many, many years from now, I'd have saved enough money to retire to New York. Or New Orleans. Someplace where I could get an apartment within walking distance of anything I needed. And my needs weren't that complicated. A good bar, a good restaurant, a second good bar.
You'd hate New Orleans.
I screamed. Morgan was in my bathroom, sitting on the counter with my sleep mask over his eyes. I yanked the towel off the top of the shower door, wrapped it around my body, and shut off the water. Get out of here!
Dewey talks to himself in the shower, too.
You shower with my brother?
At the gym.
Get out.
I can't see anything.
I am not talking to you while you're in here.
We're running out of time, June. The Stray Conference is over in 2 days, and after that, our suspects fly back to their homes, and we'll never figure out who killed Claire. And now we have a better idea of when she could have died.
Morgan, I'm naked. Get out of here.
I can't see anything.
He waved a hand in front of his face.
See? Nothing. Tell me more about the crime scene. Maybe there's another clue you've forgotten.
Morgan! He hopped off the counter.
Fine. I'll step out into the bedroom. Just shout so I can hear you through the door.
I'm not talking to you while I'm naked. He disappeared into the bedroom, and I dropped the wet towel on the floor and grabbed a fresh one. He was still wearing the mask when I came out wrapped up in one of the hotel robes.
Can I look now? Are you decent?
He lifted the mask off one eye.
Nice robe.
Can you leave so I can get dressed?
Tell me about the crime scene first.
He dug his notebook and pencil from a pocket. Fine. I sat down on the bed and pried the shower cap off my head. I shook my hair loose and fluffed out my curls. She was in a field, next to the airstrip.
And she wasn't sunburned, so she hadn't been there long. Check. How many cops worked the scene?
I don't know. A few? Why didn't you ask me all this before?
I didn't get a chance. You ran off after we saw Loretta.
Oh, yeah.
What were the cops doing at the scene?
Asking me a lot of questions.
Detective Scudder?
That sounds right.
I saw him talking to Alejandro. What about the other cops?
I don't know. They were looking for clues.
Did you see them find any?
No. Wait. They asked me if I'd seen a cat.
Did they say why?
If they had, I would have followed up with, and this is why they wanted to know if I'd seen a cat. I picked up the clothes I'd bought in the boutique. Now, go away so I can get dressed.
Was there anything else about the crime scene I should know?
I shrugged. They put up a canopy. Morgan tapped the page with his pencil.
To protect the scene.
Yes. Now go. Maybe cross Loretta off your list.
I don't know about that.
I took his hand and pulled him to his feet. I told you her alibi. I steered him through my bedroom door and out into the hall.
What if she killed Claire and dumped her body out at that airstrip before meeting up with her friends?
Could be. Go think about that. I shut the door in his face. After I'd gotten dressed, I found him stretched out on the couch staring at the TV. The blurry photo of a middle-aged black woman holding a chihuahua was frozen on the screen. Who's that?
Look behind her.
Morgan aimed the remote, and the woman became animated. There was no sound, but she appeared to be telling a story about her dog because she kept holding him out toward the camera. What am I looking at?
Don't you see her?
Who? Morgan went over to the TV and ran a finger along the screen, outlining a blurry figure a bit beyond the woman's shoulder. Hey, it's Claire. Our murder victim was talking with someone. Or, better yet, berating someone. Her index finger was out, and it was wagging at a someone hidden behind the woman's head. Who's Claire yelling at?
I don't know, but I found a few more like it on Stray's Yak Me Up page.
Their what?
Social media.
Oh, that stuff. I stayed as far away from the online world as I did the doozers. The screen returned to a list of available videos. Morgan highlighted one, and it began to play. 2 people were chatting to the camera, and there were dogs in the background. Once again, there was Claire, half hidden behind a shoulder, wagging her finger in someone else's face. Just like in the last clip. Morgan ran a hand down the screen.
Whomever this is, they're wearing a red sweater.
He got up to make a note on his board, and I stole his beer. You know, this whole case is weird. He half turned to nod.
It is.
When I met Alejandro, he acted like Claire was the most important person in the world and loved by all. I really felt like he wanted to know who killed her. Morgan set his marker back on the tray.
Yeah, about that. Turns out he does. There's a pool.
Like, people betting? On who killed her?
The pot was at $5,800 this morning. Apparently, no one liked Claire.
He clapped his hands together.
Only one thing to do.
Leave it all to the police? Maybe I wouldn't have to get Morgan to fire me. Maybe he'd give up on his own. He snorted.
You're hysterical. No, it's time to divide and conquer. Get out there and start whittling down our suspects.
I let my eyes go out of focus until Morgan's list shifted back into a beautiful rainbow. Maybe it was time to come clean. Tell him that I was only doing this because Mom said I couldn't. He knew what she was like, how crazy she made me act. But if I confessed, I'd have to admit that I'd strung him along about wanting to be a detective, and he was going to be devastated. Whatever way I went, one of us was going to suffer.
June?
Morgan was staring at me, like he was waiting for something. What?
If you can't decide, I can just pick out a couple of people for you to question.
He swept a hand over the rainbow board.
What do you want to dive into?
Nothing, other than a nap. Would the maid have been through yet? There was nothing better than climbing between the cool sheets of a freshly made bed.
How about the frugal bean?
Blast. That was going to interfere with nap time. I needed to fess up and break his heart. Best way to get out of the detective business was make it all Mom's fault for egging me on in the first place. Morgan, I need to tell you a thing about my mother. I spit out the word with a generous helping of disdain to set the mood. The door to the suite flew open, and Cyrano raced in, followed by you-know-who. Her timing was perfectly annoying. 17. The hound raced over to roo a hello and swat her tongue at the air around my face. Poor thing still couldn't hit a target. She did the same to Morgan, and then flopped down on the carpet in front of us with a hefty sigh that left splashes of nose juice all over my bare feet. I rubbed them dry on the carpet as Mom came over to the board. Morgan gave Cyrano a last pat and got to his feet for a hug.
We were just talking about you.
Were you? She kissed his face and then wiped off her lipstick. Is there any juice left over from this morning?
I think so.
He went in search, and Mom crossed her arms as she gave the whiteboard a good once-over, nodding now and then, as if any of it made sense to her. I had a feeling she was gearing up to push my buttons. "I see you two are hard at work detecting." She threw a grin my way, daring me to make a confession. Best to do what I could to shove back. "We are, but I know you aren't interested in hearing about it, 'cause you're anxious to get over to Warren's reunion ASAP. Would you like me to call a car service?" Mom tilted her head just enough to look me directly in the eyes. Our stare-off was interrupted when Morgan brought over her juice.
"Dewey left the keys if you want the car."
Good one. I would have high-fived him, but he wouldn't have understood. Mom perched on the sofa beside me. "I wouldn't dream of depriving Dewey of a late-night snake hunt." Blast. He did like to do that. Morgan twirled a marker between his fingers.
"Okay. Well, June and I were just about to head out for some more interviews."
"And how are things going? Have you narrowed down your list of suspects?"
"We have."
Morgan waved a hand over the board.
"Don't let this fool you. We've made good progress."
We hadn't, but I wasn't going to argue. There was still the chance he'd realize that neither of us was cut out to be a detective. At least the world wasn't depending on us to solve the case.
"In fact," Morgan continued, "June's gotten very good at getting alibis and clearing suspects."
Was he trying to talk me up to my mom? Did he realize what she was doing? That sunk Mom's mood. Really? She twisted my way, and Morgan winked at me over her head. Huh. I'd have to thank him for standing up for me once we got rid of her. "You seem surprised in my ability to detect." No need to mention that Loretta had shared her alibi voluntarily. Mom swirled the liquid in her glass. "Sounds like you're embracing your new vocation with gusto." Morgan tossed the marker between his hands.
"We were just about to tackle some more suspects on our list. I'm working my way through the stray board members, and June's about to hit the frugal bean. Claire got into a fight with a barista."
That flipped Mom's frown upside down. "That's a good idea. The staff down there did not like your murder victim."
"You heard them talking?"
"They have a TV in the sitting area. Claire was on the news when Lolly and I stopped in, and several of them were rather vocal about their dislike."
"Maybe it was the barista she was arguing with. What did they say?"
"It was more like how they were acting."
"Maybe you could go with June."
That got me on my feet. What? So much for him being on my side. Morgan scratched at his chin.
"Yeah, she could point out who cheered, and you could get them to talk about why they hated Claire. Someone might spill the wrong beans."
Mom slipped an arm around my neck. "How fun! We'll be a team. It'll be nice to appreciate your detecting skills in action. Your brother will want to hear all about it." "Isn't your dress ready yet?" I asked. "I don't want to keep you from getting back to the reunion." "That's sweet of you, but right now, I could use a coffee." "You already have a juice." "And now I want a coffee." Morgan dug through his messenger bag and handed me a little notebook and pencil.
"Awesome. It's settled."
I wiggled out from under Mom's grip. I need to get my phone first. No way I was leaving the hotel again without it. I grabbed my purse, too. Couldn't count on Mom to pay for my coffee, and I doubted I'd be able to charge it to the room. The three of us took the same elevator down to the lobby. Morgan brought Cyrano along, claiming it would make it easier for people to open up. He wandered away, practicing his opening line, each time with a different emphasis.
"I'm investigating Claire Winthrop's murder. I'm investigating Claire Winthrop's murder. I'm investigating Claire Winthrop's murder."
Mom and I wove through a herd of dogs, each trying to go a different way than their human, and I followed her next door to the frugal bean. Maybe there'd be a long line and she'd get bored and wander off. No such luck. A single customer was at the register, paying their bill with a sandwich bag full of pennies, while two baristas behind the counter were on their phones, not even trying to look busy. Beside me, I could sense Mom fidgeting, gearing up to start offering critiques. It was time to cue another distraction. "So, where's your shopping buddy?" "With your brother on a hike." She get bored. "Dewey kept sending Lolly pictures of wildlife he'd found, and she thought she'd better go meet him. He sounded like he needed company." My brother? Lonely while out being one with nature? Not likely. Leather Girl had figured out an excellent way to ditch Mom, and I'd have to steal the idea for future use. June, have you considered how you're going to broach the subject of murder once we get up there? So much for the distraction. What do you mean? You can't just walk up to the counter and ask these people if any of them might have killed your victim. I can't? Honestly, June. All right, I thought I'd mention the dog show and see if someone brings up Claire. And what if they don't? I'll play it by ear. The customer counted out the last penny and wandered down to the other end of the counter for their drink. Our turn. Mom squeezed my arm. Now remember, be succinct and command authority. How am I supposed to command authority? Before she could explain, 2 grannies with blue hair skirted past us. One of them slammed a bony hand on the counter by the register. All right, which one of you losers killed Claire Winthrop? Mom patted my shoulder. Like that, June. Just like that. 18. The granny got a laugh from the baristas and a high five from the cashier, a geeky black kid who looked about 15. I thought about you ladies as soon as it hit the news. You want your usual? One of the grannies wagged a finger. Admit it, Teddy. You weren't upset when you heard. He shrugged. She never tipped. I felt Mom's breath on my neck. Get yourself in the conversation. And then her hands were on my back, and she slid me between the grannies as one flicked her thumb against the back of her teeth. I hope she rots in that field. Granny, too, leaned my way, and I caught a whiff of peppermint. You know, they found her at the airfield in Bilton. My daddy used to man the tower out there. In those days, it was pretty common to see 2 and sometimes 3 planes landing a week. Oh, the people he met. The first granny leaned in on my other side. She smelled like butterscotch. Just wait. She's gonna start in on the autograph. Granny, too, rolled her eyes. She's just jealous because the Rat Pack came into town unexpectedly and my daddy got Sammy Davis Jr.'s autograph and hers didn't. The first one blew out a raspberry, coating me in a spray of granny spit. I've seen Sammy's autograph, and that ain't it. Her daddy was scammed by some random dude. One of the baristas yelled, Edith! And the grannies continued to argue about the validity of the signature as they went down to collect their drinks. I jerked a thumb at them. You think they killed Claire Winthrop? Teddy actually considered it. Wouldn't surprise me. What can I get you? A chai latte. What do you want, Mom? I looked over at the empty space where she should have been. Maybe she'd gotten bored and left. Or was in the bathroom. One of the grannies was trying to turn the knob, and the other was knocking on the door. My phone buzzed, and it was a message from Mom. Come tell the knockers the room is occupied. Forget the order. I have to go. I typed out a message as I jogged outside and back up the steps leading to the Gilded Eagle. Once I was inside, I hit send. Where are you? I tucked my phone into a pocket and chuckled as I crossed the lobby and joined an elevator full of Great Danes. Their noses were in high gear, and I had to move fast to protect my assets. The first time the doors opened, I got out. The hall was full of robots and unicorns. This was where I'd chased Enzo. Mom would never think to look for me here. I tugged my hat down to my eyebrows and went in search of the artist alley. The same guy in red was checking tickets. I thought I was going to have to bribe him to get inside, but he tipped 2 fingers to his cap and said, Welcome back, ma'am. He remembered me. More likely he remembered that I'd been with Felix. Perfect. Mom would never make it past the door. The place was packed, not just with people, but with unicorns and robots. They were wandering the aisles, waving at everyone, stopping for photos, and generally getting in the way. A green 2-person unicorn wiggled its horn at me, and I held up a finger. I will tear that thing off and make you eat it. Or words to that effect. It shook its mane and galloped off. I checked the time on my phone. It had been 8 minutes since Mom's text. I'd wander around for another 20 or so and head up to the room. If she was there, I'd tell her I looked everywhere for her. And if she wasn't, I'd deal with her when I saw her next. A couple of times, I thought I'd found Felix's table. but there were a lot of folks here selling paintings similar to what I'd seen in his plastic room back at the factory. Either he was a better artist than I'd thought, or the style of the cartoon was simplistic enough that anybody could do it. If the con had thought to organize things even a little, it would have been easier to see if he was still here. Right now, it felt like a flea market on a windy day. DVDs, toys, costumes, wall hangings, and everything in between were scattered across the room. I wove through the tables, trying to remember where Felix had been. Would he be here, somewhere, acting like it was just another day? Part of me was curious about who was in the Trans Am, and part of me didn't want to know anything about what had happened with the Trans Am. Crotch Guy was bound to catch up to me eventually, and I wasn't sure I could successfully lie to him. The jerk had a way of getting under my skin. Still, I kept an eye on the people behind the tables as I wandered from spot to spot, on the lookout for Tegu's red-headed kid. My curiosity a bit stronger than my fear. That's perfect for a single Rupert. I looked up at the lady who'd spoken, and then down at the bodysuit I was holding. Why had I picked it up? Now she'd think I wanted to buy something. Blast. I set it back down. Do you go double or single? I've got a buy one, get 25% off another sale going on. I don't know what you're talking about. The bodysuit you're looking at. Do you dress as a Rupert? She slipped a one-person unicorn costume off a mannequin, revealing the bodysuit as the bottom layer, and I flashed on Claire's dead body in that field. She'd died wearing the same thing. Was Claire a UPLer? Blast. If she was, Morgan's list of suspects had just doubled. And even worse than that, I'd been the one to figure it out. 19.
Why didn't I see that?
My plan to have Morgan figure it out on his own had been a bust. Mostly because I couldn't figure out how to get him to figure it out on his own. I'd come back to the suite, he'd been at his board, and I'd scratched the hound into a hypnotic trance, rolling it around in my brain, until I finally just blurted it out. I don't think Loretta knew about it either, and they were friends for years, so don't feel bad. I stopped myself short of adding, and give up. While it seemed like the only option, he needed to come to the appropriate conclusion on his own. Mom already had enough fuel for her June never listens and it gets her into trouble bonfire. Instead of giving up, though, this new knowledge only energized him, and he began to pace and plan.
We know Claire had a habit of pissing people off. Even if she was hiding behind a costume, I bet she couldn't stop being herself. He set his marker in the tray of the whiteboard. We should go talk to some of the vendors, see if any of them remember Claire.
Right now?
2 days and counting, June.
We let the hound sleep while we went down to the 8th floor. The guy at the door rolled his eyes when he saw me, but he let us through without a word. Morgan navigated the ballroom a lot better than I had, mostly because it was dead. I didn't see any robots or unicorns, and only a handful of humans browsed the tables. We found the spot with the bodysuits right away. Morgan shared a photo of Claire, but the woman in charge couldn't remember specifically seeing her. We tried a few more tables and got the same answer from everyone else.
This isn't getting us anywhere. We need to talk to actual cosplayers.
That's going to be a problem. I don't see any. Probably a good time to take a break and get some dinner.
We just need to figure out where they all went.
How? I was not about to wander the halls looking for the glitter bombers on purpose.
Like everyone else who lives in this century.
He tugged his cell phone out of a pocket and tapped away at the screen.
There's a mixer, right now. It's sold out, but they should let us in to ask questions. This is a murder investigation.
They didn't want to let us in to ask questions, even when Morgan flashed a card identifying him as a private investigator. The guy guarding the door to this ballroom wasn't as much of a pushover as the guy back at Artist Alley.
This is a paid event. Costume only. No ticket, no entry.
Morgan threw the guy a thanks for your time, took my arm in his, and steered us back to the elevator. You giving up? I swallowed the word, finally.
Course not. The mixer lets out in 90 minutes. You see where I'm going with this?
Please stop doing that. He punched the call button for the elevator.
We come back when everyone's leaving. No one liked Claire, so somebody should be willing to talk to us. You wanted dinner. We'll eat while we wait.
He bobbed his head at the sign behind me. Ah, the buffet. Excellent idea. There was a ding, the car arrived, the door opened, and my mother was standing inside. It was as if the elevators in this hotel hated me. There you are, June. She leaned her shoulder against the door, keeping it open. How is the investigation going? You must have gotten a great clue because you disappeared from the coffee shop so quickly.
June figured out that Claire was cosplaying UPL.
Mom raised an eyebrow.
That's the people dressed like robots and unicorns, right?
Yeah. Mom bobbed her head at a sign pointing the way to the Protector-Con mixer. What about that? I stepped past Mom and pushed the button for 42. We're killing some time until it lets out. Why? Maybe someone in that room killed her. A little alcohol will loosen up the tongues. You could get a confession. Morgan joined me in the elevator.
They won't let us in. No badge, no costume, but it's okay. We'll kill some time until it's over.
I dropped my eyes to the carpet and let out an "I'm bummed about all this" sigh. Mom stepped out of the car. Better have some protein, June. I know you'll want to keep your mind sharp for all the detecting you'll be doing later. I didn't need to look up to know that I hadn't fooled her. Still, there wasn't much she could do about it without making herself look bad by calling me out. Have fun at Warren's reunion, in case I don't see you before you leave. She smiled. I'm sure you will. Blast. The wheels were turning behind her eyes. She was plotting, and I was going to pay the price. The setup for the buffet in the Eagle's Nest was gone. Apparently, it was only a breakfast thing, and the place was packed. The wait was about 15 minutes, which was okay. We were killing time. When the waiter led us to a table, we ordered right away, just in case he had trouble getting back to our table. Morgan's idea, not mine. I ordered a zacapa neat with some fried pickles and a club sandwich. Morgan dove on a soda and bacon cheeseburger. When the waiter rushed off, Morgan got out his little notebook and leaned in close so that I could hear him over all the noise.
We should devise a plan about how we approach people.
Did you kill Claire? Feels like a good icebreaker.
Funny. Okay, let's recap our clues.
He flipped through his notebook.
Claire is found in the field by the airport.
I was there.
The only thing she's wearing is a bodysuit that the Ruperts use to keep themselves cool under their costumes.
I know. I just told you that one.
And we know she wasn't wearing it because she was vain.
Finally, something new. How do we know that?
Because of the videos I showed you. The bodysuit went all the way to her ankles, right? I never saw her in pants or floor-length skirts, even at more formal events.
The waiter brought the drinks, and Morgan pocketed his notebook. He fiddled with his cell phone, turned it sideways, and propped it against a ketchup bottle. A cartoon unicorn was prancing around on the screen. We're watching the show?
You said you never paid attention, and the best way to break the ice with a UPLer will be as one fan to another. We'll start with the lost first episode. It's a good one for trivia.
If it's lost, how did you get it? He only laughed and settled back in his seat as the intro played out. The volume was low, but Morgan had put on the captions, so I wouldn't miss anything. Yay.
The first scene in the Lucid Forest has caused some of the biggest debates among Lena's and Vivian's.
He paused, waiting for me to ask, and since I couldn't see the TV in the bar well enough to read the captions, I did. What's the controversy? He leaned in closer, like it was a secret.
The Lenas want to repopulate the Lucid Forest. The Vivians want to destroy it. Yet, in the first episode, there is clearly a moment that we see what could possibly be a Lena in a group of unicorns half hidden behind the trees. Was she a Vivian who redeemed herself? Or the product of a lazy artist who used the exact same body type for a random robot?
That's controversial? It didn't seem like a thing that grown people would waste time arguing about.
Let me rewind to the beginning so you can see if you catch it.
I was saved from having to watch by Mom, who approached our table with 2 oversized shopping bags.
I've solved your biggest problem.
I doubted that, since it was her.
I have a way to get you into the mixer.
She dropped everything into an empty chair and sat down. We don't need to go in, Mom. They'll come out. The waiter arrived with our appetizers, and she pulled my dish of fried pickles closer to her. What if they evade you by leaving from a back door? Morgan raised his glass to her.
She has a good point, June. What's your idea, Miss Nash?
Take a look. She waved a hand at the stuff in the chair. Morgan did. He snorted, raised his glass to Mom again, and then lifted a pair of shiny silver pants from the bag. Blast. From her grin, I knew exactly where this was going. Outfits don't really help us, though. The guy at the door said we had to have costumes and badges. Mom dug around in one of the bags and produced a pair of lanyards clipped to all-access passes for ProtectorCon. Where did you get these? She forked a few pickles, dunked them in dressing, stuffed her mouth, and took her time chewing, just to mess with me. Finally, she washed it all down with the rest of my Zacapa. Did you know there are fans of your brother staying here at this hotel? Yeah. After Tegu had gone on and on about it. Doozers gave you costumes and passes? I leaned back in my seat. What did you promise? Coffee with your brother. Coffee? Are you crazy? That meant sitting in close proximity and the possibility of touching. I'd never get their paw prints off his skin. Why didn't you just offer signed 8x10 glossies? Oh. Mom tossed another dipped pickle into her mouth. We'll do that next time. She stood up. Let's go. Your mixer ends soon, and you both need to get dressed. Morgan tugged his wallet out of a pocket. I'll have them send the food to our suite. You mean my suite? 'Cause your room is over at the Venetian. I waited till he was out of earshot to turn on Mom. This is not a good idea. I thought you were desperate to show the world how much you want to be a detective. She forked the last two pickles. Am I wrong? I took one of the passes and hung it around my neck. I'm not putting on a robot outfit. Perfect. Uh-oh. I had a feeling she'd figured out her revenge. 20. Cyrano wouldn't stop barking at me, and I couldn't blame her. I was dressed as a unicorn. At least it was the one-person kind. There was no way I'd have put this on if Mom had made me the back end of a double. And I know that's where I would have ended up had that been an option. Help me with this? Morgan lifted the unicorn head up high. I stepped underneath, and he set it down on my shoulders. It was lightweight, and all the holes lined up with my eyes and ears. The pants were a little short, but who was going to look at my feet? Tell me who this is again? Normally, I wouldn't care. I'd planned on following Morgan around the mixer, letting him do all the detecting. And then the robot outfit had fit only one person. My mother. Now, I needed to know what this unicorn stuff was all about, or she'd never let me hear the end of it. I turned off the TV and twisted and turned, checking out my reflection in the screen. I was a blasted unicorn, with a yellow body made of soft, fluffy fur, topped with a sparkly pink horn. I shifted my hips, trying to keep the braided purple tail out of the hound's mouth. If the doozers could see me now. But as long as I was wearing this thing, they couldn't. My hair was completely hidden under the hood, so there was nothing to give me away. The only downer was that the horn didn't have glitter bomb capabilities, in the event of possible aforementioned doozer interactions. Your mom is dressed as Lena. You're Gerald. He's part human, just like Rupert. That's why he's on two legs. Ew, that's gross. This is a kid's cartoon. They didn't show their conceptions on air. Where are your hooves? If he's part human, why doesn't he have hands? The gloves that simulated feet had been too big. You should wear the hooves. I won't be able to pick anything up. What if there were snacks? Mom had eaten my appetizer from the eagle's nest, and Cyrano had gotten half my sandwich. You're not being true to the character. Dewey was over in the recliner, trying to distract the hound with carrots, and it was almost working. He'd get her to take a bite or two. She'd remember I was there and bark at me, and then he'd distract her all over again with another piece of carrot. Mom had called him while I'd been trying to figure out how to put on my costume, and he'd come upstairs for a look. Leather Girl was still down in the casino. She'd gotten lucky on a Good Adventures slot machine. I'm going to talk to you about those when this is all over. Dewey scoffed. They were your idea. Then no more deals that happen in the wee hours of the morning over Zacapa.
You sipped like 3 shots that night. It's not my fault you're a lightweight.
You know, Mom got these costumes by pimping you out.
And you've never done anything like that? I seem to recall having to shoot an episode of my show at Millsie's.
That was one time. I'd needed a ride, and Alvaro, who owned my favorite burger place back home, had needed some exposure for his diner. This was different. Coffee with 2 random doozers could be dangerous.
My fans are cool. I don't understand why you don't like them. They're always respectful.
He was truly delusional. What about the one who broke into our hotel room in Portland? She was hiding in the shower.
She didn't break in. She was the housekeeper.
Who was hiding in the shower? And then you rewarded her with an autograph and a selfie. You can't let these doozers get away with anything. He stuck a piece of carrot in his mouth and shifted the hound's muzzle so she could see. She greedily gobbled it up, and he gave her a kiss on the end of her wiggly, wet nose. Ew.
I'm sure coffee with these fans will be fine. Mom would never put me in a dangerous situation.
What about me? Who knows what happens at these things? I did a slow 360, catching my unicorn head as it shifted on my shoulders. Where is Mom? Aren't we on a time crunch? The mixer was going to end before we could get down there, and I'd have put this silly thing on for no reason at all.
Warren called. She's talking with him out in the hall.
Really? Something's up with those two. I tiptoed over to the door and checked the peephole. There was nothing out there. And then a silver robot wandered into view, a cell phone near her mouth. Or where their mouth would be if they weren't wearing a big square box on their head. Mom had Warren on speakerphone. I could make out a muffled male voice, but not individual words. Morgan came over to steer me back to the whiteboard, which he'd cleaned and divided into 2 halves. One side was labeled Stray and listed his top suspects. The other was UPL and had questions.
Let's go over possible conversation starters one more time. Did they know Claire? Did they have a beef with her? Did she have a beef with anyone they knew? What did her costume look like? That last one's really important. I found a website with photos from the mixers. If we knew what she wore, we could figure out which one was her and, more importantly, which people she hung out with.
There were more questions. Morgan was pointing to things that weren't in my line of sight anymore, and if I looked down, my head would probably fall off. So I grunted and nodded and gave him the occasional thumbs up.
You have your cell phone, right?
Of course I did. The bodysuit had pockets, and I'd managed to slide my phone into one, which was good, because I was never going anywhere ever again without it.
As soon as you learn anything important, excuse yourself to the bathroom and make notes.
Sure. People were going to think I had a digestive issue. I'm here! Mombot wandered in from the hall, and Cyrano started barking again. Dewey dragged the hound out to the patio, and Morgan walked me and Mom out into the hall.
Start with an icebreaker.
And then he pointed a finger at me.
And not, did you kill Claire? You don't want to spook anybody.
The party protector let me and Mom in without a word. The ballroom was big and crowded. Lots of robots, lots of unicorns, some humans, plenty of dancing. Tables were set up here and there, both high top to accommodate 2-legged beings, and low for the double unicorns. A bar was set up in the corner with masked humans manning it, and a nearby door announced the Headless Lounge. I didn't want to know. Mom tapped my stomach with her ray gun.
Go over to the bar and get us drinks. Then we'll casually stroll the perimeter.
Why are you in charge? Do you have a better idea? I didn't, but I wasn't going to let her know that. I'd have suggested snacks. I could see a table on the other side of the dance floor.
The bar is closer, so we'll blend in sooner.
She poked me again with the ray gun.
And get the bartender to bring up Claire.
I'll command authority.
Don't start with, did you kill her?
It worked for the grannies.
Did it? Did someone in the coffee shop confess?
It broke the ice.
Just get the drinks and steer the conversation to Claire if the bartender is chatty.
She wasn't. The first 2 drinks were free. There were little tabs on my pass, but there wasn't any Zacapa, so that didn't matter. I got 2 glasses of beer, it's all they had, and went back to Mom. Or the spot where Mom should have been waiting. I did a slow 360. There were some robots across the ballroom, and she might have gotten that far. I altered my course, weaving in and out of the crowd, getting pretend shot by ray guns or hoof bumps from the other unicorns without a single comment on my lack thereof. All in all, the crowd had a laid-back vibe and was a huge step up from the doozers, and I kinda started to have a good time with the incognito theme. Trouble was, I hadn't gotten any info, and the mixer was going to end sooner than later. I needed to ask at least one person about Claire so I could report back that no one knew anything. Assuming the unicorn spoke, I wasn't going to get far with a lot of neighs, or whatever noise unicorns made. A nearby Gerald raised a fist and answered my question by shouting, "Horns aloft!" A lot of nearby voices echoed the catchphrase, and I raised my hand as well, just to fit in. It wasn't like I was getting caught up in the moment or anything.
Hey, what do you think about Lucid Forest, Lena?
A Gerald was looking my way, and I pointed at my chest.
Yeah, you.
He waved a hoof at the small group around us.
We're having a friendly little discussion, and I'd love another opinion. What do you think about the Lucid Forest Lena scene in the Lost episode opener?
I didn't see it. Morgan had never played the clip, and I didn't feel like getting into the middle of something that had nothing to do with who killed Claire Winthrop. The Gerald turned to their friends.
See, this Gerald didn't think it was Lena either.
Since that made most of them accept me, I let them think what they wanted. I returned hoof fives and horn wiggles. Another Gerald moved in closer to me.
Is this your first time?
Is it obvious?
You've been carrying around 2 beers for a while now.
You watching me? Normally, that would get him a face full of my angry finger and I'd stomp off. I had no respect for stalkers. But I needed info on Claire, so I played along.
I noticed you come in with Alina.
Did you see where she went? He held on to his unicorn head as he twisted around to look at the dance floor.
I think that might be her over there.
He was pointing to a group on the other side of the ballroom, who were visible only half the time, as the dancers bounced around the floor. It seemed to be some sort of line dance, but I didn't want to ask. It was probably something I should have already known, and if he thought I didn't, he'd want to explain it, and I'd have to listen. He moved in a bit closer.
Gerald's my favorite too.
Okay, time to end this. Did you know Claire Winthrop? Better to just ask. He took a step back, spun on his hooves, and stalked off. Don't mind him. The voice was soft and high. A woman? Maybe. They were dressed as a Rupert, and they slipped into the empty space he'd left behind. He had a thing with her. Really? Claire had been around 40. The Gerald had sounded like a younger guy. I know. Claire was a real piece of work. You knew her well? Enough. I lowered my voice. You think he killed her? She laughed. I'd have put my money on him with Alejandro if I hadn't spent it all on this outfit. I'm Bailey, by the way. I'm June. I know. She giggled just a bit, and I knew what was coming next. Alejandro told me all about you. It must be so exciting to be a detective. Okay, I hadn't known what she was giggling about. It was weird impressing someone all on my own. Is it okay that I'm here? I was ready to toss my head and run if I had to. Mom was on her own. No sparkle off my horn, but give this crowd a chance. They're pretty friendly if you're on the up and up. Just tell them about your investigation. Thanks. I'm not trying to pull anything, honest. I'm just looking for some answers, and this was the easiest way to reach the most people. Are you a fan of the show? My brother loves it. Close enough, I guess. Any idea who Claire might have hung out with? She wiggled her horn, and I took that as a no. I only knew Claire because she was doing Michael. That's the other Gerald? Yeah, Michael Fields. He has his moments, but he's not that bad a guy. Most of the time. I leaned an elbow on the table to steady my hand as I held on to my giant unicorn head and took in the crowd around us. I still didn't see Mom. You don't happen to see Alina who looks perpetually disappointed, do you? Sorry, I need to go mingle, but it was great meeting you. She patted her shoulder. If you're looking for me again, I have a little butterfly on my back. I held on to my head as I twisted to look. So she did. It was tiny and purple, and located about where a human shoulder blade would be. It's on the real me, too, in case we meet out there on Earth. It must have been a cartoon-related thing, so I wiggled my horn. Horns aloft! She giggled. You're getting it. Horns aloft! She galloped off, and I considered heading for the door. Mom would figure out that I was gone, eventually. And since I couldn't find her anywhere, she was either having a great time or getting the lowdown on Claire. And I wasn't leaving empty-handed. I knew who she'd been romantically involved with, so I was bringing back the name of a suspect. Michael something. I'd remember it by the time I got back upstairs. Bailey had said he was moody. Moody people were often angry people, and angry people often killed their family and friends. I was sure I'd heard that. Probably from Morgan during one of his detective lessons. I picked up the 2 beers and ran smack into the back of another unicorn. My head shifted, and I was blind.
"Let me help you."
The voice was soft and high. Bailey? It didn't quite sound like Bailey. I felt pressure on my sides, and I was being guided. Am I near a table? I needed to fix my head, and I couldn't do it holding the beers.
"Just a few more steps."
I kept shuffling my feet, moving forward, not finding a place to set down the cups. And then the music around us was muffled, and my savior was fixing my head. The eye holes appeared, and I could see. I was in a bathroom. A men's bathroom. There were urinals along the wall. Ew. And worse than that, I saw my savior. It was Crotch Guy, in a Rupert suit, a unicorn head in his hands.
"Hello, Nash."
I bent down to flip off my own headpiece. How did you know it was me? He dropped his eyes to my feet.
"I recognized your shoes the minute you came in."
Blast. I should have been the robot after all. 21.
"How come you're not answering me, Nash?"
Answering?
"I've replied to most of your updates."
Oh, yeah. Thanks to Felix, I was texting him every hour to let him know I hadn't seen his dad. Hey, all you said was that I had to tell you if I'd seen Tegu. You didn't say anything about me having to answer questions. What time had Felix set up that automatic thingy? I couldn't remember. What if Crotch Guy got a text from me while I was standing here right in front of him? Would he give that video to IHateJuneNash.com? I did not want the doozers having footage of me taking my shirt off in that elevator. It was bad enough that Crotch Guy had seen it. I didn't need my collective arch nemesis to benefit as well. Or was it Nemesi? Blast. I didn't care. I just didn't want anyone seeing my boobs but me. And select individuals of the male persuasion. Chosen completely by me. Best to try to create a distraction. Do they know you're undercover?
Who are you talking about?
The unicorns and robots. The UPLers. They're nice people, and they don't like intruders with hidden agendas. Or idiots with the power to make people look foolish.
You're here about the dead woman you tripped over.
You know about her?
I'm the law. I know about everything.
Is that Lena in the lurid forest?
Of course it isn't. And unlike you, the forest is lucid.
Ha ha. You're not a fan of the show. You heard those people asking me about Lena.
You're not a fan either.
You'd still be a robot if it was just UPL fellowship you were looking for. You changed because this is the perfect place to find Felix and get him to lead you to his dad, and you didn't want him to know it's you under that Rupert suit.
No one cares that I'm the law. There's a judge in this group.
And I bet everybody knows who he is. Have you told the other Ruperts and Geralds that you're the law? They might not kick you out, but it could make your investigation difficult.
You need to keep your trap shut, Nash. I'm tracking a wanted multiple murder suspect.
All while lying to a very nice group of people. And they had been nice. I was actually hoping to meet Bailey again when I was back on Earth.
Look at you, Nash. Not as dumb as I thought. What do you want?
The door behind me popped open, and a robot shuffled in. He didn't look at us twice, and headed over to one of the stalls. I crooked a finger, and Crotch Guy came closer. Ew. He smelled like my grandmother's attic. All right. I kept my voice soft and low. Here's how this is all going to go down. You will leave me alone. I don't know where Tegu is, period. I'm going to continue with my investigation, and you're going to help. You will email a copy of the police report on Claire Winthrop's death to my associate, Morgan. You know everything, so I'm sure you already have his address.
I do?
A toilet flushed, and Crotch Guy shoved the unicorn head back on as the robot came out and shuffled over to the sink. He flung silver gloves over his shoulder and washed his hands, glancing up in the mirror to look at me. I waved, and went back out into the ballroom. Mom was waiting for me outside. I was just about to go in there to look for you. Ah, she was worried about me. Better to keep my encounter with Crotch Guy to myself. I'd only have to explain what he wanted, and the whole I keep running into Tegu thing would surface. It's okay. The guy wasn't bothering me. What guy? We need to go before I forget everything I just learned. Of course that was her concern. I had her help me back into the unicorn head before we left the mixer. It smelled like I could have been inside a real unicorn hide. Ew. Had it always smelled like that? I wanted to fling it back off, but I didn't, just in case there were doozers loitering about. I'd already ruined Dewey for them, and I never heard the end of it. I didn't need to add unicorns to the mix. Mom got to the suite first and let us in. Why did she still have a key? I unzipped my unicorn chest as soon as the door swung shut. Take that off in your room, June, and then fold the costume up neatly. I don't want you dragging it all over the floor and getting it dirty. I ignored her and went over to the couch. Morgan was watching an episode of Unicorn Protector League on the TV, and he had a beer, just sitting there doing nothing. I took a few sips. Dewey was nowhere in sight. He was probably down in the casino playing that stupid slot machine. Morgan finally realized I was standing there.
How was it?
Mom had gone straight to the whiteboard and answered for me. Excellent. I have a list of several people who were seen arguing with Claire. They're all still here at the hotel. She grabbed a marker and started scribbling away. Morgan twisted to look up at me.
What did you find out?
I got Claire's police report. Mom paused for half a second to glance over at me. Was that a flash of respect? I don't see a police report in your hands. Nope, it was just surprise. It's being emailed to Morgan. How did you get that? I was detecting. She raised a, I'm not sure I believe you, eyebrow, and went back to her work. Morgan hustled to the little office, and Cyrano chased me down the hall to the bedroom. I still hadn't washed my clothes, but I had the stuff I'd bought in the hotel boutique to put on after I peeled myself out of the bodysuit. I wiggled out of the unicorn costume, folded it sorta neatly before dropping it on the bed, and went to turn on the shower. For a big hotel, the water sure took its time heating up. The hound slid her nose down one leg of the bodysuit, stopping now and then to poke me with her muzzle and give that spot an extra sniff. Yeah, I hear you, girl. I went over to the dresser to grab my boutique outfit. Might as well have it in there with me so I didn't have to wander around in a towel. It was nowhere in sight, which was not a good thing. The only other clothes I had to wear were still covered in Enzo. I'd never had a chance to do laundry. Cyrano started on my other leg, and I headed over to my suitcase to see what was salvageable. It was empty. I stomped back up the hall to Mom. What happened to my clothes? You just noticed? I sent them to be laundered. Wow, she'd done something nice. Thanks. I got tired of listening to you complain about how everything was covered in Enzo. At least the gesture was nice. June! Morgan's voice rang down the hall.
Who is Benito Juarez?
Benito? Wait, I knew this one. President of Mexico from 1861 to 1872.
What did you say?
I jogged down the hall to the office and he glanced up from the report.
That bodysuit's a good look for you.
I crossed my arms over my chest and perched on the edge of the desk. Don't look at my boobs.
What did you yell before?
Benito Juarez was the president of Mexico from 1861 to 1872.
How do you know that?
I'm good at trivia. A group of flight attendants had once introduced me to a drinking game that involved trivia, Zacapa XO, and toothpicks. A few facts had stuck.
Why is he sending me this police report?
Benito must have been Crotch Guy's alias. Or real name. If I could find his room, maybe I could search it for his real, actual, everyday ID. Maybe a maid would let me into his room. I could say the room's occupant was a suspect in Claire's murder. I could totally see Crotch Guy killing someone.
June?
I shrugged. Must be somebody my contact knows. What's the report say?
Claire died from a head wound.
I snatched the page from his hands. Really? She didn't look like she'd been hurt. Morgan snatched the page back.
You wouldn't have seen it. She had a hole in the back of her head. That's how they knew she died elsewhere. No blood pool under her body.
He scanned the pages.
They collected animal hair off of her bodysuit, and they're waiting on DNA results.
Mom appeared in the open door, the robot costume folded in her arms. Morgan, we'll go over my notes when I get back from returning these. June, where is your outfit? I pointed. Bedroom, all folded up like you wanted. When she'd gone, Morgan rocked back in the desk chair.
How was the general consensus on Claire?
She liked younger guys.
You think a romance might have led to her death?
There was this one guy who got all pissy when I mentioned Claire. It might be worth it to talk to him again. Blast! I'd somehow gotten invested in the whole Who Killed Claire Winthrop case, now that I'd met some of the people involved. It made me want to scream. I didn't, but Mom did. June? We found her in my bedroom, and it was raining. Fluff. She was shrieking and tugging at the blanket in Cyrano's mouth. No, wait. It wasn't a blanket. It was the unicorn outfit. Well, some of it. Most of it was on the floor, and dresser, and over in the doorway to the bathroom. It was a bloodbath of fluff. Oh, the horror. 22. Help! Mom shrieked. Morgan went one way, I went another, and Cyrano won the battle. Mom crashed to the bed, empty-handed, and the hound zoomed off, dragging what remained of the costume behind her. It took 10 more minutes, and all 3 of us, to separate Cyrano from her exciting new chew toy. Mom dropped to the floor in a heap, the ruins of the unicorn costume in her lap. I'm supposed to meet her right now and return these! What are we going to do? We? This whole thing had been her idea. How did it become a we? Get her a new one. There's a whole room downstairs full of people selling this stuff. Take Cyrano with you when you tell her.
How could she be mad at that face?
The hound seemed to know what was up, and trotted back to lick the air near Mom's face. That's actually a good idea, June. She'll need a new undergarment as well, so it's all shiny and new. Hey, I had a good idea. Give me your purse. Blast. I should have known. Why do I have to pay for it? Mom threw what was left of the costume at me. This is your fault. I didn't chew it up. Blame Morgan. I threw the unicorn skin at where he had just been standing, and it hit the floor. Mom snatched it back up and shook it at me. I saw Cyrano follow you into the bedroom. The dog sensed that she was next, and took a cue from her daddy. Her ears flattened against her head, and she zoomed away. If you saw Cyrano go into my room, why didn't you grab her? Or say, hey, June, don't let the dog eat the unicorn? You should have known dogs destroy fluffy things, and made sure she wasn't in your room. She wiggled her fingers at me. Credit card. Or cash, if you have it. I didn't, which meant the sky was the limit. And if I knew Mom, the bill would be outrageous. From the look on her face, and my years of experience in dealing with her, I gave up and handed it over. After she and Cyrano left, Morgan sat me down at the kitchen island.
This isn't a total loss. We did get a few names for our suspect list.
For our never-ending suspect list. I leaned over to bang my head on the counter. The Formica was soothing and cool, and a feeling of defeat washed over me. It was time to bow out of the detective business.
June?
I looked up. Morgan had brought me a tiny porcelain cup on a tiny porcelain plate.
You fell asleep.
What's this?
Tea. It helps me focus.
Since when?
You should open yourself up to new things.
He sat in the chair beside me and read from the box.
Lemon balm. Soothing souls and appealing to the distinctive taste buds of tea lovers worldwide since 1913. Did you know that Klaus Zirkelbach started the Zirkelbach Tea Company because he didn't like the family business?
I get it. I never would have gone into creepy crawlies on my own.
Guess what the family trade was?
I don't care.
Like, it was a job everyone in the family learned when they were old enough to work.
Shouldn't you be concentrating on Claire's murder?
Thatchers. They wove grass and made roofs.
and then he pinched my arm. Ouch!
Sorry, you've got hair all over you.
He was right. I was covered in dead unicorn. I picked off a few pieces and added them to the growing pile of fluff on the kitchen island. I gotta get out of this thing. He grabbed my arm and held up a single strand of the white fluff. What?
This is the wrong color, but it's like what was in the bathroom drain.
You're gonna harp on that too? Fine, I'll clean the tub. Jeez, we don't want housekeeping to have to do their job. He didn't let go of my arm.
Housekeeping already came by.
Then what are you complaining about? Let go. I want to go change. He followed me down the hall to my bedroom and over to the spot where my empty suitcase sat. I forgot. Mom sent my stuff out.
Your clothes are being cleaned because Enzo slept in your suitcase.
Morgan was staring at the spot where my things used to live, like he was broken. I knew the feeling. Yeah, Enzo was soaking wet when he made a nest out of my stuff and slept in it. Maybe the case was getting to him. That was the reason I'd borrowed his stuff in the first place, which he seemed to have forgotten. And that was a good thing. I didn't care about the doozer shirt, but Morgan's shorts were back at Felix's plastic room, covered in glitter and gunk.
Did your things have animal fur all over them?
Maybe. The smell was enough for a wash. Though that probably wouldn't have been an issue in this hotel, considering the current clientele. Morgan picked another strand of fluff off my back.
And now you have unicorn all over your bodysuit. You see where I'm going with this?
It was my turn to grab his arm. Seriously, Morgan, if you use that phrase with me one more time, you will be all over this hotel room as tiny bits of fluff. He held the unicorn fur under my nose, and I took a small step back.
The police report said that animal hair was found on Claire's bodysuit. You are now covered in the fluff from the unicorn costume, so...
We both said it at the same time. Claire was killed by a unicorn!
Most likely,
Morgan added.
Or at least was with someone in a light brown unicorn outfit right before she died. You said there was a guy she dated. What color was his outfit?
I shrugged, and Morgan ran off down the hall. Where are you? I found him in the office, at the computer, scrolling through the homepage for ProtectorCon.
When you bathed Enzo, did you take off his collar?
No.
We need him back.
Why? He tapped away at the keyboard and then rolled his chair over to the printer, which kicked into life and spit out a single sheet of paper. He rolled back and handed it to me. It was a calendar of ProtectorCon events. He used a pen to tap one of the little boxes.
There's one more mixer tomorrow at 10 a.m.
So?
You know how Cyrano has short fur?
What's that got to do with anything?
Even with short fur, whenever I take off her collar, there's stuff under it, trapped there until I brush it off. You see where
I held up a finger, and he swallowed the rest of the words.
All we need to do is get a sample of the unicorn fur from under his collar, and we'll match it to the killer in the morning.
He rocked back in his chair.
Call your friend.
What friend?
The one who took Enzo.
Yeah, about that. Morgan's chair squeaked back into the upright position.
What about that?
I perched on the edge of the desk and curled under a corner of the ProtectorCon schedule. I'm going to tell you something that you can't tell Mom. Or Warren. Or Crotch Guy.
That cop from Mexico? He's here?
I nodded.
I thought he was your new arch-nemesis. Why would you give him Enzo?
I didn't give him Enzo. I said don't tell him about who took the dog.
Then who has Enzo?
Tegu. Morgan popped up out of his chair.
You gave that cute little dog to a multiple murder suspect?
He sort of took him. And everyone keeps saying Tegu's a killer, but I've never seen him kill anyone, and he's always been really nice to me.
Didn't he leave you and your mom in the middle of the ocean? And I know he left you up on that balcony in New York. If he was a good guy, there wouldn't be a wanted poster with his name on it.
It was starting to feel claustrophobic in the office, so I stepped out into the hall and headed back to the kitchen for my tea. Morgan followed me to the microwave.
How did he sort of take him? Were you walking Enzo and Tegu came out of nowhere and snatched him?
I left him in the limo because the factory didn't look all that safe, and then there were these guys in a Trans Am, and there was gunfire, and then we got separated inside the factory, and when it was all over, it was just me. Everybody else was gone.
What factory? What are you talking about?
You have to promise first.
I'm not promising anything. Tegu is wanted by the cops.
But we're partners. At least, until I got out of the detective business. We have an oath to protect each other.
Tegu is wanted in at least 2 countries. We're official now. At least I am, but you'll be soon. We can't associate with known criminals. We could lose our license. You should have called 911 or at least told Warren. He's not that far away, and he has a bunch of cop buddies with him.
Tegu helped us in New York.
He did. He also tried to engage in illegal activity right in front of us, and he almost screwed up my case.
I couldn't have called 911 if I wanted to. The whole thing happened so fast.
Did he kidnap you?
It's all kind of a blur.
Why don't you start at the beginning?
You remember when Enzo got away from us in the elevator, and you were a huge help and just stayed where you were while I chased after him?
I was going over my notes and didn't realize you were gone until I got back to our floor.
Yeah, thanks for that. So Enzo ran through the crowd, and this guy picked him up, and it turned out to be Felix.
That's Tegu's kid?
You remembered. So, I'm standing there, minding my own business, and then this robot turns out to be Crotch Guy, and Tegu's in the elevator behind me, and everybody's pointing their guns, and I'm in the middle, and everybody wants to shoot each other. You should be worried that I could have been killed, not mad about who I was associating with.
It doesn't look like anyone shot you.
That's because all these UPLers showed up, and Crotch Guy got dragged away in the mob.
You said you left Enzo in a limo. How did you get from an elevator to a limo?
Well, that time I didn't. Enzo and I went upstairs to get something to eat at the buffet.
Tegu took Enzo from the restaurant?
No.
Of course he didn't. Just tell me where Enzo is, June.
I am. I'm minding my own business, and Crotch Guy shows up again and sits in my booth, uninvited, and shows me this video of me changing my shirt in the elevator. I rolled up the schedule and smacked him on the top of the head. You should have told me they had cameras in the elevators! Anyway, he threatened to give it to that website, and the doozers were gonna ruin my life.
He blackmailed you for Enzo.
He didn't want Enzo. He wanted Tegu. Morgan dropped both hands on my shoulders.
Before the last ounces of my sanity slip the surly bonds of earth, where is Enzo?
Right at this moment?
Yes, please.
I don't know, but I don't know why I added that word. Something told me I had more to say.
But what?
I don't know. Let me think. I picked up the ball of unicorn fluff and bounced it from hand to hand. There was something stuck in the back of my brain. Something important. I leaned back against the kitchen island and stared at Morgan, like he was the answer. And then it hit me. He was the answer. Or rather, he had the answer. And it was around his neck. I tugged the unicorn tail free. It was still in pretty good shape, except for the last couple of inches of the braid. Cyrano had done quite the number on it. Still, if it could have been trimmed and rebraided...
June, you still with me?
I don't know where Tegu is.
You keep saying that.
But I know where he'll be. I grabbed Morgan's wrist to check the time on his watch. It was 8:30. We had time. I hurried down the hall with Morgan at my heels.
Where are you going?
I need something to wear.
Stay out of my clothes.
You want to catch Claire's killer or not?
I do.
Then give me your pants. 23.
I still don't understand how you know this woman.
I'd given him the gist regarding my introduction to Ruby. We'd met, I didn't say where, we'd bonded over our issue with intruding fans, and she'd invited me out to the tail auction.
Is her last name Bird?
That sounds right.
Man, she's legendary. She uses this really soft fiber from her llamas to create these elaborate tails with all sorts of hidden elements woven in. She sells the fiber, and some people make their own tails, but none compare to what she does. Once a year, starting last year, actually, she does this auction for this really special piece, and you have to get an invite, and it always goes for a lot of cash.
How much is a lot?
Like low 5 figures.
For a costume tail?
Hey, these people are serious about their cosplay.
How do you know all this, Morgan?
I do things. I have a life.
You sit around my brother's house watching cartoons.
And that's the life.
It was hopping when we got to Ruby's place. Morgan parked in the grass between her fence and the tree line. I got out and slung my hobo purse over a shoulder, getting a warm, fuzzy feeling as I heard the 2 extra cell phones rattle around inside.
What do you suppose that used to be?
I looked back at the factory. No clue. We followed the line of cars to the gravel path that ran between her house and the barn. Most of it was filled with more cars. I'd have hated to be that first driver to arrive, knowing there'd be no way to turn around if I wanted to leave early. Thanks to a moonless night, I could see shapes, but couldn't make out too much of what was there. I knew the direction of the barn where I'd taken refuge from the killer llama, and could make out the edges of the tree line that blocked a view of the factory. Little solar lights dotted the edges of the gravel driveway and led through the makeshift parking lot to the house where all the action was happening.
Gorgeous, huh?
I guess. Her place seemed like a lot for one person. Single story and spread out. I'd seen at least 2 bedrooms when I'd been inside, and from the size of the place, I'd have to guess there were at least 2 more. Plus that craft room she'd showed me. Morgan tapped a finger under my chin.
I meant the sky. Must be a billion stars up there. Makes me miss home.
Oh, that. I gave the sky a quick, yes, I appreciate it, can we move on? Look. A blanket of stars above only said welcome to nowhere. Here's nothing to do. I'd had enough of that growing up.
Aren't you hot?
Morgan had stuck with shorts and a t-shirt. I'd borrowed a pair of his jeans and a dress shirt with the sleeves rolled up past my elbows, just in case I had to stand under a ceiling fan. I'm fine. He slipped an arm in mine.
Okay, here's the plan. We find Tegu. You ask him where the dog is. We get the collar. We match the hair underneath it to a unicorn at the mixer tomorrow morning.
Thanks for the recap. I had completely forgotten why we were here. Why don't we just yell out Enzo and see if he comes running? He ignored me and let go of my arm, flipping through his little notebook one more time as we approached the house.
If we don't see Tegu right away, we'll split up.
So we're a no for yelling?
What if he thinks we're the cops and runs?
The dog?
Tegu.
Okay, if we're doing it your way, then you should keep an eye out for Felix, too.
What does he look like?
Bouncy, red hair, annoying. You can't miss him.
So, nothing like his dad.
Exactly. A narrow path, bookended with more little solar lights, branched off the driveway. We crunched into Ruby's backyard and took the 2 steps up to a patio where a group of about 10 smokers were gathered around a fire pit. Morgan slipped his arm back into mine and leaned in close to whisper,
Do you see him?
I didn't. One of the smokers jumped up.
Late arrivals!
He came over to us with a clipboard. Name? June Nash. What if Ruby hadn't added me to her list? Would Morgan make us stand around until this thing was over so we could look for Tegu as people left? Maybe we should have just searched for the limo. Maybe the little dog was still waiting inside, assuming the guys in the Trans Am hadn't damaged it during the chase. Morgan tightened his grip on my arm.
Rupert, of course. She's just hungry.
He guided me through the sliding glass door that was now open and shook hands with the clipboard guy as we went past.
What's wrong with you? He asked who your favorite character was.
He did? I didn't hear him ask me that.
Get it together, June.
Maybe I need some food. Where's the snack table? It wasn't in the first room. That one was stuffed with people. No one was in costume, thank goodness. I snagged a glass of champagne from a passing tray, and Morgan took it away. He set it down on a side table.
Let's keep our wits about us.
Sure.
We'll split up and meet back here in 10 minutes.
He went right. I grabbed the champagne glass and went left. I wove through the crowd, keeping an eye out for Tegu and his weird son. Everybody was talking unicorns, which made sense, considering where we were. I moved fast, avoiding eye contact. I wasn't interested in getting into a debate with anyone about something as silly as a cartoon. I ended up in a hall and came to the locked room where Ruby had shown me the tale. There was a note on the door. Viewing at 9 p.m. sharp. Only bidders with invitations admitted.
Were you lucky enough to score one?
A tall white guy with greasy blonde hair was invading my personal space. He propped an arm on the wall above my head and leaned down toward me.
I bet you're a Lena. I'm a Vivian, and you can oil my joints anytime you want.
Sorry, gotta get back to the lucid forest. I slid a foot to my right, shifted my weight, and spun around to freedom, and ran right into Ruby Bird. June! She threw her arms around me. I'm so glad you're here. She slipped an arm in mine. Let's get some air. The crowd easily parted as she led me out the kitchen door and out into the yard. Are you going to bid on the tail for your brother? Probably not. Well, I'm glad you came anyway. Actually, I did have another reason. I'm looking for a friend. I could call Tegu that. I just wouldn't use that word around Morgan. Or Mom. Are they here bidding? Oh, yes. His son is a nut when it comes to the unicorn stuff. She giggled and whispered, They're all nuts. But you know how the fans are. Yes, I do. So, what's your friend's name? Tegu Brasino. His son is Felix. She rolled her eyes. He's here. He is? Fantastic. He didn't happen to have a little black and silver poodle with him. He has a little poodle? It's not his, really. It belonged to this lady. It's a long story. And I left the dog in his limo and we got separated. Now I need the dog back. Did you decide to adopt him? It's nothing like that. I only need the little dog's collar. But not the dog? Well, it's not the collar, but the stuff that could be underneath it. I gave him a bath, I didn't take the collar off, and so the evidence could still be there. Like, for a crime? I thought you were an assistant. I am, but I'm sort of a private detective, too. At least until I could get Morgan to fire me. You certainly lead an exciting life. You want help looking for... What's the name of the kid with the dog? The dog's Enzo, and the kid is Felix. Tegu's his dad. Okay, if Felix is here tonight, he'd know better than to bring the dog inside. I hate dogs. We each did our own little 360. More of the little solar lights lit up a path that continued around to the front door, but anything past 2 or 3 feet was lost to darkness. I didn't see anyone in the front yard, or in the field off to the left. I could make out shapes in the near distance. What's over there? That's the south paddock. He'd better not take the dog over there. That's where I moved my herd so they'd be away from all the noise. Let me get a flashlight. She ran back inside and went over to the porch. I dropped into a rocker, set my purse on the little table beside me, and texted Morgan. Ruby said that Tegu and Felix are here somewhere. His reply was almost immediate.
I'm still looking. Guess who else is here?
I give up. Hi, Junie! It's Sarah, typing at you from Morgan's phone! I almost flung mine. What was she doing here? I heard about this over at your hotel, and I thought it might be fun. I already had too much to deal with. Last thing I needed was Sarah following me around. Great idea! Go get that tail! There was no way that the unicorn people were going to let an outsider waltz in and snag the Holy Grail, but at least it would keep her busy and out of my hair. The front door banged back open, and Ruby waved a beam of light at my face from a little square flashlight. I threw a hand over my eyes. Sorry, we should start over in the south paddock. She aimed the light at a structure that looked a zillion miles away. I've got a better idea. I put 2 fingers in my mouth and whistled, and then yelled, Enzo! Here, boy! There was a tiny yelp from somewhere over in the tree line, just past the barn. Why didn't Morgan ever listen to me? Ruby aimed her flashlight that way. Is that you, June? This time, the voice was male. And energetic. It had to be Felix. I think we found him. We caught up to Felix dancing around the outside Ruby's barn. Help me catch him! There! Ruby pointed her light, and Enzo raced through the beam. I zigged, Felix zagged, and we corralled the little dog up against the barn. Felix scooped Enzo up and bounced him in his arms. What are you doing here, June? Looking for you. He turned his shoulder away from me and covered the little dog's head with a hand. You don't want Enzo back, do you? I don't. That made him bounce a bit higher. You're here to talk about Dad's idea. Ruby handed me the flashlight and went into the barn. I aimed the light at a spot on the wall near Felix's face. I didn't want to blind him. Until it was necessary. I don't. All I need is Enzo's collar. That took the bounce out of him. But he might run off without his collar, and I love him. It's really important. I didn't want to mention the police. That sort of thing might make the son of a multiple murder suspect jumpy. It would help my friend Morgan a lot.
I'm all for helping friends. Okay.
He held out the little dog, and I fiddled with the clip on his collar, pried Enzo's tongue out of my nose, and stepped back with my prize. Thanks. I stopped myself from adding "I owe you one." That was something I didn't want to commit to. Felix went back to bouncing the little dog in his arms.
Okay, Dad's here somewhere. You gotta hang around, or he'll be super bummed he missed you.
I slipped the collar over my wrist and got out my cell phone. I need to talk to Morgan first. I'd rather you didn't. Ruby was back, with a pitchfork, and it was aimed at my face. 24. I used my palm to push the big dangerous fork out of my face. What are you doing, Ruby? It came right back at me, and this time I got poked in the shoulder. Ow! She shook her pitchfork at Felix, and then back at me. I need you both to listen to me. Felix decided he wasn't up for that. He screamed like a 5-year-old, dropped Enzo to the ground, and ran. The little dog barked and took off in the opposite direction. I aimed the flashlight, and we watched Felix disappear into the darkness. A moment later, headlights flipped on, an engine gunned, metal scraped and crunched, vehicles shifted, and a stretch limo drove over the grass, knocked down a portion of the wooden fence, and zoomed off into the night. Ruby huffed. That SOB. I guess he's off the list for next year. She swung the pitchfork my way again. Gimme your phone. No. She whacked me with the giant fork. I dropped my phone, and she speared it. Blast. I'd really liked that one. I'd had it the longest of any phone I'd ever gotten. Ruby raised the pitchfork, and my phone sparked as it died on the third tine from the left. Now, gimme the collar. You can't be serious. Like a llama on a carrot farm. Whatever that meant. She jabbed the pitchfork at the air around my body and advanced like she was about to challenge me to a fencing match. Blast. Why hadn't I run off too? Give me the collar. Sure. I aimed the flashlight at her eyes instead. She threw up a hand to block the light, the pitchfork dropped to the ground, and I ran. I didn't get far. My feet flew out from under me as she swept the handle of the fork across my ankles. I landed face first and slid on my elbows and palms, tickling my chin with blades of grass as I came to a stop. A pair of cute ballet slippers stepped into view, and I rolled over to look up at Ruby and the pitchfork. Please get up, June. Sure. I needed to keep her calm. I didn't want that pitchfork getting anywhere near any more parts of my body that were squishy and easy to stab, which was pretty much all of it. I rocked myself up into a sitting position and rubbed my sore palms on my borrowed shirt. If it was Morgan's favorite, he was out of luck. I was now one giant grass stain. You want to talk about it? She twisted her wrist so I could see her watch. I can't. The auction is about to start. Great. We'll go inside, do the auction, say goodbye to all the unicorn losers, and then you can tell me all about whatever's bothering you over some zacapa. I climbed to my feet and took a step toward the house, hoping she'd be okay with that. She wasn't. She jogged around me, and I got poked in the stomach. I put up my hands and backed away. I can't have you calling the police. Not when I still have to explain. I tripped. I'm okay. Why would I call the police? I had a feeling I knew why she was worried. She wanted Enzo's collar. She must have killed Claire. Boy, I sucked at making friends. You need to stay here until everybody goes home. You got it. I will not move a muscle. I was so out of here as soon as she turned her back. Get in the barn. She jabbed the giant fork at my right shoulder, just missing it as I jumped back. Then she poked my right arm, snagging my shirt just above the elbow, tearing the fabric as the tine scraped over my skin. Ow! I slapped a hand over the cut, and blood dripped out from between my fingers, soaking into my sleeve. Ruby stomped a foot. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. It's that stupid dog's fault. The pitchfork came dangerously close to poking my other shoulder. Get in the barn! What happened to Claire? I might as well ask. She was going to poke me to death whether I knew or not. I had to yell at Enzo. Anyone would have. He almost destroyed the tail. She didn't have to scare Fred. It's her own fault. He didn't mean it. Wait, was she trying to tell me that her llama killed Claire? Get inside! She went back to her battle stance, poking at me here and there, hitting skin now and then, as I retreated until I slammed into the side of the barn. Fumbling along the wall, I found the sliding door and stumbled inside. It was pitch black. I shuffled a few steps, heard her trying to lock up while holding the pitchfork, and ran. I got to the side door and hit it with my shoulder as I fumbled with the knob. It didn't budge. What the? It opened outward. I knew it did. I'd been through it before. The path from here led to the kitchen and people. All those people. All those witnesses. I tried the knob again. Wait, there was a deadbolt. I spun it as the tines of the pitchfork pressed against my back. You said you wouldn't run off. I held up my hands. Did I? I'm sorry, Ruby. Let's just sit down and talk this over. I don't have time. Walk to the back of the barn. There's a pen. I can barely see. I'd been in this barn before, and I couldn't remember seeing anything I would have called a pen. But I hadn't looked around much. I'd been a little preoccupied by the Trans Am guys and the angry llama spit. Head for the sink and then go left. There's a whole row of pens. Any of them will do. I had no idea what a pen could be until I found one with my ankle. I leaned one hand on the cold metal railing and raised my foot to rub a spot that I hoped I lived long enough to see become a bruise. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, the outline of the pen took shape. It was a cage on 3 sides, made of metal pipes and chicken wire. Now, zip tie one of your hands to it. She threw something at my feet. Ruby, this isn't necessary. The pitchfork said it was. I found the plastic strip and zip-tied my left arm to a piece of chicken wire up near the top. I didn't want to sit in the hay all around my feet. Who knew what was lurking in it? Now the collar. I tossed it her way, and she slipped it over a wrist. You know, you and I are a lot alike. We both do things we don't want to do to protect the ones we love. Ruby, I've done a lot of things to doozers over the years, and maybe even some of those times deserve to be on that website. They didn't. But one thing I've never done is hold anyone against their will. She straightened up and let the pitchfork tine swing to the floor. I am not the bad guy. And yet, you've got a weapon, and I'm zip-tied to a llama's bedroom. I'll be back. We'll talk. You'll understand. She took the pitchfork with her and went out the side door. A click told me I was locked in. I counted to 30 in case she came back trying to surprise me, then attacked the chicken wire, as best as I could while I was still tied to it. The stuff was unbreakable. Just how strong were chickens? And why was this stuff on a llama pen? I kicked my feet at the hay around me, searching for anything I could use to break myself free, but found nothing. Maybe I should have tied myself to a lower piece of wire. This was going to be a long night, and at least I could have been sitting down when Ruby came back to kill me. The side door creaked open, and a bit of light drifted in. Ruby? Maybe she'd come to her senses. A figure stepped into the barn, and as it moved closer, a Cheshire grin came into focus. I figured you were for the kinky kind. It was Crotch Guy, of course. Where did you come from? Outside. Your friend is loony. Were you here this whole time? Why didn't you help me? She is one complication I don't need to deal with. She killed Claire Winthrop. Or maybe her llama did. I'll pass that along to the proper authorities after I book Tegu Bresino. Where is he? I don't know. His kid was here. Crotch Guy slid a hand into his jacket and whipped a pistol out of a shoulder holster. He crouched down and did a 360, aiming the gun high as he spun. Where? Cut it out. You look ridiculous. He's gone. He was here. Ruby went nuts, and he ran off. He took a car and hit like 10 others in the parking lot, and then drove through the fence. Didn't you hear all that? I was inside. The music's loud. Did you see Morgan? I saw your boyfriend. He's not... Whatever. Just get me out of this. Have you got scissors?
Yeah, right here in my...
He patted down his pockets and then gave me a look.
Of course I don't have scissors.
Then find something else to help me. I wiggled my fingers. I'm losing feeling in my hand. Crotch Guy put the gun away. He got one of the water buckets, flipped it over, and sat down.
You help me first. Have you seen Brasino meet up with anyone since he got to town?
Why are you so fixated on Tegu? What's he ever done to you?
He's a criminal. I'm the law.
There's some history there. I wasn't sure if there really was, but the accusation made his eye twitch.
Instead of playing detective, why don't you tell me who he's been meeting up with? Something is going down.
You know what would really help your career? Solving a murder that's got all of Las Vegas talking. At least the people at the Gilded Eagle Hotel and Casino. Ruby's right there in her house, all ready to get cuffed and go to jail. He shrugged.
Not my jurisdiction. Let's try this again.
He came over to me and leaned in close.
Have you seen Tegu Brasino or not?
Like I said, your obsession is weird.
I think so as well.
Tegu stepped out of a shadow, gun in hand. Crotch Guy stumbled behind me, and I heard a click. I didn't need to look to know that once again, I was in the middle of another standoff. 25. This was beyond ridiculous. I was an innocent bystander. Why did I keep ending up between these two idiots? They were going to kill me. Then my mom was going to kill me for being the idiot standing between these two idiots. Stop it. Both of you. I pointed my free hand at Tegu. You got scissors? Crotch Guy laughed, but Tegu reached into an interior pocket of his suit jacket and tossed me a pair, without lowering his gun, still aimed at the Fed. The scissors were delicate and gold, probably 24 karat, but they did the job. I held them up.
Keep them, Miss Nash.
Thanks. I was still idiot in the middle, so I took a tiny step to my left and banged my hip bone into my former prison. Ow. I pressed a hand against the spot that would eventually become a bruise. I'll just get out of your way. The lovely open space outside of their bullet zone was oh so close. I shifted my weight. Crotch Guy snapped his fingers and shifted his weight, so that I found myself back in the line of fire.
This is an arrest, Brasino. Drop the gun and put your hands behind your neck.
Tegu merely smiled.
No.
Crotch Guy stomped his foot.
I am...
Yes, Tegu finished.
You're the law.
I threw my arms up at the ceiling. Enough is enough! I am sick of this! Crotch Guy growled at me.
Oh, shut up, Nash.
His face took on an I've eaten something disgusting and need to puke look, as his gun hand dipped, and the barrel pointed to the empty air beside me. And then Warren Mitchell's voice was in my head.
Grab, spin, twist, flip.
I didn't realize I was moving until my fingers closed around Crotch Guy's wrist. I squeezed and spun the weapon away as I did a 180 and twisted his arm until he was in the perfect position for a flip. Down he went. I stared at the gun, now in my hands. Crotch Guy sputtered up at me.
You touched my weapon! Nobody touches my weapon!
And nobody should point a gun at an innocent bystander. I switched on the safety and put a foot on his chest. He shoved my leg aside and scrambled to his feet.
You need therapy, Nash.
When he reached for the gun, I tossed it at the hay behind him. He shrieked and leaped into the pile after it.
Nice moves, Miss Nash.
I spun on my heels to point a finger at Tegu. Don't make me take yours, too. His gun disappeared under his jacket.
It will be fine. I have an extra.
He wiggled one of his feet.
As always, this was lovely, but I must take your leave.
Crotch Guy tossed a handful of hay at us.
Don't you go anywhere, Brasino. You're still under arrest. And you have no weapon.
Tegu held up 2 fists.
Unless you'd like to continue this man-to-man.
Crotch Guy snorted. He stumbled out of the hay and raised his fists.
Fine with...
Tegu got off a quick jab to Crotch Guy's chin before he could finish his sentence. The Fed stumbled and ended up in the hay, sprawled out on his back. He shook his head and reached up to rub his chin. I lowered my voice and leaned against the side of the llama pen. Shouldn't you get out of here while he's busy?
He's harmless. You, on the other hand.
He clapped the tips of his fingers together.
Very impressive moves.
I guess I paid more attention to Warren over the years than I thought I did. I flashed on the hours Dewey and I had spent hanging out at his jail, thanks to Mom's double shifts in the ER. What else was buried deep in my psyche? Hey, you know Felix left.
Yes, he has a small problem with confrontation. My driver has called for another car.
I don't think you'll get your deposit back on that first one.
It's already forgotten. Have you given any more thought to my proposal?
That got Crotch Guy's attention, and he rolled himself into a sitting position, a hand still massaging his chin.
I knew you were working with Brasino.
I'm not doing anything with anyone.
Good. Then help me find my weapon.
I rolled my eyes at Tegu. Maybe I'd better help him. I made a point to look at the side door, and he smiled and gave me a single nod. He'd probably take off once Crotch Guy was distracted. I had a feeling he'd show up at some point in the future to talk about that silly cartoon show, but I'd deal with that when the time came. I stepped around Crotch Guy and climbed through the hay, kicking, slipping, and finally swimming through the stuff. I don't see it.
Keep looking.
How far did I throw it?
Try next to the buckets,
Tegu suggested. I waded deeper into the pile, stumbling as something wrapped around my leg and tripped. Something furry had me. I was being attacked. I shook my leg, shrieked again, and let the scream morph into a soft, "Oh," when the unicorn horn popped into view.
Hey, June.
I looked up at Morgan. He was standing nearby, holding the little dog.
Is that a unicorn costume?
He asked. I think it belonged to Claire. I worked my leg free. It had to be what she was wearing when she died, which meant it probably had blood on it. They'd found a head wound on her body, and those usually bled. Best not to touch it. Morgan bounced Enzo in his arms and pushed the little tongue out of his nose.
Hey, Tegu. Mr. Durgan, good to see you again.
Crotch Guy gave Morgan a quick appraisal, deemed him unworthy of his time, and went back to searching for his gun.
Is Felix around? I'm looking for Enzo's collar.
I sat up and worked a piece of hay out of the back of my mouth. Ruby has it.
Why does she have it?
Crotch Guy sat back on his heels and laughed.
You moron. The woman is the killer you've been looking for.
Really? He dropped his eyes, and Enzo's tongue went back up his nose. But it was totally unexpected, I added. Crotch Guy had no right to make Morgan feel bad, considering how he'd been disarmed by a crazed woman and his perp had the upper hand. Once again. Did you go by the front porch, Morgan? I left my purse there.
I actually did, but I didn't see it.
Great. Some unicorn had probably stolen it.
My gun, Nash.
Crotch Guy waved a hand in front of my eyes.
Keep looking.
Fine. I shifted onto my knees and leaned into the pile of hay. Then a hand hit my back. I flew forward, and I was covered in a blob of hay as Crotch Guy hissed one word. Quiet. I struggled against a new pressure on my back. Was he sitting on me? Was he trying to smother me? Was he...
Over here.
That was a new voice. It was deep and indifferent. The pressure on my back disappeared, and I heard Crotch Guy say,
I'm unarmed.
Who was out there?
Take the gun on his ankle, too.
Another voice grunted.
Got it.
The first one spoke up again.
You owe me a car.
Uh-oh. It had to be the Trans Am guys. Like I needed something else to go wrong tonight. 26. Enzo barked. There were scrapes like feet being dragged. Words were shouted, and then it was all quiet. I counted to 30 and used 2 fingers to dig up through the hay over my eyes, a bit at a time, until I saw the rail of the llama pen. Tegu was gone. I did a slow shift and freed my face. I didn't see Crotch Guy, or Morgan either. And since no one had ripped me from the hay, I felt safe in assuming that the Trans Am guys didn't know I was here. I shook myself out of the hay, half standing, searching the darkness for a gun ready to shoot me dead, in case I was wrong. Finally satisfied that I was alone, I stood up and brushed off all the dried grass. I needed to get help. I didn't care so much about Crotch Guy or Tegu. They could handle themselves, most of the time. But Morgan was in the mix now. And if anything happened to him, Dewey would be devastated. I'd have to be his new cartoon buddy, and I'd had enough of unicorns to last me a couple dozen lifetimes. No, Morgan had to be rescued. I checked the side door. No sign of anyone. I slipped out and snuck down the edge of the barn. No one in the direction of the house, but they wouldn't go that way. Too many people. I eased around until I could see the outline of the trees. It was the perfect way to go, toward the factory. I scanned the area as branches shook in the gentle breeze, and something near the ground caught my eye. A dark patch. There was something out there. Wait, it was too low to the ground. Was it a body? Had they shot everyone and left them in a heap? No, I hadn't heard anything. And the something was moving, and getting closer to me, slowly taking shape. I crouched down, willing my eyes to adjust to the low light. A furry bundle leaped into my arms, and Enzo stuck his tongue up my nose. Hey, boy. I scooped him up. Morgan had let him go, and the little guy was smart enough to come here where it was safe. I needed a phone. I headed back toward the house. Ruby was in there, but she wouldn't do anything to me while the crowd was still here. I took the steps up to the porch. I could see people inside dancing, and found the tall blonde guy from earlier, puffing away on a cigar by the fire pit. Hey, what was his name? Had he said his name? It didn't matter, 'cause I didn't care. Have you got a cell phone?
Now you want to talk to me?
My friends are in trouble over at the factory. He leaned back in his chair to see past me.
What factory?
The place through the trees, on the other side of the barn. I turned to point, and Enzo wiggled out of my arms. He ran over to the fire pit and practically inhaled a plate of snacks perched on the edge.
There's nothing over there. You're crazy, and I need another beer.
He lifted his shoe, ground the tip of his cigar out on the sole, and got up. I could see his phone in the back pocket of his jeans and made a grab for it. He slapped my hand away.
Now you want to play?
Ew. No, I need your phone.
You had your chance with me.
He beat me to the sliding door, slipped inside, and slammed it closed. I tried the handle, but he'd locked it. He stuck out his tongue, and I got a last glimpse of Enzo as he pulled the drapes closed. How had the little dog gotten in there so fast? I pounded on the door, but no one could hear me over the music. I ran around to the front. It was locked as well. I needed to do something. Fast. Back in the barn, I did a 360. I needed a weapon. There were lots of brushes. None that would do any damage if I threw them at someone. Empty water buckets, same issue. I checked the drawers by the sink and then a small closet I hadn't noticed before. It was full of rakes. Sharp, possibly deadly, definitely awkward. Nothing that would level things between me and the goons with guns. I needed something with heft. The pitchfork was nowhere in sight. Maybe Ruby had taken it with her. There had to be something else I could use, like a tire iron. I went back to the makeshift parking lot and began checking doors. Locked, locked, locked. Wait. I went back and pressed my nose against the driver's window. There was a gym bag in the front passenger seat. I knew that bag. It was Sarah's paintball stuff. She had her own uniform. Did she have her own guns? I checked all 4 doors. Locked. And then I scanned the ground. I needed a big rock. I'd pay her back later. It took 3 tosses to break the back window, and I leaned in enough to grab the bag. It was heavy. I squatted down in the gravel and checked the contents. I tossed the uniform to one side and let out a little yes as I wrapped my fingers around the barrel of her paintball gun. I took out all the pieces, setting them in a row. Rifle, paintballs, strap for easy carrying over my shoulder, cool, a thingy for holding the paintballs, little cover for the barrel's end, I didn't need that, And what else was I missing? I closed my eyes, trying to picture the locker room and Sarah's instructions. I dug around in the bag and found it. The canister of compressed air. This one was heavy, and probably full. Sarah hadn't played. She'd been the ref. Perfect. I wouldn't be deadly, but I might be able to distract the bad guys so Morgan and the others could get away. I ran my fingers over the little dial on the side. There were 3 settings. A white S, that had to be the safety, a red bullet with an F, fire, and 3 red bullets with the letters F-A. That had to be fire a lot. I clicked it to that and circled back to the clothes. I put on the vest and tucked an extra air canister and more of the paintballs in the pockets. Time to go save the day. Somebody was going to owe me a big bottle of Zacapa when this was all over. 27. The Trans Am guys had switched cars. A truck was parked in the grass a few yards from Dewey's rental. Morgan had the keys for that, but the truck was unlocked. I checked for a phone. Nada. Just a charging cable. Then I did a quick search for a backup weapon they might have stashed inside. It would be handy to have something a little deadlier than balls of paint. Thanks to Mom's coffee buddy, Sheriff Warren Mitchell, I not only knew how to disarm a gun-toting idiot, something I was never going to do again, but I'd also grown up knowing how to handle the actual guns themselves. I was an excellent shot. As long as the target wasn't moving, and wasn't too far away, I could handle myself with most firearms. I just didn't like doing it. Guns were noisy, the kickback hurt my wrist, and the one time I'd practiced with a revolver, I'd chunked up the tip of my thumb drawing back the hammer. Still, the range was a lot more fun than roaming the hills looking for snakes, or hanging out with my mother while she laid out my flaws in a 12-step fashion. I flipped open the glove box and found a registration, which I stuffed in a pocket. At least Warren would be able to find them later, just in case. The center console was crammed with crap. Gum, I tossed it over my shoulder. Chapstick, it went that way too. Lotion, tissues, hand sanitizer. Who were these killers? Didn't anybody carry around an extra gun or hunting knife anymore? Tegu was a dying breed. I crouched down beside the truck and gave the factory a good once-over. I'd been running away before and hadn't gotten a view of this side. The ground floor, where they'd made the bears and where the bad guys were probably holding Morgan and the others, didn't have any windows. Tattered sheets of plastic fluttered from the ones on the second floor. Aside from what little light the quarter moon offered out here, the factory was in complete darkness. Felix had a generator for his little gallery. Would they turn it on? Or would they just wing it and line everybody up and... I shook away the thought of what would come next. I needed to concentrate on getting inside the place without being seen. Which way to go? To the ramp out front, or the side door where Tegu had jumped into his limo? And left me. He was lucky Morgan was in there too. Since it was almost a straight line between that door and the spot where they'd left the truck, I raced for the back wall of the factory, channeling every stupid TV show I'd ever seen and keeping my rifle out in front of my body, my index finger straight along the barrel and off the trigger. I could hear Warren's voice in my head. Never point your weapon at anything you're not willing to shoot. Finger off the trigger until you sight your target. Give your mother a break. She's trying her best. I ignored that last one for the most part. The others I took very seriously. I eased around the corner and raced up the ramp to the door. Switching the rifle to my left hand, I pulled open the door with my right. It was lighter than I remembered and flew open. A rush of mold and dust smacked me in the face, and I coughed. The door swung shut and hit me in the back. My left arm was flung up, and I sent a spray of paintballs up into the night air. Dropping into a crouched position, I fumbled with the rifle, trying to get it back into my right hand before the bad guys came racing up to the first-floor stairs to shoot me dead. But no one came running. Staying low, I crab-walked inside, letting the door ease shut behind me. Now, I could hear the soft hum of the generator. And voices. They were downstairs. Probably over by Felix's plastic room. which, according to every gangster movie that Mom had ever forced me to watch, made cleanup super easy after cutting up your enemies. Keeping my footfalls light and my body low, I got to the staircase. I let my rifle rest on the lower rail and adjusted my aim until I had the soft glow of the plastic room in sight. I could make out vague shapes inside it. One figure, moving around. 2 figures stationary. 2 were missing. Who was missing? I needed to get to a spot with a better view. I lifted the rifle off the rail and, staying low, crept past the destroyed office, carefully avoiding bare parts and glass parts and who knows what that critter was parts. I got to the end of the hall. A breeze kicked up the plastic covering a window, and I got a quick view of the truck and Dewey's rental. It was covered in splatters of blue paint. Just it. Nothing else. The truck, the trees, the grass, all pristine. Of course, I'd have to figure out how to blame the bad guys later. I did a quick spin, aiming at the empty hall behind me, just in case someone had snuck up. But so far, I was good to go. No one knew I was here. The row of shattered windows guided me up the dark hall, and I found a door marked Obs Atio. I slipped through, and the whole factory was right there behind a long set of broken windows. I had a good view of the main floor and eased along until I could see down into most of the plastic room. Morgan and Crotch Guy were the stationary figures. Both sat with their hands behind their heads. The moving figure was one of the bad guys, standing guard. He took a couple of steps and said,
"Just press the buttons."
Another voice came back.
"The generator won't hook up to it." "Then just shoot him. I want to squish him in the press and make a statement."
Blast. They were going to kill Tegu. I needed to act fast. I aimed at the guy I could see, and my finger curled down onto the trigger. I could take him out. Well, cover him in blue paint so that Crotch Guy and Morgan could get away. But what about the other guy? I needed him preoccupied. I crept further up the observation hall until a piece of machinery came into view. I could see a figure sticking out of it and another fiddling with some sort of control panel. I adjusted the dial on the paintball gun to a single F, rose up, and swung my rifle toward where I'd been attacked by the teddy bear and fired off one shot. The paintball hit something metal, and a soft clang echoed across the factory floor. The guy trying to kill Tegu snapped around, his gun drawn, but he didn't look up. I aimed again, this time sending a single paintball into the far right corner. Again, he looked around, but not up. The generator was covering the sound of the paintball rifle. Perfect. He turned toward the plastic room.
"Did you hear that?"
His friend's voice called back.
"Hear what?" "There's something out here. Probably rats."
I adjusted my aim and shot at the far left side of the floor. Something tipped over. The guy with Tegu took a few steps away from the machine, waving his gun from side to side. He was on edge. Now I needed to take him down. I twisted the dial on my rifle to fire a lot. Keep going. Just a bit more. And then he was in the labyrinth of junk. Just a bit. He reached a bend with 2 possible directions. Perfect. I imagined him in a Doozer t-shirt. And fired. A wave of paintballs hit his body, and he shrieked, spun, and ran straight into a wobbly stack of crates. Everything crashed down, taking him with it. I spun on my heels and raced back to the plastic room. The second guy was waving his gun, yelling for his friend. I raised my rifle, aimed, and as I squeezed the trigger, both Crotch Guy and Morgan leaped at the gunman. In a split second, all 3 were a rolling mess of blue. Blast. I'd shot everyone. As they continued to roll around the slippery floor, I reloaded the paintballs and took aim again. Just in case. One of the blue bodies got the upper hand, and I saw a gun lift into the air. Good gun or bad? No time to decide. I aimed, and a wave of blue sent it flying.
"Nash!"
It was Crotch Guy's voice.
"Cut it out!"
Sorry. There was more rolling around, and finally 2 figures ended up on top of the third, and I saw the glint of silver handcuffs. Crotch Guy had prevailed. "You're welcome!" I shouted down to the floor. A single blue finger waved back. I stood up and slung the rifle over my shoulder. All that was left to do was find a phone. The local cops arrived first, followed by a couple of ambulances, a fire truck, the state police, and 2 FBI agents. The Trans Am guys were wanted for a whole bunch of reasons, and everyone was fighting over who got to take them away. I gave my statement and hung with Morgan while the medics cleaned him up. Crotch Guy had refused treatment and was screaming into a phone as he blindly paced into innocent bystanders. Tegu had gotten away. Again. The detective who was investigating Claire Winthrop's death even stopped by. Someone must have forwarded my statement. He said he wanted to let me know that they'd taken Ruby and her llama into custody. His guess was that the animal had charged Claire and she'd hit her head and died. I asked about Enzo, but nobody had seen him, which was okay. Chances were good that, at this very moment, he was in the back of a limo getting snuggles and skewers of shrimp from Felix Brasino. Warren had arrived at some point in the mix, and I was sure my mom wouldn't be far behind. And she wasn't. She arrived on the heels of a reporter who sat up right next to us and started jabbering away to a camera. I let Mom guide me away from the noisy lady. I wanted to be able to hear everything she said when she admitted that I was a great detective. I ran her through the night's events. I didn't mention Tegu. No one besides Crotch Guy had so far, so I didn't see any reason to bring him up. Mom listened without saying a word, nodding her head now and then. Finally, she asked, "Is that it?" I grinned. "It is. You have anything you want to say?" That got me another nod. "Your brother's rental car is blue, and 2 of the windows are broken." "What?" "It's covered in blue paint." "Did you do that?" "It was an accident. I was trying to rescue Morgan at the time." "You should probably pay the damages." "Why? He has insurance." "It just seems like the right thing to do." "But he has insurance." "Honestly, June." Uh-oh. I knew what was coming next. "You're about to tell me some long, drawn-out story that has nothing to do with this current situation, but is going to end with a suggestion that I pay for the damages anyway, aren't you?" Mom slipped her arm in mine, pulling me in tight. "Well, you're quite the detective after all, aren't you?" The end. Wait, that's not the end. No one won the Who Killed Claire Winthrop pool, so Alejandro and most of the bettors donated the cash to the Stray organization's competitive square dancing team, Dog See Do. And it's just what you'd think. Humans, dogs, square dancing. I signed Mom and Cyrano up for an afternoon lesson and met Dewey at the hotel bar for a drink. He was with Mom and Leather Girl. It was still early, so they'd ordered Bloody Marys. Mom looked happy. Almost too happy. Something was up. She lifted her glass. "I have news." Dewey raised his as well. "Awesome news." I looked over at Leather Girl, who was chomping away on the celery from her drink. She clamped it between her teeth and picked up her glass as well. "June, your brother is embarking on a new side career." "Really?" I propped my elbow on the table and leaned my chin in an upturned palm. "You gonna be a detective too?" Mom answered for him. "A television agent contacted your brother this morning, and they want him to be the new voice of Rupert the Unicorn. They're bringing back the cartoon. It's going to air all over the world." Blast. Tegu had found a way. I should have known.
Horns aloft! Horns aloft! Unicorn Protector League, horns aloft!
Lena's come to save the day. Vivians are trying to take it all away. Earthlings in the balance, will the battle be won?
Horns aloft! Horns aloft!
Rupert and Gerald and all of their friends are putting out fires the best that they can. When the battle is won and there's time for fun, they sing. They sing!
Horns aloft! Unicorn Protector League, horns aloft!
There's trouble in the lucid forest. The unicorns are under attack. Good robots, bad robots. Will they ever get their forest back? Unicorns are waiting in the lucid forest, and they're hoping for good news. When the battle is won and there's some time for fun, they sing.
They sing horns aloft! Horns aloft! Unicorn Protector League, horns aloft! Horns aloft! Horns aloft! Unicorn Protector League, horns aloft!
This has been How to Stroke Your Stray, a June Nash mystery, Book 4. Written by Melissa Bonzak, narrated by Cassandra Medcalf. Music for the Unicorn Protector League theme song was written, performed, and mixed by Becky Bird. Lyrics by Melissa Bonzak and Becky Bird. Additional harmonies were written by Cassandra Medcalf, and the theme was performed and mastered by Cassandra Medcalf. Copyright 2023 by Melissa Bonzak. Production copyright 2024 by Melissa Bonzak. Join the June Bugs for Melissa's witty monthly newsletter filled with snippets of June Nash works in progress, new book and sale notices, and accounts of the odd or unusual stuff she discovers as she wanders the world. Her husband is a travel assistant, and she's his +1. Whether you join the June Bugs or not, she's happy to send you the short story, How to Bungle Your Jungle, for free. You'll find out what really happened in Costa Rica, and why June calls it the worst trip of her life. You can contact her by email at mel@melissabonzak.com.
Horns aloft! Horns aloft! Unicorn